Aloha kakahiaka and good morning, everybody. Welcome to beautiful Avalon Harbor in Catalina Island. And thank you for joining us for our coverage of the U.S. National Championships, Catalina Crossing. This is day 2, our men's race. We also got a couple mixed races in there, and we're going to be racing from here in Avalon. There's our camera. Here in Avalon, there we are, over back to Newport Harbor, where we started yesterday for the women's race. It's about 30 miles today, and my name is Kala'i Miller from Ocean Paddler TV, and I'm joined by Chance Adair. She is president of SCORA.
I am the race chairman.
Race chairman, okay. A lady that wears many hats, obviously, and a dog mom. She is going to be bringing us into today's broadcast and giving us information about the race and what's happening and the course and all of that. So thank you for making time to join us today, Chance.
My pleasure.
We're looking for a good, fun day of racing out here, 30 miles. This is a 9-man, right? 9-man race,
Correct.
long-distance outrigger. So 6 in the boat, 3 on an escort boat, making changes. We also have our 40s and 50s mixed crews today. Is that correct? Open was yesterday.
Correct, in the mixed cruise. That's correct.
And all of our va'a today are unlimited design. We have none of those Hawaiian-style spec boats or anything like that, right?
We made that decision a couple of years ago to just run unlimiteds on this race. Yep.
Okay. Well, tell us a little bit, Chance, about your position and what the job is like of being race chairman. Talk to us all about that. It seems like it would be a lot of thankless work.
So there is a lot that goes into it, and I think part of it for me isn't just the just what I do. It's the team that we hired that supports my position. And for this particular race, we have a lot of worker bees that do a lot of work that I just kind of make sure that they're doing okay. So it's not about me as it's not. I don't have to I do not micromanage. We have a spectator boat right here. This comes out of Lanakila. So they have a huge spectator contingency. They were actually on the water yesterday cheering us over. They woke me up from my officiating duties, but that's okay. Cool. We're always happy to have people that are out here supporting the crews in that way, as long as they don't get in the way.
Right.
So,
kind of like how Hawaii Kidui is in Tahiti, right? You have all these boats following. I think it's great. I think it makes it fun. And like as you said, as long as they are they don't disrupt the race.
Hopefully, that's not their support boat. They're going to pull their paddlers off of that. But
I don't know. A yacht with 20 girls on the front might be distracting to some of these paddlers.
It might be. It might be.
So, tell us if you can a little bit about the history of this race.
Well, it's been promoted since the early 50s from Toots Minville. He came over and he brought the sport to the United States and capitalized on that interest with Whitey Harrison. And from there, we had a couple clubs that were doing it. I guess, from what I understand, they allowed the women to race this race, but they had to have a doctor on the boat in order for them to be able to race. So that was a little bit.
Oh, my gosh.
Really now. So, but otherwise, that's and then the transition of the sport through everything that's all the design, and I'm sure they'll be talking about a lot of that later because I came across that information when I was in Samoa recently. The difference in the designs, not just the boats, but the paddles, and but the bottom line of all of it is the technique is basically the same. You have to perform together. You have to be a quality team together. You have to be in synchronization. So I'm sorry that I don't have the same knowledge of the history that I should coming into this.
Oh, no worries.
Because I'm more caught up in the present and what we have to do on the individual day by day. So,
right. Oh, I heard this race started as far back as 1959. Mm-hmm. I think that's correct. And it used to be opposite, right? The men would race over, and then the gals would race back. And as we know, paddlers are famous for enjoying themselves after a long, hard day of racing. And so they got the gentlemen were disinvited by the gang here at Catalina. But they did finally
I don't know how much better the women are making it.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to Billy Whitford, and he said when they finally allowed the race to come back and the women actually went over first, that they had 3 of them get arrested.
Oh, yeah.
that first day. So, hey, I'm
glad that was before my time.
The women aren't much better behaved than the men, should we say. But you think about 1959 to 2023, that is a long and and storied history, I'm sure. If the streets of Avalon could talk,
wow,
right?
no kidding.
But I think it's neat that, like you said, this race has become billed as the U.S. National Championships. And I know we still view Navahinio Kikai and Molokai Hoi as the World Championships because of the people that attend and because of it being in the Pacific, in the middle of the Pacific in Hawaii. But I think it's neat that paddling on the continent, shall we say, or the U.S. mainland has gotten to a place where a U.S. National Championships is actually legit, and you got like real paddlers coming from places far and wide to compete here today. We've got crews from Tahiti. We've got, all up and down this western coast. We got crews from Washington, D.C. and Canada. And a pile of people from Hawaii. So this race, throughout its history has really legitimized you folks billing it as the U.S. National Championships. So I think that's pretty cool. But what else I think was neat was that coming out of COVID in 2021, you folks were one of the first large-scale races ready to go back online and actually compete. And I remember, meeting you that time and us talking about that. And obviously, you were part of the committee then. What was it like having to make those types of decisions to just open up that race post-COVID? Well,
I think one of the primary things that we have an advantage to is that we don't have a small enough island, and we're not here that long. And post-COVID, I think we did kept it to the mainland, like out and back. In 2022, we weren't able to come over here because of the weather. So we kind of worked it around what we were permitted to work around with as far as the limitations of it. But it wasn't a big high travel race where we were going to be. We would influence a lot of islanders, so to speak. And so that's why I think that we could offer our race as opposed to bringing people into a small island like Hawaii when they made their cancellations. We had a larger mainland. We have a larger contingency where people were more spread out, for lack of a better word. But anyway, we did follow the protocols that were necessary in order to keep everybody healthy and safe.
And there seemed like more of an appetite at that time from folks in California to just get together.
To get out.
Gosh darn, let's just get together and race, right?
Just do something. I can't stand aside my TV anymore.
I thought that was great that you folks were, for lack of a better term, brave enough to get out there and hold a race. That was 2021, and as you had just mentioned, in 2022, we did not have the race.
We didn't have it. We didn't have it island to island.
Island to island race,
right? Because
there was impending hurricane.
There was
forecasting.
There was a weather issue. They shut it down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Avalon, the harbor here in Catalina, was shut down, not Newport.
Correct.
And so you folks did like a triangle race?
We did we kept it at out and back at Newport, and we ran both crews one day, next day. Yeah.
Okay. And
the other thing that I like about the sport in itself, and I mentioned this a little bit yesterday, was the age groups that we cover. We cover the age groups from the juniors, and the junior crews that were racing yesterday, as well as the junior crews today, range from we had 13, 14-year-olds and under 19s. And then, again, those teams are coming in from other countries and areas. We have 2 Hawaii teams now.
Right.
And having them do a crossing like this, and some of our juniors did go to Samoa for the International Va'a Federation, so they're getting an international feel, and as well as the age groups, all the way up to Golden Masters. So now you have a playing field where you can host a variety of ages, and they're at the same game. They're on the same playing field. I find that is
pretty neat. I've even seen like crews have multiple generations in one crew, multiple generations of one family. It's pretty neat.
Well, that's the Chings right there. That's Al Ching down to Danny Ching, down to his kids, Leah, and their girls now. They're all taking. Cool.
And so as we were just seeing on the screen there, that was a 27-mile course that we're going to be doing today. Now that goes from coastline to coastline.
Correct.
And that is what the women raced yesterday. But the men's race is a little bit longer.
Just a little bit.
Why?
They got to go down into the harbor. If that was from coast to coast and at harbor entrance, they have to go 3+ miles back into the harbor to finish at the dunes, which is where the actual races end. And that's where the boats launch and the chase boats get back into their vehicles, and everybody has a party afterwards. So they have to navigate that Newport Harbor. little challenging. If you're first and you don't know the harbor, it could be kind of confusing if you don't know which way to go or not go. So, and your chase boats have to leave you at the harbor entrance. They cannot motor with you down the harbor.
So in this 9-man race, the last set of changes will be what?
Just outside the harbor.
The jetty? Okay. And then who's ever the 9 in at that point will have to finish up all the way that extra 3 miles.
Correct.
All the way into the bottom. Is there going to be folks there to help crews that are not familiar navigate that area?
Well, you can't really get anybody to run with them because the boats are going to be faster. The canoes are going to be paddling faster than the boat speed that you can maintain in that harbor. So if your canoes are running 7 miles an hour and you're only permitted a boat to go 5 miles an hour, you can't stay with them. So our hope is that the steersman is at least familiar with the area. So I can see from the drone they have a start.
All right, looks like we just had a start to our race here from our drone footage. That's our 10 a.m., right? 10 a.m.
Correct.
Start.
This is all of the men.
Of this race for the men. The mixed crews will be about...
The mixed crews already left. They left at 9 o'clock.
All right.
So this is the men's teams, and we have a couple of juniors in this team. The 9 o'clock had all the age groups, co-ed age groups, as well as 2 junior crews from the mainland. So pretty good field. Got a little jam up, maybe.
Yeah, we have quite a bit of crews in one area. They'll find their way out. Everybody's trying to play nice over there. So, when you see the start of a race like this, we usually have crews trying to get out front, especially our better crews, get out front, establish themselves in the lead, and be able to kind of find clean water. It's going to be a half hour roughly before they're able to start doing their first set of water changes, right?
Yep. The thing that always surprises me about the start of a race is that everybody tries to jam up when you have this huge starting field, and you decide the boats that are navigating the start line broaden that field so that the boats aren't hitting each other. In a starting sequence, if there's any kind of waves that they have to maintain, we do try to have a slightly running start so we don't have AMA on top of boat. But it's pretty flat right now. The only conditions they're going to get is a little bit of wind and maybe any of the chase boat wake that comes. But as we depart the island, we leave a lot of friends and a lot of people that supported us. There were the pancake house opened early so that they could feed these paddlers. But we also have all of our chase boats following the north and south side of the whole fleet. They're not always left behind so that they can watch their crew as they're advancing through the course and not have to come up through the course. They can cut across. I think the most concern for us as racer safety officials and coordinators is 9-man boats, props, changes, water changes, etc. So a wider spread, the 30-minute spread, I think offers that opportunity to get the boats safe enough away from each other that we can have a safety first drop.
Yeah, when all those escort boats come together to be doing their first set of changes for these folks, man, it can get a little chaotic, and that's why
it does get chaotic.
It's so important, like you folks do, as most races do. Just give some space, man. Give them some space and some time to create that space.
Right.
These crews will start kind of sussing it out. We have 3 age divisions today, right? So we got the regular open. We have the juniors, right? I'm sorry, 4. So juniors. Then we're going to have the masters, which is 40 and over. Senior masters, which is 50 and over, and golden masters, which is 60 and over.
Yep.
We had quite a few of the golden masters participating yesterday in the women's race, which was great to see. Speaking of, we have off to your left over there. That was Shell Va'a in their yellow canoe. We have a bunch of other crews that we're kind of be looking at out there. It looks like Shell Va'a in the lead right there in their yellow Matahina canoe that actually they pieced it together. It was shipped here in a plane, and they went ahead and pieced it together and put it back together on shore, and were able to race it. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
That they have their own racing canoe, and they are
have
able to fly it wherever they want to go. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Put it in their carry-on, I guess, right? Well, they obviously have a special relationship with probably Air Tahiti at that point, right?
Probably. They also have a connection with us over here at Newport to help facilitate that, because there is a language barrier to some extent. We do our best to try to get all of our crews that are visiting the canoes that they need. We do our best to try to get all the crews that are visiting a chase boat that they need.
Yeah.
And that's when I spoke earlier about the race chairman's responsibilities. A lot of that falls on the Catalina committee and the people behind the committee that are doing all the work. Karen Thompson, she does all the registration. Malia, she does all the boat registration. Kel Thompson, she put everything together as far as bringing in sponsors. Karen designed the swag.
Big mahalo to all of those that are helping out.
Huge.
That's you're right. That is huge stuff. These are some of a bunch of other Tahitian guys that are racing with Newport Outrigger in those Matahina canoes right there. Number 40, that is Newport Outrigger.
Yep.
Right there in that unlimited. Both of them are Matahinas. We have some Puakea boats in there today. The Malolo, a couple of Matahinas, but all of them being unlimited canoes.
That's correct. Is that boat number 949 offshore? Can you see the number on that boat, 949?
Yeah.
Looks like
Those are both Newport boats, I think. So, what are you hoping for out of this race? What was your goal when you got into this whole thing, and what you were hoping would be the outcome of today's event? Like, what are you looking for? You got to have some kind of goal in mind, right, when you get into it.
My primary outcome is to have a safe crossing for everybody. Absolutely, that's premier. And so when I'm typically out there running with the Safety One or on a boat, when I'm not sleeping, I'm actually trying to make sure that I'm helping Billy navigate any issues that may come up. And so if there's a call for a safety boat that is broken down, or if there's a hoolie and they need somebody to go out and help them, we do try to get out there and manage that. We have what's called pocket boats. The pocket boats are the ones that escort boats are the pocket boats that we can pull in if there is an issue with any of the safety boats. So what do we have here? I'm trying to see the canoe numbers, and if I have to, I'll have to put on a second pair of glasses. Did I bring them? I didn't. I can a little bit. It's from Canada. This is from Mississauga from Canada. They're in the red boat. Right here we got the Imua boats again. Newport running with, I think that's 949. Yep, Newport and offshore right here, and the drone footage. They are both coming out of Newport area. Offshore runs out of the lifeguard station, and Newport is at the beach across from the NAC and the Newport Dunes. So we do have Newport there, along with offshore. Offshore and Newport are now running side by side under the drone footage. Trying to see if I can land any of the people's names in those boats. They're the Matahina boats, and there are 3 Matahina canoes at Newport right now. The canoe on the screen right now.
I just love those drone shots.
I know.
They're so cool. It is a little bit difficult for us to be able to see the numbers on the front and back of these canoes sometimes. So, folks, just know that we're doing our best to be able to bring you what crews we're looking at.
That's Marina Del Rey.
Yeah, Marina Del Rey right here.
Marina Del Rey Outrigger is one of our founding clubs as well. Sandy Kahanamoku is instrumental in establishing that club, and we all know the Kahanamoku history. So Sandy was I came on board when Sandy was the race chair. So it's kind of exciting times for me to be schooled by somebody like Sandy for this position.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, Marina Del Rey looking at great race. They had 4 crews participating in the women's yesterday. A really strong club. They're just out of the LA area, correct?
Correct, yeah.
So we have clubs from up and down this western coast of California. So all the way from San Diego, you got a couple clubs
those are
from there?
2 San Diego boats. I think we loaned them out.
The red, white, and blue, right?
The red, white, and blue is a San Diego boat. We might have loaned that one out, and when we get a call from the race registrar to get canoes, 5326, we're looking at that's go ahead, you go.
Kalahuikai.
There you go. There's a junior.
Okay.
That's a junior crew right there in the pink boat. So they borrowed that from San Diego. Karen got the call.
Is their juniors. Yep. I mean, of course, their open is absolute hammer crew, but this juniors is no joke. These are some young guys that Pfluger and his gang over there at Kalahuikai are trying to really kind of grow them as a future crop of paddlers for the sport coming out of Hawaii. But these
And then right behind them
kind
is
of call them
Lani
young
Kai.
men. They're great. And 145, that's San Diego already.
No,
behind them.
it's loaned, but Lani Kai is using that boat. So we loaned the boat to Lani Kai. They're running that 145 right there. So that we're pretty excited to let them get into.
Yeah, that's a nice tight race there. A little bang bang going on between Lani Kai and some banging of those two crews.
Is that boat
Lani Kai
80?
is picking it up a little bit.
Is that
Looks
Big
like there's
Island
a little
Junior?
bit of a groundswell coming out behind them. Yeah. A
Uh,
little bit of a groundswell. Hopefully they're able to use this.
If
But
I'm
now,
reading that right, boat 80, that's a Big Island Junior
seems
crew
like they're all
as well.
being sucked into each other a little bit because even that KLK boat is going to be moving up in and kind of pinching down on Lani Kai. So right now Lani Kai is trying to just turn it up a little bit and get the heck out of the middle. Worst place to be is between two canoes that are trying to.
The 80 is racing against that other junior boat, so that boat in the middle needs to get out of their way because those juniors want to have a battle against each other. So the pink boat and the green boat are two junior boats from Hawaii. They're all three boats right there are from Hawaii right now. So again, like I said, we're happy to be able to
See how tight that spread is right there.
Yeah, shoot, that's
And
close.
that'll be our boat up in the middle and just making sure that you folks realize we are broadcasting from the middle of the ocean now already, a couple miles off of Catalina. We apologize for any ensuing technical difficulties. We're doing our best, but man, we are our production team is on the cutting edge of delivering this type of live coverage from far and away places. So we're stoked to be able to, our Ocean Paddle family is stoked to be able to bring you today's coverage of the 2023 U.S. National Champs Catalina Crossing. And with me is Chance Adair. She is the official is race director.
Race committee chairman.
Race committee chairman. Back in Hawaii, we call them race directors.
I know.
Yeah. And we don't want to forget, as always, to thank our sponsors for helping make today's event and today's coverage possible. Big mahalos out to Florence X Marine, Puakea Designs, Virgin Beer, Cocktails and Canoes, the Sports Basement, and of course, we're covering it all for you live right here on Ocean Paddler TV. So go ahead, send out a message to your ohana. Let them know that if they want to see their friends and family paddling today, they can log on to Ocean Paddler's Facebook page, or of course the Scora Facebook page. That's Southern California Outrigger Racing Association. They are the parent body is putting on this race today. So big mahalo out to them and to you, Chance, for coming and sharing this race with us today. How does that make you feel? Like, what are you seeing out there in front of you with this live drone coverage of what's going on here?
Given the opportunity for drone coverage, which is something that in years ago we didn't have that opportunity, what I like to see is a number of boats that we get to bring into this sport and the growing number of boats that are participating, especially on the junior range and the open range where we're facilitating that next generation of paddlers that are going to come up and take my position, and change it up and advance it and do it. That's for me is what I really appreciate the most.
That is pretty cool. So yesterday with the women's race, we had 66 entries. That was women and the open co-ed. Today, we have 62 entries.
Yeah, I think it's the closest we've had in entries for over and back where a majority of our boats don't have to be towed one way or the other. We did have some boats that were towed over, and we're having one boat that's going to be left and one boat that's staying here because it was the Avalon boat. It was towed back so they could race it over. So I might be a little bit off on that number, but they're very balanced this year. So,
are there? Is this the end of the season for?
This looks like Dana Outrigger boat
Dana
number
Outrigger
23.
boat 23. Is this the end of the season for Southern California Racing Outrigger 9-man racing?
This culminates our season. That's correct. Yep.
Okay, and then what would be the next thing up? Is there an ensuing one-man season? I know we're coming into winter here, so
correct.
Maybe not as many people want to be.
Well, our winters aren't that bad.
Right.
So in October, we do begin our OC1 racing season, and it's a whole different organization that spearheads that. Individual clubs throw races out about one or two a month. We try to spread it out so it's a fun opportunity for them to stay on the water without getting burned out. So we do offer a couple races coming up in October. With the cancellation of the two big races in Hawaii, this looks like that 949.
Yeah, this is another with that Newport.
Yeah,
949.
Offshore? Actually, yep, offshore. It looks like a combination team if they're wearing multiple jerseys. So the 949 was registered to Newport.
Here we are.
I'm like staring at
Yeah.
I don't have my glasses.
A little bit of glare.
So we got a drone coming in, so I'm not going to move until
we're
going
to show you what it's like
and
for our drone to come in, and that's our whole
Oh,
studio right there.
We are.
Oh, he's a little
Don't
wobbly.
move. Don't
Last
move.
thing you want to do is catch some drone blades in the head.
Oh my
So
gosh! I actually closed my eyes because
basically blades swinging over your head. It's fun. It's exciting here all day. We're living on the edge.
define excitement. Back to Dana Outrigger. Another one. We have several clubs along the coast that we consider to be some of our larger clubs, and Dana was one of the founders of our racing association as well. Whitey Harrison had brought Dana on board. So you've got your big clubs. Al Ching brings in Lanakila. Steering this boat is Rich Long. A little bit about Rich is that he also plays in a band. I don't know if they're called the Elf Misfits or whatever they are, but he plays in a band, so he has an alternate personality. It's nice to see that.
Maybe depending on what kind of band he plays in, it might be the same personality.
It might be.
Yeah. All right.
3,
and here
3,
is
4. I have
this
that
is
number.
Outrigger Canoe Club
Yeah.
from Oahu. That is, I'm trying to recognize some of those paddlers there. I believe that's Bobby Pratt in 2, Nate Loyola stroking there, and they really have a nice big open reach. That combo of Nate Loyola and Bobby Pratt is a really strong and smooth combo. Those guys have a lot of friendship between them, a lot of hours in the canoe together. Nate Loyola is one of the guys that will still handle and build custom one-mans in his shop over in Eva, and Bobby's my plumber. Great young man. His wife Allie raced yesterday with Healani.
Nice.
And they brought their son Parker over with them. And what's cool about a race like this, kind of like a Queen Elio Kalani, where there's women's and men's, they made it a family affair. They made it a family trip to California. It's pretty cool.
I think earlier when you had mentioned the combination when you get a 1 and 2 that are so spot on together, because 2 becomes the stroker for the rest of the people on his side. So when 1 and 2 are spot on, it makes the whole team follow.
And it's that chemistry and synergy between the two, because a lot of times a stroker is out there all by himself,
or they feel like
he's doing his thing, and he's like not seeing what everybody else is doing. But that number 2 can be whispering in his ear, like, hey, great job. Okay, looking good, Nate, right now, right here. Okay, I can feel a bump, talking to him and really kind of working it together. Yep. So we're heading off back. This is Marina Del Rey again, huh?
No, it looks like a...
Is it? Let's see. We're trying to get a number off the back. This is 30, crew 30.
30. Boat 30 is Dana. I should know that by the color of the boats. Dana's boats are mostly all teal.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
You're right.
Again, Dana Outrigger coming in from Dana Point and another big club. We have Dana Point, one of our big clubs. We have Marina Del Rey, one of our big clubs. Lanakila, big club. And they bring in a lot of juniors as well. So, like I said, that's pretty important.
30. That's Kahakai Outrigger Canoe Club. That's
that's a different number. You want to look at
that's a different number. Going on that number there.
Look at the printed number.
30. Okay, Golden Masters. That's what it was. I thought they were.
Okay.
A Masters. They're Dana's Golden Masters.
Golden Masters.
Okay. All right. This is another one of those Matahina. Is it? No, this is
the boat we were trying to.
This is a Molo 43.
Boat number 43
I think that
is Kilohana.
Kilohana?
They're out of the Northern California.
Northern Cal?
Northern Cal. Nice. Northern California Outrigger Canoe Association is one of our IVF associations that brought us into the IVF when we first got involved in International Federation. So it was SCORA, Pacific Northwest, and Northern California that helped spearhead us into that, that initiated the IVF. So there is some history there, too.
Everybody's kind of really spreading out today. It looks great.
Everybody thinks they have the best line.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Am I going to catch something and come down with it? Am I going to catch something and roll up with it? What's the best line? I guess in a race like this, the shortest distance between 2 points might be a straight line, but it might not be the fastest line, because if you have conditions or a current or something, might be able to push you into
a crew that can make the most of those conditions as well, So again, this is from kind of in the Bay Area, Kilohana Canoe Club. Yeah, Northern Cal.
Northern Cal, yep.
We are going to be motoring up a little bit and trying to find our next set of canoes. As we had mentioned earlier, we have a drone out here. We have our camera off of our boat. We got 2 other boats out there filming, and so we're really trying to make the most of it here and bring you the best live outrigger canoe racing can. It's a challenge, let me tell you, really, to make this a spectator sport, right?
Well, that's the hardest part about getting sponsors, and so when we can pull in sponsors, we're very grateful because we're not that big of a spectator sport until we have folks like you, excuse me, that help bring.
You don't have to get choked up about it. It's just TV coverage. It's okay. We're happy to be here.
I don't want to cough into the microphone.
All right, we're coming in here. This is Shell Va'a, obviously one of our big-time contenders. They have won the Molokai Hoi, I think, 10 out of the last 11 years or something like that. They are a perennial powerhouse at the epicenter of canoe paddling down in Tahiti. So they are the big fish in the big pond.
In our little pond over here.
In the big pond, yeah.
So it's my understanding that the next race for them would be the Haviki Nui, the 3-day race. And so they probably want to go over there, turn around and come back, and then go back over in order to train for that race. But
yeah, that Haviki Nui is a pretty incredible race. They race iron 3 days in a row, and I think it's with like the same 10 people, and you can kind of mix them in as you want. But man, that is a lot of paddling. There's no changes. It's all iron, and this is a party. But when you go there for Haviki Nui, the whole race is like a festival. You got
I was over there one year. It was
following
amazing.
Everybody. It's
amazing.
Mayhem. I don't know how they even paddle in that stuff.
The energy that is just, you can feel the energy as it goes through the air with all the spectator boats. And they have an interesting boat style over there that I wasn't familiar with. You have this little cockpit that you sit in and you drive with it. That was a lot of fun.
This team from Shell Va'a, again, they brought their Matahina canoe from Tahiti with them. They shipped it here, and I believe somewhere in the middle there it's got bulkheads or whatever, and they bolted this thing together and are paddling today. This is a much slower stroke than we're used to seeing them.
Yeah,
we're really used to that high 60s into the high 70s type stroke rate from them. Maybe they're just doing as much as they need to win, but nice work from Shell Va'a. I mean, you want to talk picture perfect paddling. Here it is. Big reach, a lot of body, and they're making that canoe sing right now.
A lot of our clubs take their lead from what is happening in Tahiti. We like to if Tahiti's doing it, it's working.
I think this is Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara, yeah.
Might be Santa Barbara. We were watching one of their canoes yesterday. 919.
Oh, and I'm sorry, that's not Koakona. They borrowed the boat from Santa Barbara. That's Nakoa Kona, so that's going to be...
that's Nakoa Kona from the King Island of Hawaii. This is a 50s group. That's Jerry Best stroking. That would be June Balanga in 2. I'm not sure the other. And none other than Pat Vaughn in 5 and Bruce Ayao steering them.
Yeah.
Bruce can really make magic back there or something. But they love that jersey, the 50s jersey. Hawaii being the 50th state, and these guys are always out here to represent.
Picked a good boat for them to match with. Oh, Chris Cornejo's in the boat. They picked a good boat to match their jerseys.
Yeah.
But just to speak back to what you were saying about the stroke rate, for a 50s crew, the rate is much higher than what we just saw out of Shell when you had commented about stroke rate.
These guys have maybe a little bit of a different plan. When you have a bigger, longer stroke like that, you tend to have bigger personnel in your boat. Not a lot of these guys are really big fellas.
You think most of those guys are wearing a schmedium?
I don't know if they'd even fit my schmedium. Nah. Jerry Best, he's really their stroker. He's a really long, lean guy, very experienced waterman and stand-up surfer and stuff. But he's not a bulky guy. June Balanga in 2, not a big bulky guy, and so maybe they're adjusting their stroke to fit the size of the personnel that they
my
have.
coach told me that if you keep the stroke rate higher, that you can't see the timing issues as much. So the slower stroke rate.
Yeah.
So we always kept our stroke rate a little bit higher so that no one knew
Or
if
you
I
could
was
just
off
practice.
time.
Or you can just practice.
Time together in the boat. That's key. Time together in the boat. We saw that a lot with our Dana women when they went to Samoa. And actually, a part of their training was to get in the co-ed division and come up through the pack. So there's different strategies that people use in order to make sure that they're getting what they need.
Here again is that Matahina. Right. And Hunter Fluger over there.
So
with
the
them,
949.
Okay. So we have this canoe right here. I believe that's KLK. Kalahui Kai. A Kalahui is
Kalahui
a
Kai.
group. A hui is a group or a team, and Kai is, of course, the ocean. So this is that hui of the ocean, the team, the group of the ocean. That's what they're calling themselves. This is a group started by Alan Fluger to train up some of the younger guys. And so really in this boat they have racing under Kalahui Kai is a mainly Tahitian team. They've built relationships back and forth with Tahitian paddlers and have kind of mixed in the training and all of that and try to up their game by being with the best. And so right now, this Kalahui Kai team is leading Shelva'a right there behind them, I believe.
I'm having a difficult time with
Not by a lot, but every bit counts in a race like this. But, man, look how far we got away from Catalina, how fast that happened. We are a few miles offshore already and just watching these boats move along. All right, 133, I believe. 133.
133, we have that is Hey Alani.
Yeah, Hey Alani Canoe Club.
They're a Masters crew. And this is an
Hey Alani. This is
an NAC boat, but their numbers are off. So I don't know if they actually loan this boat out or
88.
88.
Canoe
Yes,
number 88
is a Newport Aquatic Center. That's actually NAC
right here. I believe that's Will Reichenstein at 3.
Yep.
Right?
Will Reichenstein at 3. Micah Scott 2. Or 1, 2.
We got Micah Scott in 2, and Will Reichenstein. He is part of Canoes and Cocktails, and so they're one of our sponsors. So we're grateful to have them, not just part of the race on a sponsorship level, but also participating.
Can you tell me what Canoes and Cocktails is? I don't live in California. I'm not familiar with it. What is Canoes and Cocktails?
Canoes and Cocktails is a podcast, and
right.
Kel Thompson and Will Reichenstein get together a little bit later in the evening. They bring on guests. They throw a couple back, and they have a conversation with you on a podcast. And then
Canoes and Cocktails.
You kind of share some of your experiences and
pretty cool.
with them, and then they share it with the rest of the listening audience. So it's kind of fun. They interviewed me. It was fun. And it looks like Brent Campbell is steering. Brent comes from a steering family. Dennis Campbell probably steered a crew that left this morning at 8 o'clock in the co-ed divisions. This is the 145. This is our juniors crew. Yep.
No, this is Lanikai Canoe Club here, but the pink boat just ahead of them is a junior.
Yep, both of those are
from
juniors.
Kalahui Kai.
Yep.
Yeah, this red, white, and blue boat was borrowed from San Diego Outrigger and being used by Lanikai Canoe Club.
What's the name of that boat? Can you see that? What's that say? Oh, that's the Chance boat.
Oh, is that named after you?
Yes.
Ah, wow, you got your own boat, huh?
I got my own boat named after me.
Impressive. Looks like you got a couple extra E's in there in your spelling.
No. I do that so they can mispronounce my name and I can correct everybody.
All right.
This is going to be a nice little battle between these
right
juniors.
Here.
Yep, this is fun to see.
These kids are smooth. They've already, in their young age, have some good time in the boat. And this...
I guess the thing about running this close to each other at this early in the race
is this Lanikai also a junior?
Yes, these are both
juniors. The guy's
juniors.
got a beard on, so probably not.
Well, according to my list, the 145 is a 19 and under boat. So,
wow.
Yep.
That young man got some facial hair. You can see them picking it up right here to try to surf.
Yep.
It seems like there's a bit of a groundswell happening out there that some of these better crews are able to use.
They're making a move on that the other junior boat
now
right there.
we're going to watch him calm back down, bring it back down.
Kahalui Kai. Both of those boats
Kahalui
are
Kai is
San
not getting
Diego.
too excited.
If you can see the name on the other boat says Beyond the Teams, that's a SEAL team boat that we have down in San Diego. And they bring, oh, look at them go.
Right.
They're making a push. Good push. Oh, my gosh, they're working
Nice
that.
pass right there.
Nice.
But
nice
Kalahui
way to
guys
work.
staying on their game as well. You don't know what they're having to, what
Nice
Lani Kai
work.
is giving to make that happen.
There's still a lot of race ahead of them,
Yeah.
so you
Don't
can't
wanna
catch
burn
every
out too
bump,
early.
and you don't know what the next change would bring in. So that's pretty exciting.
It's our
when
drone
you can
shot
see
of
them
our
racing
escort
that
boat
way.
here, our media boat. We're just outside on the southern edge of the competition, out here by Newport Aquatic Center in their multicolored yellow and green boat right there. And again, that was the same boat that Will Reichenstein and them were in. This is this red boat here, red canoe, red va'a.
Yeah, the folks
Hard
that
to
are
get numbers sometimes.
folks that were trying to promote solidarity with Maui were wearing red jerseys, and so it kind of
Nice.
throws me off. When
I noticed you guys had some hats made. Is that
there were some hats that were made.
They're all gone. I didn't
don't
get
know.
one.
There might be some left on the
All
other
right.
side. There
I'm
was
gonna
another.
I'm gonna have to hook up with you later.
Yeah.
All right. Who we got here? 416.
416 is a Lanakila
That's
boat.
a Lanakila boat.
Yep. But let's
Let's
see
see
what
if it's a
their
Lanakila
age
crew.
group. 416 is a Golden Masters crew for Lanakila.
Nice. Golden Masters Lanakila. Are you serious? Golden Masters? These
That's
guys
what
are all
it says,
60
yeah.
plus. Wow, that's some fit 60-year-olds, man. 60's the new 40, I guess.
That looks like a
And
Dana
dropping
boat.
back to another boat.
Dana.
Number one.
Dana boat right there. Boat number one. Not that.
Lana-
This number.
Oh,
Boat number one.
men's masters.
This is a different number. Boat number one is the
Men's
Masters from Dana.
right here from
Dana
Dana
Outrigger.
Point, Outrigger
Yep.
Canoe Club.
Their
Now,
jerseys
Masters
match
is
their
40
boat.
and
I like
over,
it.
right?
40 and over. That's correct. Dana does have a good program for their juniors as well. So these are the people that are bringing the juniors up into the fray. So we're happy to see that. That has Dino. Oh, Alan Horn is in that boat. Alan did race over in Samoa with us. So Alan's in that crew for racing with them. Andre Michel. Brian Petrie. They got a pretty good crew up there in that Dana boat. Boat number one, Masters. Alan took a crew over to Samoa for
Again,
the IVF.
it does feel like there's quite a bit of texture on the water. I think our officials, it seems like the officials have just given the green light for our escort boats to match up with their canoes.
Yeah, it looks like
so
it.
you'll be seeing a lot more power boats on the screen right now. And so we're roughly about a half hour into this race, and this is the point where crews will be able to make changes with the other three members of their crew that are on the escort. This is Lanakila with Danny Ching
417.
in 4. Is it Danny in 4?
Is that 417? Yeah.
And
Well,
his,
Danny Ching is in that crew. Yep.
His cousin steering in the back there.
Got Ross Flemmer and Tyler, Steven Sinkis. That's a good crew. Josh Creighton is in that boat. That's a good open boat. Josh, Danny, Ross. Yep, 417.
Yeah, Josh is steering them up.
Ethan Pruitt. Yep, that's
Yeah.
a good crew
Danny's
right there.
in 4, Josh in 6. They're looking good. They won this race. 2 years ago, they came second to Kalahui Kai, right?
Yeah.
I believe that was that finish there. These guys are looking great out here today. A little bit higher stroke count from this crew.
Again, when you talk
Not
about
as big of a stroke.
family, bringing family together, the Chings
Oh,
are
yeah.
big about the family component to their efforts. Leah,
For sure.
Danny, Josh, all those guys. Big family thing. Big support for the juniors. That huge boat that we saw earlier, that huge
Hey, Henny.
that huge boat that we saw earlier, that was a Lanakila support and spectator boat. So they always try to make the crossing to support Lanakila.
Again, we're continuing to have coverage of
Across
our
from the-
U.S. National Championships here, the Catalina Crossing. This is a 30-mile race from Avalon Harbor on Catalina Island back into the base of Newport Harbor over there at the dunes, a 30-mile course. This is 9-man outrigger canoe racing in unlimited canoes, and we have roughly 62 entrants in our field today. With me here is Chance Adair. She is the race. I keep wanting to say race director, more or less the race director, right? And what's happening here behind us? This is Lanakeela Outriggers crew here. We just got waked by their escort boat, and we're going to stick with them as they go through their first set of water changes. Now, we call it 9-man racing because although there's 6 seats in the canoe, we have 3 other members of their team on an escort boat and with a coach and a driver, typically following alongside, and at an interval determined by the coach, whether that be 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 plus, whatever that would be, they're going to make changes in that boat. And so it can be a very tumultuous thing to do when all the canoes are really close to each other. So the race committee decides that at the half-hour mark, 30 minutes into this race, they do just what you're happening here. The escort boat will drop paddlers in the water. 3 will jump out. 3 more will jump in those open seats, and they will proceed ahead on their way.
So one of the things that we noticed,
change.
one of the things we noticed when we moved from the traditional boats to the unlimiteds is getting into the boat isn't always as easy as, well, except for this crew. We like to count how many strokes it takes for them to get in the boat, and I couldn't even say one before they were already in the boat and picked up their paddles. And so the 2 different styles of entering a boat, they're popping in, or you're going to try to hook yourself in. And popping in is obviously the most efficient way of getting back into the boat.
Nice change by this Lanakeela.
It looks
right
like
here.
we have a good little grouping here. We can't see them all, but it looks like we got maybe Lanakeela, NAC, Newport, and
Outrigger Canoe Club, Lanakeela, NAC, and Newport.
But this on the screen right now that you're seeing right now, that's Danny's
Lanakeela,
boat.
yep.
Yep, that's Lanakeela. It's a pretty good day. You know, maybe the water, like you said, has texture, but at least it's not a blazing hot sun. It's a little bit cooler, probably cooler water than some of our Hawaiian paddlers are used to. I think we did have somebody that got a little hypothermic in yesterday's event. I haven't heard much more about that.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of these crews. They provide jackets for the folks that are coming out of the ocean and into the escort boat. I would imagine if you're getting out of the ocean and into the canoe, you're going to warm up pretty fast.
Yeah, into the canoe for sure. You better.
You're going to warm
you got a lot
up
of work to
pretty
do.
Fast. Yeah, sure. That sounds great. So, Chance, we appreciate you and all the thankless work that you did to set up this event here today, and all those people behind the scenes. But as we continue to watch the coverage, is there some folks that you want to give a shout out to and send them a big mahalo for what they've done to help you pull off today's festivities?
I definitely want to say thank you to Karen Thompson and happy birthday. Kel Thompson, Malia Hole, and those are my primary go-tos. Bud Hole has done a lot. Billy Whitford, I can't speak.
Billy Whitford, our safety guy today, right?
Bruce Schwartz, what he did yesterday, the stories about what happened yesterday to the boats. I mean, we have got stories on this race that we're going to remember for years. They might change a little bit in context as and the telling, but this is the team. Those are the groups that made this happen.
There was some saving and heroics going on yesterday.
Yes.
Who else you got?
That's my group right there. That's my go-to group.
Good.
So
and really, while we're on the subject about thankless, is a big mahalo out to all of those people that are in the background supporting these teams. We have everyone from the coaches to people running logistics to people back home that are making sure that the trash was taken out and the kids are taken care of,
right,
and all of that kind of stuff, and dropping you off at the airport and picking you up. And so big
and all the parents that are willing
to
take their kids out there to do this. And I know there's a lot of parents out there that are watching their juniors, and we had intended to put trackers on the boat sponsored by and helping through Dot Vision, and unfortunately I wasn't able to get those attached to the canoes this morning, so we don't have a tracking system set up today. Things happened yesterday that got me off my schedule, and so my apologies to the parents that are watching
something
their
we'll
cruise.
look forward for next year.
Yeah,
next
we're
year.
going to streamline that a little bit
But
better.
mahalo, Chance, for joining us. We
Thank you so
appreciate
much
you
for
and all
having
that you
me.
do, and thanks for coming on the boat with us. Chance, maybe might bring you back later, but we're going to be stoked to have you with us for the ride back to the mainland and Newport Harbor. So mahalo, Chance, and
so
mahalo
it's
to you
time
and your
for me
team.
to take my nap, which is what I normally do at this part
now
of the race.
It's nap time, Chance.
Okay.
It's nap time.
Thank
you so much. Thank you guys so much for all that you do, Chance. Mahalo.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Is that it?
So again, we're watching a crew from offshore, and we're gonna have opportunity for somebody else. We have a surprise guest that we're going to be bringing in. Maybe not a surprise to everybody, but a surprise to enough of you. We're continuing to watch our coverage of the race, but what a beautiful day for racing here. We're going to get a lot of feedback and input from our next guest about everything from canoe design to stroke styles and the weather and the course and what canoe racing in Southern California is like. So, but big mahalo to everyone out here racing, and big mahalo to all of you watching at home, logging on to our Facebook page at Ocean Paddler. We also have our YouTube channel, and we have Southern California Outrigger Racing Association as well. So right here, we want to bring in our next guest, and we have none other than the designer of a lot of these canoes out here, a familiar face to so many of you watching. We're stoked to be able to bring you on, John Puakea, and really thank you so much for accepting the offer or
the invitation I got. Yeah,
the invitation at the last moment.
Yeah, well,
really cool to have you here.
No, it's nice to be. It's a surprise to be here, but it's very nice to be here. Thank you. Yeah.
It's going to be great to have John here and help us, really get below the surface and get a little deeper into what we're going to be seeing from a lot of our racers and a lot of our canoes today. Of course, John, you are the designer under your own Puakea label that you're saying there of probably 90% of the canoes out in the field today.
Yeah, so most of the canoes out here are the Malolo
your
right now.
Your is called the Malolo.
Yeah, the Malolo.
And that's one here. We're going to continue to get assistance on getting numbers off of these canoes. But, John, tell us about this 6-man Unlimited that you designed and some of the features, and what were you thinking about when you designed it?
Well, I mean, basically, when we tried to come in with the Unlimited market, this was about 9 years ago when it wasn't that popular. It was just starting. And the thought was, how do we design a boat that's light, fast, and, well, aloha Omar. How do we build something that's light, fast, that does what we want in the surf, is fast in the flat, and how do we do it that's 100 pounds or 150 pounds instead of 400 pounds? We have the technology.
That's a long list.
Yeah, we have the technology of, how to build light and strong. But then everything changes, right? Because when you have 1,100 pounds sitting in the canoe, and then you have a hull that you have to design that hull to handle that weight and sit a certain way in the water at that weight. Mm-hmm. So if you took a 400-pound canoe, you're going to build it a lot wider so that you get more buoyancy.
Right.
So my brother, he's designs aircraft carriers for the Navy. So every once in a while, I give him a call.
Okay. Sorry, real quickly. This is Tuitonga, I believe.
Oh, from the Big Island.
The group out of the Big Island. That is Kainoa Tanawai in 3, I believe.
Yeah.
Some guys racing out of the Big Island, but over here to get some practice and some training. They were 3rd place at last week's Queen Leokalani race.
Yeah, and they have, their history is, they've been very connected with Tahiti for a long time.
Oh, yes.
Because they were part of Red Bull, and before that was Livestrong, etc. Right?
Johnny's.
Yeah, right. And
actually Tuitonga before that, right?
Yeah, I think originally they were.
kind of circled back around.
And I think at one point they were Keoho, even, right? I think. But, their connection to Tahiti has been really cool because they've really had the Tahitians come in and help them with their stroke and adopted that and philosophy, and it's been very, I think it's helped them a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got, that's one of the things we're going to have to break down later. But right now, as we're looking at these guys, it's a big, long, deep stroke. I think that might be Daniel Chun in seat 2. But these are bigger, taller guys. I mean, Canoe Tanawai has got to be 6'4", 6'5", right?
Canoe's huge, right? I mean,
he's a huge paddler.
He's a really large paddler, and he's really efficient and smooth. We had a conversation about him yesterday. He's a very impressive paddler, right? And when you have somebody who has strength and that kind of weight and behind it, you have to give him time to do his job.
Yes.
Right? So if you slow that stroke down and you take the time, you're going to get a lot more out of the crew like this. So the stroker sets that pace, and he's doing a really good job of this right now.
And so, when they kind of adjusted the stroke to the personnel that they had Trey is in there.
Yep.
He's, at least 6 feet, 6'1" maybe. They had Keakua Nolan. He's over 6 feet. Same with Daniel. Their core bunch that they were kind of working with were always, a little bit taller. And did that have something to do with their technique that they came up with?
I mean, yeah,
came up with that. Was it EDT? Those guys, some of those coaches from there.
The evolution of it has been, Shell came out 12, 13 years ago, and they had a really high stroke rate.
Yes. God, I remember it was.
But there was still quite some length to that stroke. They were doing that 72 strokes a minute, but they were doing 10 miles an hour, right? And then you see a lot of people jump on. Hey, Shell's doing 72. We got to do 72, but they're going 6 miles an hour. Right. So I think that's where you had a disconnect happen. I always think if you're stroking a boat, or if I have a stroker in a boat, I say, take a look at who's behind you first, and the bigger or taller the people are,
right,
the more time you give them in the water, and then you get use out of them, right?
The drone's coming in.
Yeah, there's, and then you look back to a crew like how we were seeing earlier was Nakua Kona, that 50s crew with Bruce Ayao guys, right, and June Balanga and Pat Vaughn and Jerry Best. They tend to be a little bit smaller guys, a little bit smaller in stature, a little bit shorter reach, and their stroke count was a little higher.
I think naturally that's going to happen a little bit. I also think it's a lot of his personal preference, right? Some people have this, they feel they need this higher stroke rate to get the speed. And when you get a very efficient stroke, you can be shorter or taller and have a pretty low rate if you're efficient, I think.
Right now, this is 420. This is Newport Aquatic Center right here.
Yeah, so Micah Scott, and these guys like Will Rankenstein in here. These guys, I used to work with them, some of these guys years ago. And we really learned a lot from, Gerard, who was Shell's coach back in the day, and Teva from Paddling Connection. Because they spent a lot of time in Newport Beach. So we were lucky enough to learn a lot about what they were doing as far as technical and feel in the water. And we applied it to that group, started 7-8 years ago. Okay. And now Micah's kind of running the show with this, I believe. And if you watch them, they're very clean. They're very together. They're slow in the water. They're taking their time. The technique's pretty good. And it's nice to see, and they're doing pretty well. They don't have this all-star team out there. They have a bunch of guys who are just working together and working hard, and I think it's paying off for them.
No, it definitely looks like it's paying off for them. They have, like you said, what I'm seeing here is they're very together. They are in and out of the water together. The technique is very, in unison, and it's smooth. One thing I always love to see when you have better paddlers, more practiced paddlers, is with the application of the power, the rest of the stroke, the body is still very calm. You don't have extra stuff going on there that's
you have minimal movement. You have minimal movement, right, and you're relaxed. Like all your top paddlers, you'll see how relaxed they look. So the first thing I would look at here is, you look at your stroker. I really like to see, where's the blade going in and how long is it taking to come through the water, because it should be a direct correlation to the boat speed. And when you see that patience and that little longer in the water, it's kind of like that blade sets and then the boat comes to that point and you're giving it time. And at the boat speed it's going, that's how much time you should be spending there. It's kind of what you see. And when you watch these guys, you go, okay, well, they kind of have a slow stroke, but what it really is, it's very efficient to the boat speed.
They're matching the stroke to the hull speed.
Exactly. Right.
I see what you're saying.
And you can choose how long in the water you want to be until you get to a point that it's inefficient, right? But you can choose, I want to come out a little sooner and bring my rate up. So you just take it out sooner, but you try not to lose the front or the most efficient part of it. So you'll see some people, they'll come out a little earlier, but the rate will be higher. Or some guys will want to sit on that stroke a little longer, but they're still not being efficient. But they give it more time in the water, and that boat has a little more time to respond to that. And to me, that's kind of a choice. And you always see, especially when you watch the really top teams, they have 2 or 3 gears. You know, they have the settle speed, then they have a little bit of up, and when it comes for a bump or something, they really hit it. Right. And when they hit it, they're trying not to be efficient. They're just trying to get that boat speed up.
Right, and so at that point, what you're saying is they're trying to not necessarily be faster as much as come out earlier, recover.
And exactly, yeah, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, again, we're hard to get some of our numbers sometime on this group. This is Outrigger Canoe Club in this blue canoe here. Them, of course, out of Oahu.
Oh, yeah. I think this was a last-minute thing for them to come over. Like a fun thing.
Race,
right, because of no Molokai,
they didn't race
right?
in the Queen race. I don't know if they had done many of the races on Oahu, but they kind of, at the last minute, had put this together. They got some really good paddlers in there. You know, Bobby Pratt, Nate Loyola.
Yeah, they have
guys.
Some really good one-man guys, and they, you know, and they're working together. I think they're a team right now that's really having a good time with what they're doing. You know, it's
really,
yeah. It was like they're little in the beginning of the season. They weren't sure, I think, where it was going to go, and now I feel like they've got a group that's saying, "Hey, look, we're just out here this year. We're going to try to see what we can do, and like not too much pressure."
Yeah.
On them. So I think they're having a lot of fun. You know, with a lot of good paddlers together.
That's always something that creates growth. Okay, trying to get a number off of that canoe right here. This is Hano Canoe Club out of San Diego.
Yep. And nice, right? I mean, right now you're seeing the change of gear, right? Like we talked about. They just came up on the rate. Probably, you know, your 3-seater, somebody called, hey, let's come up for a little bit. Or maybe there was a little boat wake or a bump. So they changed gears nicely. But they have nice timing in the water, right? The stroker's way out in front. He's getting a lot of water, and he's giving everybody time behind him to work, which is nice.
So we're seeing them increase the rate to catch a bump. When you've been on the escort with us all morning, you just jumped behind in front of the camera now. You were watching and reading the water, I'm sure, as any waterman does when he's on the ocean. What are you seeing that these canoes are being given with the conditions out here?
Well, right now we got a ground swell, right? And the ground swell is hard to catch because they're moving fast. And if you got a wind swell to kind of help you get on your ground swell, it's very helpful. The strong teams, the men, they can get something out of these ground swells. You know, they can push hard enough to get the speed to run with one, depending on how good they are, how far you're going to get on that bump. But the thing is, when you got a race that's just spread out, you also have a lot of boat wake from the boats in front of you, right? So if you're behind in that pack, you're actually getting help here and there. So if you're really good as a steersman or as a team, you're going to be like, okay, hey, here's a little bump here. Good, let's use this. Let's use that. Who knows where that bump came from? It could have happened a half mile ahead of you it started, right? But there's stuff going on out there.
Right.
So you're always looking for something.
And you know, it's kind of like doing a Hawaii Kai run. You're using the little stuff to get to the bigger stuff. You're not necessarily chasing the bigger stuff directly.
Yeah, that's just it's a killer, right? You see it, you want it, you go after it, you don't get it. Yeah.
and you know, a lot of times 416 that's out here, that's Lanakila Outrigger Canoe Club, and they're men unlimited. But a lot of times it's frustrating to see maybe a crew that doesn't have the coordination, the power, whatever it may be. Sometimes that's a women's crew or whatever, and they're not able to get on. But then in the same stretch of water, a canoe with the feel, the power, maybe the better steersman, whatever, they're able to get they're able to get on those boats, on those bigger bumps, and really that's when the field starts to spread out. That's why sometimes these top crews are so far ahead, because they're racing a different race. They're racing a surf race.
They are, you know, and it's, I mean, it's strength is one thing, efficiency is another, right? And a lot of times you can be really strong and try to get on a bump and possibly get it. And then once you get on that bump, you get the rest, right? If your efficiency isn't that good, you can manage that for some time. But once the race gets longer, it's a lot different deal. Like, you have to be efficient. You have to be together as a crew. Yeah.
And again, we're watching Lanakila Canoe Club here out of Redondo Beach. I believe they have a number of crews here entered, including a Golden Masters and a Senior Masters. This looks like an open crew, one of their open crews. Nice movement over here from these gentlemen.
Yeah, Lanakeela's a really cool club. You know, it's Danny Ching and Josh and
Right.
all those guys. And what I really like about that team is they create an atmosphere that's non-elitist. You know, anybody who comes there is treated the same as the top paddler is treated just as much as well as the next paddlers down or the guys behind. So you'll see, I feel their paddling site isn't the most inviting to be at.
They don't have that beautiful locker room like
don't,
NAC.
you know, and they have this huge program because they do so well at just incorporating and inviting everybody in. And it's very impressive. And then, you know, you got your Danny Chings and Ross Flemmers and Steve Sinkus, and these guys have been there forever. And this is a team, to me, that since the team is so big, they don't really have this luxury of just focusing on 12 guys to perfect that technique. But they have fitness, they have strength, they have togetherness, and they really want to go when they're out there.
And so, like you said, they're really focusing on club and on team. You know, it's
They
not
are.
just about these all-stars or this one canoe on it.
Exactly.
And what you land up seeing with that is depth, right? You have
do.
a lot of other crews where you're able to farm up some guys for your top crew, and we've seen it. Lanakeela has continued to be a solid performing crew, you know, for several years
Yep.
here in California.
They have the numbers so that they end up with that, yeah, like you said, that depth for sure. Yeah.
This crew that we're looking at right here, Tahoe Waterman, Jay Wild, one of their guys there in that. But again, they're paddling a little bit inland of where we are now, practicing on lakes and stuff like that.
But
We
you
had
got
crews
to also
from
got to remember,
Arizona.
you know, they're probably above 6,000 feet every day.
Right, so
their VO2 is through the roof, right? These guys come down and they're like, this is a breeze.
yeah,
you know?
this is nothing.
Yeah.
So just by a factor of where they're living, they have extra.
And, you know, if you live in that area, you know, you're outdoor and you're active and you're,
Right.
you know, mountains and skiing. But, you know, Jay's done a really good job of bringing people together and creating paddling teams. And you know, he's been at a lot of the events this year. And they come down and they do different events and they race. And they're a team to be reckoned with.
Tahoe outrigger here out of Tahoe team. These guys. What?
Kings Beach.
You know, they paddle in a lot of flat water, right? But then, you know, I've
Tahoe
been.
can whip up too.
You can. You can get some bumps out there.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure these guys are playing,
So
but
there
I
must
can't
be
imagine
downwind runs and stuff.
there
like that.
is. Yeah, I
guaranteed.
can't imagine doing it when it's cold.
Oh God,
But that's a whole nother level.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
Yeah.
They're not wearing shorts. They're wearing like sweatpants under there or a wetsuit. You know, they practice out of that Kings Beach area right there in Tahoe. And like you said, it's amazing to me. I met some paddlers here this weekend that were from places like Philadelphia and Washington D.C. and it seems to me like almost, you know, obvious. If you grew up in Hawaii, even parts of California, like, you gravitate towards the water.
Right.
Canoeing or paddling is one of the sports that's just there. You just land up doing it or being at least exposed to it. But, man, you know, when you're coming from the East Coast or Philadelphia or places inland like that, like,
It's a whole other
amazing
level.
to
It's
me that
a
they
whole other
even
level, right?
approach the sport.
And then a lot of these, you know, some of it comes from dragon boating, and you know, and you have this marathon canoe background that happens a lot on the East Coast. There's a lot of big events, and a lot of very fit, very good paddlers. But they also, you know, that's their summer sport. But these guys are staying fit through the winter. You know, and you hear stories. So I went out and I had to chop my ice off my boat, you know, and I can't imagine. I can't imagine, yeah.
Oh, man. Even California water's a little cold for me.
Right.
Yeah. These guys are using Stingray paddles here on the
so you know, Jimmy Terrell came out with the Stingray paddle. I saw it the first time last year during the Chattajack. And I was like, well, what is this? And the concept behind it's pretty cool. And you see these guys are using it. I think, you know, there's a lot of talk about it right now. And I know there was a lot of talk about this in the Samoa race with the girls that were there. And I tried it a few months ago. I showed up at NAC and Scott Granger gave it to me for a 1 minute. I didn't have my paddle, and I like to look down and this thing's pretty small. And then I put it in the water. Wow, it feels pretty good, you know. So, but what it does is it grabs water deep. So a lot of the times, the top part of your blade will create that cavitation, And with this blade being
So the
smaller
shoulders
and
of
getting
the blade is where the cavitation comes from.
I believe so. And I
okay.
think this blade gets down nice and deep and grabs water. I think the concept behind it is really cool, and we're seeing it happen here and there. Yeah,
Right. That is pretty neat. I was looking at some of them. They're all carbon.
they're all carbon. They're very light.
But
Yeah.
they also say that, a lot of people avoid carbon because they say it's hard on the shoulder.
It
But all
depends
carbon couldn't.
depends on the layup of the carbon. So carbon shafts can actually give you more flex than a wood shaft, depending on the layup. So if you can get enough flex in that carbon shaft, like I prefer something like that because of the lightness. And
Yeah.
every time you take the paddle out of the water and you're moving it forward or chasing a bump, that
can
lightness
swing
is
that
very
thing all
helpful.
day, man.
Yeah, but if it's not heavy carbon or a high, a lot of the unidirectional something, it's not too hard on your body.
Yeah,
Yep.
it gives a little bit more flexibility for the
Yeah.
shoulder. And there again, Jimmy Terrell from Quick Blades, you can see that's the paddle, that Stingray paddle that John was just talking about there, being used by this crew from Tahoe. Again, it's something new, and that's what I love about a race like this up in California. Although I think, as always, you're part Hawaiian yourself, tradition is important, but we can't allow the tradition to hold us back from making whether you think of them as engineering or science
Or just moving forward.
Sport.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, my dad's a koa canoe builder.
Yes.
And my grandfather was.
Yes.
Right. So I grew up with the tradition of it, and I also enjoy speed and innovation. And we get myself and my dad and even my mom will sit down at lunch and we'll talk about how fast to make a boat or innovation or lightness, and then we'll talk about tradition and how do we keep that, right? And I always believe that tradition is something we need to teach. Tradition to me isn't something that you just say that this is tradition, right? So you get a Bradley in a Molokai race. I mean, I believe you should have to teach why are the specs there for a canoe, right?
You should have to know why it's
why is a
400
fiberglass canoe that's a spec boat 400 pounds,
right?
And a lot of times if I ask somebody, hey, why is it 400 pounds, they can't give me that answer. And it's really hard to get a koa canoe lighter than 400 pounds. So if you're going to take a fiberglass Bradley or whatever that design is, and you want it to be able to compete with the koa canoes, which are trying to hold on to a tradition, it's hard to get that koa lighter than 400 pounds. Right? So there's a 400-pound fiberglass canoe, so so the koas don't get outmatched. Right? And then you have the specs that come into play.
And that's why.
And the specs,
as opposed to this spot that we're watching right here, these guys from the Big Island. This is that 50s crew, not Koa Kona. A lot of tradition in this canoe. I mean, shucks, that's Bruce Ayao there. Steering that boat.
And the Unlimiteds are fun. They really are. It's fun to be light and all of that,
Right.
And it's fun to move forward, but we can't forget our tradition, Oh, Santa Barbara, I think.
Yeah. We're going to check the number again on this canoe.
Yeah.
That might be Santa Barbara. But as I look at their back of their jersey, it says 50. That's 50 for the 50th state and the 50th 50s crew. All these guys are 50s and over. This is what we're calling a senior masters, junior masters being the 40s, golden masters being 60 and over. We got a few of those crews in there today. But like we were talking about, that's Bruce Ayao in there, the tradition, and this is one of your here.
Yeah.
And you coming from that historical background in your own family of building those canoes, you just, like you said, it's always funner to do something that goes faster.
It is. And I spent a lot of time with my dad back in the day, when he remodeled canoes or even his own canoe, the Ho'ola. He's cut it many times to make it faster. And I watch what he does. I watch what he does to the nose or the tail. And there's times when I've watched him make that nose too tight, and you look at it and you're like, wow, that's going to be really fast, right? And then I would say to him, hey, this boat's not going to pass when you go to specs. And he'd say, yes, it is. And he would go and it would not pass. But we paddled it before that, and it was really fast, right? We're like, wow, it really glided. So then, in my mind, I'm like, wow, what if, right? What if we did this and got a little more speed? Then he would come bring it home and cut it and make it meet the specs again, of course. But
nice aerial shot of this crew from the Big Island, this 50s crew, Nakoa Kona. They've been dominating in their field and giving some of what they call the young boys, giving them some rubs out there. This crew, I believe, was top 5 overall in the unlimited boat in the men's race at the Queen Liliuokalani
that's
race
impressive.
last week.
Yeah, very impressive.
And what I found interesting when we're talking about weight and boat, in the women's race, the majority of the top finishing crews were in unlimited boats that started behind. We're going to watch these guys go for a water change here. 1, 2, 4. Yep. 1, 2, 4 out right here.
Yeah, and it's a pretty quick change, right? I mean, coming into the change is very critical for these guys, right? If you want to be lined up perfectly as the seat you're going to go in, so everybody touches the boat at the
Proper
same
spacing,
time.
yeah.
You want to all grab the boat at exactly the same time and try to pull yourself right when you touch the boat. And with these guys and their experience over the years, I mean, it's just, if you add up the Molokai and everything with these guys they've had, it's just incredible number,
for sure.
right? Yeah.
So do you feel it's critical for the paddlers not getting out of the canoe to continue to paddle or paddle hard while that change is happening? The canoe is already down. It doesn't make sense at all for them to keep going. Team 417, believe that is, this might be Lanakila again, right here.
Yeah, it is Lanakila.
But do you feel, again, when making a change, like it's important for the guys left in the canoe that aren't making a change to keep paddling? Or
I think it's important to keep some kind of momentum, but not waste your energy trying to push that boat faster than it will go at that time.
Right.
That's what I think.
Because you're going for another change right here, perfect timing as we talk about. You see them all kind of
getting
up and in at the same time and quick. Even if they're not necessarily grabbing the paddle and paddling right away, they're no longer holding on to the side, right? So the other paddlers can get that canoe moving, getting it up, and start planing again, right?
I mean, the goal is to get the boat. The goal is not to slow it down too much and to get in and get it back up to speed as quick as possible, right? I mean, if you ever watch Danny Ching do a water change, he literally grabs the gunnel and steps into the boat, and sometimes you think he's going to fly over the other side. He's so quick,
Hey, that's where all those pull-ups come in handy,
Yeah,
right?
I guess so. Yeah.
Nice work by this Lanakila crew here.
Yeah, and they're doing very well today, Yeah.
We can see a little bit of a drop there on, like they're trying to find something in there. What is the, when you're thinking about having a canoe surf, how are you altering the design of a canoe versus having it just be really good in flat water, but you want it to be able to come out here and get you some waves?
Yeah, I mean, that's the trickiest part of it, right, is trying to have a boat that works in flat water that has good speed and also gives you some good surfing ability. And, sometimes volume is helpful. Rocker is a big part of it, where there's the weight distributed. If the weight's too far back, it's hard to get on the bump. It's too far forward, it might purl. And then you have to look at the designs of, how high is the bow and what's the shape of it when it does drop into a wave. Is it going to purl? Is it going to slow it down? Is it going to come through the other side? Yeah. It's just
you talked about the reason behind why our quote-unquote spec boats are 400 pounds. As we watch this, again, we're back to this 50s crew, Nakuakona here. Nice work by these guys. Very smooth, very experienced paddlers. But is there, with your unlimited designs, you kind of feel like a sweet spot as far as weight for that canoe? Is there such a time when a canoe is too light?
I don't believe that. I don't. I think in every sport, the lighter your equipment, the better. And if you look at this canoe, it's 150 pounds, but you got 1,200 pounds sitting in it.
Right. You got some big guys.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah. And you do, if you're in a one-man and it's 22 pounds and you get in one that's 18 pounds, you feel the difference. It's better.
Yes.
You do. There's that talk about, weight carries, but how often are you starting and stopping? Every time you take a stroke, you're picking up speed again. Every time you fall off a bump, you're picking up speed again. I think that's going to tax you. I don't feel you get the benefit of the weight helping you on a bump instead of the lightness of the efficiency and the acceleration that you'll get. Yeah.
Do you feel that weight of the canoe is less of a factor with a stronger or heavier team? Like, you notice in the last race that we covered in Kona, the men's race was all the top finishers were spec boats. The unlimiteds couldn't catch them. But in the women's race, the Unlimiteds were able to catch up to the spec boats. And
I think strong men can move a boat that's heavier better, right? Obviously. I mean, that's natural. I also got to look and say who was in what boat, right? What teams were, how strong were they?
All right. This is, I need a number off of this canoe, but I believe that pink boat is the Kalahui Kai Juniors crew right there. Still battling out with another Juniors crew, might be in front of them. Maybe that young gang from the Big Island of Hawaii.
Big Island Juniors, the gray boat.
Nice aerial shot of those two Juniors crews battling out. And a lot of people say a big factor of the success with and how good the Tahitian crews are is that's what they're doing together with often the same bunch of guys from a very young age.
Yeah, I mean, the kids that we see coming out now, right? We see so many juniors that are, I think, more serious about, Kalahui Kai, Alan's taking these kids across the channel when they're 14 years old and doing it safely, right? These kids are becoming watermen. I was just talking, and I think in 10 years we're going to see some really good teams because we have a lot of youth right now very serious about and enjoying the ocean, right? And paddling and trying to be learning about it, learning about training, learning about technique, and they look up to the paddlers, the better paddlers, and they're learning from them right now.
And really, it's a cultural thing. In Tahiti, they're still very much involved in their Polynesian culture, arguably even more so than we are in Hawaii. But, man, paddling is the thing.
Yep.
It's like rugby in New Zealand.
I agree.
Paddling is religion in
or it's soccer in Brazil, right?
Yeah, right.
But, I agree.
But in Hawaii, we're still, very much part of America, and it's things where you're going to get a scholarship from is like football or volleyball or soccer or whatever, and you're just not going to get a scholarship canoe paddling. Maybe you can do kayaking or K1 or some of that kind of
even
stuff.
that is a little hard, but we do see the paddlers go into the rowing and getting into, with the colleges, which is really helpful, I think. And then a lot of times you see them come back to paddling, which is good.
Yeah.
But the culture in Tahiti, there's such a young age. They're out in the V1 by themselves in lagoons and going and playing around, and I think that's very important.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Again, continue to get aerial shots of this, these two juniors crews battling it out here in the channel. We have quite a good representation. Crew 80. Neo Topic. You got any? We'll come to them in a moment. But again, this is Kalahui Kai right here. So you talked about obviously these guys are probably lighter than their mentors or their uncles who are the top KLK guys. Those guys are probably going to be closer to that 180, 200-pound mark, where a lot of these paddlers here are probably closer to the 150-pound mark.
Yeah, soaking wet, 150 pounds, right.
And this is, but they're still able to move the boat. So you don't feel still that there is a sweet spot. I mean, the Tahitians, they kind of feel like, what is it, about 300 pounds is the sweet spot for a hull there?
I don't think it's the weight that creates the sweet spot in the boat.
Speaking of, here's Shelva.
Yeah, and this, and I was curious coming into this. Shell, sometimes you watch them and they're just so perfect, right? And I mean, through the water, and there's right changing gears, right? And the beautiful thing with these guys is when they change gears, there's not one person that's off.
You are not grinding
right?
gears.
It's going up together. It's coming
so
down
beautiful.
Exactly together,
And being close and watching them, you don't hear them give. They just do it.
It's very quiet.
They all feel it.
Right. And I try to, I work with the Dana Point girls, and we've tried to implement a lot of things that Tahitians are doing over time. And one thing you see that's really nice is not, they look the same, but their recoveries are perfect together. Right? So their time in the water is good. They go in the water together. They come out together. It's a very good technique. But when they come forward together, it happens at the same time. So they have beautiful timing in the air, not just in the water. Right? And I think that's a big factor. I believe that.
And they don't, what I've seen is they don't, as we're kind of watching here, they don't get caught up on everybody's change has to happen exactly at the same time.
No.
If somebody wants to stay on one side for whatever reason, because they feel like they're going to stay on the bump a little bit longer, they don't get caught up in that.
There's
at
no
all.
panic in there. There's so much confidence in everybody.
Well, not only that, but it doesn't have to be these perfect changes every time. But when they do change over, it is pretty nice.
I watched in Hawaii Canoe. We went down a few years ago. We were on the boat next to them, and one of the guys.
Are we live?
That's typical.
We just got buzzed by Billy Whitford. Anyway, back to Hawaii Canoe.
So I watched them, and the 5-seat was fiddling with his water system a little bit, and he was doing something, and it took 2-3 changes, and nobody said, "Hey, hurry up, come back and paddle." There was no panic in there. There was no excitement. He just did his thing, came back when he was ready, and it was fine.
Yeah.
And I was coaching the outrigger women at the time, and I said, what did you guys learn today? And I said, that was probably what you should learn more than anything, is that calm, cool confidence that everything's okay. You know?
Well, granted, they probably had a 5-minute lead at that point.
No, they were pretty much head to head at the time. Yeah, it was very, very cool to see. No, it was awesome. Yeah.
Okay. Well, in the races I've seen them, like Molokai Hoe.
Yeah, a lot of times they're just gone.
they're just cruising and having fun.
Yeah.
Again, this might be that Kona team again, but watching that, I love seeing that synchronicity that comes with watching somebody like Shelva. It's so smooth.
It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
It really is. I call it's like dancing. It's like a perfect dance. Everybody's in motion together. Yeah.
Making our way up to the pack here with our drone. Seeing some of these paddlers. So, for you, Johnny, like when you're coaching a team, what is it that is going to determine your stroke rate? Is it the kind of personnel that you have? Are you picking up something specifically for maybe this crew of women versus that crew of men?
I don't. I'm a stickler for technique and efficiency, and I believe that if you are extremely efficient as a team, you can take on other teams that are a lot stronger than you. And to me, the stroke rate is determined by, probably 2 things, or maybe 3. Where you took the paddle out of the water, how quick you were in the air, but it's never determined by how fast you are in the water. Right? The stroke rate for me, I always want that stroke to be the exact same speed the canoe is moving. So when you put that paddle in, I don't want to see it coming back any faster than the canoe is moving. What you choose to do when you take it out and how fast maybe you get to the front again and go in, that's your choice, or it can be determined by what's going on around you. But I'm always looking for that perfection of blade goes in, boat comes to that place.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes
if
sense.
you're a lighter crew, maybe not so strong. Maybe you got to come out of the water a little sooner. Maybe you got to get to the paddle in sooner, whatever it may be. But yeah.
So with a crew that maybe has more experience, maybe a little more power available, as long as they're being efficient, a longer stroke through the water is not a bad thing at all.
It's distance per stroke.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's what I look for. What is the distance per stroke? Yeah.
Coming up on some crews here. Hard to really tell. We are ourselves motoring up in the pack, trying to find some of the other canoes that left in that earlier sortie. This looks like this is Kalahui Kai right here.
Yeah, Kalahui Kai, yeah. And they
At
were,
this point,
off
not
the line.
totally
They
sure.
were gone.
Yeah. Now, these aren't the typical KLK boys that live on Oahu.
So, the base of this team is on Oahu, and they bring, they're very connected to Tahiti, just like the Red Bull guys were, and those guys are. And they bring in a few Tahitians, and they put a crew together, and they're out to do it. What I really like about what they're doing as a team is when you have the local boys trying to get to this certain level, and they bring the Tahitians in to train or race with them. They're learning, right? They're bringing these our younger guys up to a higher level, and I think that's a very good thing. If you see them, they have a little quicker rate. Looks like they're coming out a little sooner than Shell, but they're moving nicely. nice timing together.
Yeah, that is pretty nice stuff, Johnny. We're just watching that. That stroker keeping it kind of up front. Nice big reach he's providing up there.
He's out a little sooner than the shell guys are, but it's a very efficient stroke, right? He's up front. He's got water. The boat's moving forward. It's nice. Very nice. Yep. And what's nice to see is when you see these steersmen and how much they paddle and, from the back at those high-level teams, right? They're steering that boat by paddling it most of the time,
So, based upon these conditions, are you feeling that a better course line for today would be to kind of stay rum line, or are you thinking maybe I would push up, what would that be?
I mean, it's
up into the swell and then drop down.
It's tricky, right? The course is always such a tricky thing. If you're in Molokai, you get an idea of, okay, at the tide, this is going to do this, and this. This is where I don't want to be. This is kind of where I want to be. And you have trades, and you sort of know what's going to happen. I think in races like this, you're unsure sometimes in the middle whether you're going to get pulled north or pushed south. They told us today we were going to get winds that were pretty strong, and we're seeing totally calm seas.
Not seeing it right now.
So if you stay a little, high or north, and the wind comes in later, do you get help coming in? Probably. But do you know that wind's going to come or not? You don't, right?
But there is...
For me, you set a straight rum line, and then you play off of that. How much distance do I give myself? Like if the boat's getting... if the canoe's getting pulled north and you're going a lot faster, you want to watch how far off your line you're getting, but you're gaining speed.
Yeah.
And if you don't go too far, you can come back down, maybe even if there's a push at the end, and get some help. Yeah.
Right behind us, this is a crew from Newport Aquatic Center. Watching them, one of their open crews. Some nice motion going on there.
Yeah.
Again, that's the crew that your buddy Will's in right
yep.
there.
Mm-hmm. And Brent Campbell steering them. His dad has been around forever in the Southern California racing scene. And he's a very good in the one man as well. But these guys, nice timing, right? Together. They spend some time in the water. They're trying to get distance per stroke, and they got some very good athletes in there. And the nice thing about these guys is very humble crew.
Oh yeah,
yeah. When, they're there to learn. They're there to do well. It's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first time yesterday's race that I was able to check out the facilities they have down there. Newport Aquatic
impressive,
Center,
huh?
It is
world
impressive.
class. Yeah, it's
I totally understand how they are able to churn out some high level, young athletes out of that place.
And you get these European, Slovaks or Czech K1 Olympic team guys that come through in the winter because it's so cold where they're at. So they come through, and if you're a paddler in that area, you get to be around this level of
competition and level of athlete.
And the way they think and train is quite good to learn. Yeah. And look at the good boat speed here.
Nice stroke from these guys. Nice big reach up front. And so we're talking again about the paddle not moving through the water.
Not slipping is the idea, right?
And not creating cavitation there.
Yeah. Or, there's two ways to get slip, right? You get cavitation, or you turn that blade or do something funky with it while it's in the water so it comes through quicker. If you're holding on to that water for that amount of time, it's really nice. The stroker is such a key part to paddling, because if the stroker isn't really efficient in the water, nobody else can be. And the stroker also has to have that nice, relaxed recovery. Can't be tense. Can't be too quick. Something easy for people to follow. And, it's kind of that Zen guy up there, right? And
right.
The more smooth and efficient he is, the better everybody else can do their job. And he's got a beautiful stroke right here. Yep.
Now, I think... Oh, here's a nice battle going on.
This is what you like to see, right?
And Shelva'a. Kalahui Kai out of Hawaii and Shelva'a. Actually, quite a few Tahitians in that Kalahui Kai crew. Couple of different strokes here.
Yeah, Shell's taking a little more time in the water, a little more patient on their stroke, and Kalahui Kai is out a little sooner and quicker forward. And you're getting, same boat speed right now out of both strokes, right?
Yeah, interesting. But conventional wisdom would say, more strokes per minute, more energy output. Maybe you're going to get
possibly
a little more tired in a long race, but these athletes are all top shape.
Yeah, but they are. But also,
But
that time in the water, it makes that blade a little heavier. So you're taxing yourself with that time in the water as well, right? So that little bit quicker, sometimes lighter, is a little easier on the body. Sometimes that time in the water is. But if your timing is flawless, like these guys are, a lot of times it doesn't feel that. I mean, they're pushing. Don't get me wrong. They got some power on those blades, even though they look like they're not. If they're really together, you can do it for time. And you got to remember, they're in for 15, 20, 30 minutes, right? So you're coming out.
Yeah. I've watched you give clinics before in the past, Johnny, and one of the things that I hadn't heard a lot about until you explained it was about top hand pressure.
Yeah.
Everybody always thinks, hey, it's coming more from that hand, that arm that's pulling, that closer to the shaft. That must be the more impactful arm. But I think people forget a lot about how important that top hand can be on that.
Yeah, it is, and we, that a lot of that stuff I learned from Gerard. He helped us a lot with that back in the day. And what it does is, we used to always teach that the lat you're reaching out with, that's where your power comes from, right? Kind of your legs connect to your lat, and your lat connects to your body, etc. And when you start using that top hand pressure, it kind of engages the other half of your body at the same time. So I feel like now you're going from half a body pull to now you got your whole body connected. And if you have that top hand pressure and you put it down there nicely at the right time, I feel like it connects the core and your opposite lat as well. So now you got a lot more power in there.
These crews that we're watching right here are, it's no mystery that they're out in the front, and it's really fun to watch them not only be so smooth, but as you spoke about earlier, watching them shifting gears. And so, when you really want to we talk about a good catch, is that front part of your stroke where you're actually just beginning to engage the water. You're going to set that canoe. That's where you're really setting up the rest of your stroke. And having that top hand pressure, is it important all the way through the stroke, or more so in that front half or front quarter?
I mean, I believe you have to have it at least through your power phase, because then your body's connected and you get more power in the blade, right? And when you watch these guys, when they come up on the rate, that top hand, I mean, a lot of times you see the top hand, it'll go down pretty far because they got time on it, right? And the rate will come up and it doesn't go down as far, right? So there's less time on that pressure, but there's a little higher stroke rate. What it's really cool to watch with these guys at this level, is when one boat goes up and pulls ahead a little bit, it's not this panic from the other boat that says, we got to stay with them now. It's kind of okay, they're going for a little bit, but we got them checked, right? We know that we got their speed, that they got. It's a tactical game at this point, right?
Yeah, and that's evidenced by right now. That KLK boat had caught a couple of bumps and surfed ahead, and now right here, Shilva responds. Right. Catch a couple bumps of their own.
Yeah, they don't. And when you watch Hawaii Kinui with the top teams, you do really see this. You see, one boat will go and they'll put 30 seconds on somebody. I mean, at least I've seen it. And the other boat will be like, well, when we're done with our water, we'll do that too, kind of a thing. And the level of confidence at that point is really, really cool. And if we look out here now, I mean, it looks like there's a little bump on the water. Like, there's stuff to use today. There's no wind chop behind it. But
there's texture.
These guys got the speed to get and use that stuff,
Yeah, and it's one of those things, I always feel like speed begets speed. And I guess what I mean by that is when you're able to develop that faster hull speed, now it opens up a whole new realm, like we talked about
your
earlier.
options.
I can get on these small little bumps,
right,
which are going to lead me to a bigger bump, which is going to exponentially affect my ability to surf. And therefore now that I've been able to paddle harder, now I'm able to surf that much better, and it just opens up the gap between those that can and those that can't.
Back in the day, Kalakukea used to train us a lot, and he would say, when you get on a bump, your options of where you can go and how far just increase so much more. Once you get speed, all the things that you see that you can catch change, right? Like these guys are looking, if they get on a good bump, they're looking 2, 3, 4 bumps ahead of where they're going to go, where a lot of the average paddlers are looking at 1 or 2 bumps right in front of them. They get this speed, and all this opens up to, I got speed, I can get to that or over this or what it is, right?
They're linking it together linking together all these a lot more bumps instead of just trying to get that one or two, right?
The really top guys are using bumps to get to bumps, for sure. Yeah,
I've seen some of the one-man races nowadays. The guys are so good and so fast. They're dropping in on something and paddling over the wave in front of them into the next one. You know what I mean?
Exactly what's happening.
I like the one that I'm on, but now this is just allowing me to go that much faster so I can power through for a few strokes and get to the next one.
It's just opportunity for these guys, right?
Yeah.
So shells up on the, and when you are efficient like these guys, when that rate comes up, you see a direct correlation to boat speed. A lot of times, some teams you'll see, okay, the rate came up, but the boat speed didn't change much. When these guys come up on the rate, you see a difference in boat speed.
Because they are that smooth.
Yeah, and that together.
Much, no panic in their head, where they're just able to kind of, no loss of efficiency with an increase in application, right?
Yeah. It's like, to me, it's beautiful,
No, really,
the timing is just so perfect, right?
That's really been one of the joys of covering, these races and do broadcasting, is being able to watch the top crews, men or women, Shelva'a, of course, but even guys like Red Bull and Team Bradley and a lot of these other crews, and just be like, wow, you see the difference.
Yeah.
And paddling is much like golf. It's a very repetitive, large,
technical,
large movements with the body, and from a novice perspective, it's like, oh yeah, they're just putting the paddle in and out a few thousand times.
Well, sometimes that's the easiest way to teach someone, right? Is not to overthink it.
Right. But man, when you really get to see the guys that are this good and have the privilege of somebody like you to help break it down, man, it really opens up your eyes to what's happening and starting to understand the whys.
And that's, to me, the most important part, right? When you see a fast team that has a stroke rate of maybe 68 or something, and they're going 9 miles an hour, and you're going 6 miles an hour, and you're trying to do 68, you have to slip, right? And there's where that disconnect happens. I mean, understanding, okay, the blade is in here, these guys are pulling the boat to that point, this is how long it takes them in the water, and why they do it is very important, right? And it's like you said, it's like golf. It's a very technical sport, and when you fix something small on yourself, which is very hard to do, it's so rewarding.
Yeah. And it's hard to do a lot of time for these older paddlers that have learned one stroke, and now they're coming into something else, and they're trying to incorporate that. And man, changing muscle memory and body mechanics can be really challenging sometimes.
I always say you're not changing your body, you're changing your brain at this point.
Yeah. Again, we're watching our two leaders here. This is Kalahuikai and Shelva'a. They are kind of been running neck and neck this whole time. I think initially Kalahuikai was out front. Shelva'a has come up to them and made a pass. But right now, they are still paddling very smooth, very efficient. No elements of overexcitement, and they're just trying to use whatever the ocean is giving them. As you can see right there, a little groundswell just passed through. Yep. Not all of them they're going to be able to make use of, but if anybody can get some momentum going here, it's these two.
You see a good little run on this bump here, right? And you see there's a little more energy in Shell. They know that they were head-to-head with Kalahuikai. It looks like they're trying to, okay, we're going to take a step to see if we can put a little distance on them here. And so you see the higher energy, a little bit faster on the stroke rate at this point. And then, they'll settle at some point. It'll be up to Kalahuikai. Can we come back at this, Yeah.
And it's about personnel, too. Maybe the 6 that are in at this moment are not their strongest or maybe not their smoothest 6.
Yeah,
and as they make those changes and adjustments, that's going to have a factor on how these crews are responding to each other in a tight race like this.
It's a very tactical game at this point with your team. Like, who's in the motorboat? How long has one group been in the water? How do we make the changes, etc.?
So we had a question from Maeva Apang. Sorry if I'm saying your Apang. I know we're going with that, but anyway, he wanted to know how many kilos the va'a of Kalahui Kai is. So Kalahui Kai right now is using one of your.
They
your
are.
right there.
And it's a race layup. So we did a little lighter canoe for them. And kilos, I'm not great on.
Okay.
But if somebody else wants to do the calculation, that'd be awesome. But the hull is probably about 105 pounds.
100 and
just a little over 100 pounds. Yeah.
Just a little over 100 pounds.
Yeah. Most of them are around 145, and this one's a little lighter. Yeah.
Okay, so if 45 pounds is like 22 kilos, we're probably looking at about 47, 48, roughly. Less than 50 kilos, I would imagine. Yeah, less than 50 kilos. And then Shelva'a is paddling Matahina 6-man out of Tahiti.
Which they brought over.
Yeah,
they brought their own boat over.
And
in Tahiti you have a weight limit, right? You have a 320-pound weight limit.
120 pound
320-pound weight limit, I believe.
You can't be more, or you
can't be less than 320.
And does that 320 include the Yakos and
no?
The
usually just the hull. Yeah.
Okay. And so this is probably a boat that is within that limit. They're not. Are they going to bring a lighter boat here for this?
I don't know. I'm not sure if they did. I know that a lot of times when you design the boat, you're designing it for that weight that it's going to be. So the water line is specific to that weight. Yeah.
They probably just brought what they were used to.
I would
think. What they practiced with the most. Yeah. So it would then, simple math lets us think that we have 2 canoes, the yellow one being twice the weight, roughly.
Possibly.
Of this red Malolo canoe.
Yeah.
Okay. But it is, again, what they're used to paddling. Looks like our Kalahui Kai team has their escort boat coming around, getting ready for a water change. We're going to be covering that right here with this drone shot. And you can see that Shelva'a out there in the lead, just a couple of boat lengths in front of Kalahui Kai. The Kalahui Kai might have a little bit of a continued drop back. No, we're seeing that Zodiac rib in the background there. That is Shelva'a. Seems like they're going to respond and go for a water change of their own at this point. Kind of in racing, when you have a tight match like this, where these 2 crews, as a coach, are you kind of thinking that it's good to have the changes happen at the same time?
A lot of times you go that way because then boats are slowing down at the same time. But that's a very tricky call, right? Like sometimes we'll get into a race and I'll think, okay, we're going to both... And at some points, one of the crews is usually controlling that race, right? So,
wow, you look what's happening behind us. If we can get a shot of that, maybe from a cam. What's happening is Kalahui Kai came in to make their drop, and the Shelva'a boat dropped in like right next to them, kind of making these changes happen, not only at the same time, but virtually right next to each other, and maybe even making an attempt to kind of muddy the waters for this Kalahui Kai. These Tahitians are very aggressive with their racing styles and the tactics that they will pull, and very calculated on every single move that they're making.
And their changes are usually so fast too, right? By the time, you got to remember that boat's moving about 10 miles an hour when it's coming to you, and these guys are getting in really quick.
Right. But if they're doing that, as he planned it, right in front of where. Because what I watched was Kalahui Kai's boat started motoring up. Shelva'a noticed that, and then they went for a change of their own, right? So they're reacting to Kalahui Kai, and it looks like they put their escort boat right in a place where Kalahui Kai wanted to be, kind of.
Well, I mean, and there's 2 things that happen there. I mean, so sometimes we'll come up one crew, if you're racing together, somebody's kind of controlling that, right? So if Kalahui Kai, they're saying, we're going to do a change, then Shell's like, okay, we're going to go. And a lot of times, if somebody's going up, I want to come in early and drop my team sometimes early. Because if they get in and they're in paddling quick and they're chasing down the boat that's coming in for a change, now you got speed.
Yeah.
A lot of times you can make up a boat or 2 if you do this properly.
Ah.
It's a very tactical game.
Yeah, so you're coming when that boat is slowing down, you're actually coming in at speed, and it's also in my thinking that, man, you are providing a mental it's mental chess with the paddlers themselves. Like the coach is providing that opportunity for this crew from behind, making it feel at least like, yeah, we're catching these guys.
Yeah, right. And, you also have to remember when a change is about to happen, there's a lot of things going on. There's people thinking about the change coming. People are all, okay, who's going in 1, who's going in 2? And this will slow down a boat, right? So if the guys are coming in clear-headed and keeping that speed into the change, and you get the change quicker, and you're in earlier, and then now you're moving at a better speed while they're still thinking, I got to come out, who's coming out, what's happening. You're gaining speed while they're losing even before they have that change. And then when they make that change, you got this momentum to maybe make up a boat or two.
Yeah. Nice. A lot of strategy in it. This is that Kalahui Kai team that is just a couple of boat lengths behind Shell Va'a. It's happening literally right behind us. That is Shell Va'a's escort there in the Zodiac behind, or rigid hull inflatable. Nice effort from this Shell Va'a team. Kalahui Kai team that we're seeing right here. And in a race this short, 30 miles is not a really far race for these top crews.
Yeah, these guys will do 30 miles solo, right?
Yeah. 9-man. That steersman's not going to come out.
No, probably not.
Yeah. And maybe, I know you've done a bunch of steering yourself. Maybe you could break down for us a little bit what you're seeing here with this young man steering this Kalahui Kai crew.
Well, I mean, the main thing you see is you don't see much poking, right? And we got busy water out here. It might look super flat, but there's swell, there's things moving around, so the canoe's getting pushed all around pretty often. And these guys are so good at controlling that canoe. They catch it early. They catch it from getting away from them early. They can correct the boat by paddle steering it, so you're not dragging your steersman at that point, right? And you kind of watch him a little bit, and if he pokes, it's usually not for very long at all, right? He keeps that boat moving. Yeah.
Back to, we're talking about hull weight and design. A lighter canoe is going to theoretically have less inertia, maybe. Oh, I don't know if I'm using the proper...
They call it carry, right?
Yeah. Okay. It's good. Yeah. Theoretically have a little bit more carry now. A lighter canoe is going to have less. And therefore, a lighter canoe is kind of, to me, a little more lively. Because it's lighter, it'll bounce around in the water a little bit.
And, so much of this comes down to hull design. Because a lighter canoe, it's going to be more squirrely if it's got a lot of rocker or the ends are out of the water. But if it's really straight and it's a light canoe,
a lot of water line,
it's still going to be hard to steer, or it's going to track, right? So what you get with lighter canoes is you get response. So when you want to go, you get it. You want to take 5 strokes and get on a bump, you get it. You want to jump over a bump, you have that ability.
Or as a steersman, if I want to be here to catch that, I can do that quicker, you think?
Possibly. Well, if I want to turn right and get on that, it's going to happen.
Yes.
Because you're going to get the acceleration immediately, where otherwise, if it's a little heavier, it takes a little longer for that boat to get there. When you get on that bump, you get more carry on a heavy boat, possibly, but you still, like I said, you have 1,200 pounds sitting in that boat at all times.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was Kalahui Kai right behind us on our live coverage here. This is, again, Shell Va'a. We want to make sure that we are sending a big mahalo out to our sponsors here today of this Catalina Crossing U.S. National Championships. Big mahalos out to Florence X Marine, Puakea Designs over here. Johnny Puakea sitting next to me. So thankful to have you join us here. Virgin Beer, Cocktails and Canoes podcast, the Sports Basement, and of course, all of us here at Ocean Paddler, our team, feeling privileged to be able to bring this from you and bring this to you from the middle of the ocean. A lot of technology being implemented today. We have 3 boats, 5 cameras, all with the desire to try to make long-distance outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport. And as a spectator, we are all just enjoying watching this poetry in motion that we might call the synchronicity of this Shell Va'a crew, Johnny. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and you see, they've settled in a little more. The stroke rates has come down nice and smooth, but if you really, every once in a while they're coming up like here,
like right here.
They're.
Oh man, did you plan that? That was
no,
good,
I did not.
But
you feel they're feeling the bumps. They're seeing little stuff, and they're using it right now, right? So they're coming up on that rate to get the boat speed up, managing it, getting something out of it, and it looks like they're on a good little run right here, right? They're still on this bump, and then they come back down, they catch their breath, right? It's very nice.
Pretty stuff right there. Another pickup right there for a little bump. They have the ability to, switch gears, put the pedal down, and you can just see when you have a lower, when we have a lower to the water camera angle, you can really just see the front of that canoe surging as they apply the power.
And
now, you don't want to be bumpy. You want to keep the canoe nice and steady.
That's something is so nice to see, right? And with these teams like this, you do see that. You see that surge in the canoe.
Back here to Kalahuikai, seeing them surge ahead and catch some bumps.
Yeah.
But having that reserve power is great, John.
It is.
And you were talking about some of the teams that you were coaching.
So I always like to see, I don't ever like to say, hey, let's make the boat jump. Let's make the boat surge. And you see that with these top teams, how much it surges forward. Yeah.
We got, looks like Kala Diaz in 2 on that canoe. We had Kai Chong and Hunter Pfluger there. This is a little bit farther back in the pack. This is crew number
Lanakila, I think,
417. Yeah, Hui Lanakila.
Yeah, it's Lanakila. Yeah, Danny Ching's crew, yeah.
Yeah, Josh there steering. Good work. And they got a battle of their own going on right here. This is really what makes it fun for me. I just to see, sometimes the field can get so spread out. We've seen teams just pull ahead and dominate the rest of the field, man. But when we can have these little battles happening all over the place, even if the two crews aren't even in the same
there's always races
category
going on within the race.
Yes.
Right. And the guys that are racing for 30th and 31st place are having just as much fun as these guys racing for first and second, I believe. And you come out of the water at the end of the day, and you're, hey, that was a great, we went head to head, and it's not just the winners winning and everybody else behind. There's all this stuff going on in between. Yeah,
it is good to see these little battles, and like you're saying, before the race and after the race, everybody's friends, right?
Yeah, right.
But man, you put any two canoes in the water within proximity of each other, it's a race.
Yeah,
we got a race going on right here for first place, and you can see how there's a little bit of a gap that was created by Shelva. It seems like when these guys like to pass canoes, I notice the Tahitians, when they want to pass you, man, they want to come right up on you and pass you. They don't want to go from a distance.
That's very true, right?
They want to give you brain damage.
The first time, there was a period where they didn't come to Molokai for a little bit.
Right.
And then they came back. And when they came back clean. I mean, they paddled. Back in the day, I remember, if it was flat, the Tahitians would win. Or then you had that time with Tommy Connor steering, where they dominated and they felt they needed a Hawaiian steersman.
Was that, what was the name of that team?
Fa'a.
Yeah.
And then, they kind of disappeared for a bit. And it's like they really got good. And when they showed back up, I was coaching the outrigger team with, Carell Jr. and Jimmy Austin and all those guys, and it was a pretty calm day. And we came off of La'au, and, a shell went north. They went the wrong way, because if you really look at Molokai, it'll do a bend. So sometimes people will follow that bend of the island end up north instead of coming straight off and going to the channel. So they did that, and they were pretty far away, and we're in the lead on a kind of a calm day, and our mind is, Tahiti's good in the flat at the time. They're good in everything now. And I remember thinking, what are we doing in front, was the first thing we thought. And they kind of were far away, and they took a left turn and came right up next to us and went by and looked over at us. And I looked at them, and I watched their technique and their timing, and I thought, we're done. That's it. And it reminded me, K1 days when we used to race, the Hungarians and the Germans had perfect timing in a K4, 120 strokes a minute, perfect timing. And I looked at them and I thought, Hungarian K4.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's it, we're out. And, they've been doing it since, right?
And it's funny like that, how they'll come, when they pass you, they want to be right
next to you. They look
look
right over at you like, hey, nice seeing you,
And then they'll have a guy in three just bailing while they pass you.
Right.
But, nowadays, a VA like yours, like the one we have here, they have some self-bailing mechanisms in them and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's nice to have that. You can look at, why aren't we using, the bailers? But, in colder places, and I mean, number one, it's fun, and it's nice to not have water in your boat. And it changes the game, right? It's all about the paddling, and it takes some of the skill of the bailing out of it, but it also brings elements that are really cool. And when you're in a cold climate, and training or paddling, a lot of times that water coming in or a problem can be very dangerous. So when you have these bailers in there, they're a safety as well.
Yes.
Yep.
Do you feel on a day like today, with a fairly calm ocean, that those spray covers are even necessary?
No, not really, unless a boat wake comes by or something,
Yeah.
and gets in the boat a little bit, but not really. No, it does sometimes help you get in the canoe with that little bit of extra grip.
Yeah, the canoe has such a nice, smooth finish.
And then on the Unlimiteds, the cockpits are smaller, so it does make that hole a little tighter to get into, I think.
When you're coaching folks for water changes, on the getting out of the canoe side, what is your coaching recommendation? How do you want your paddlers to exit the canoe?
Well, I don't want them on the gunnel getting over, right? Getting out, because you don't want that weight on the gunnel creating a light ama. But what I really look for is that you set your blade at the same time, and that when you get out, you get out.
Blade in the holder.
Yep, in the holder at exactly the same time. And as soon as you do that, everybody gets out at exactly the same time, so that nobody's coming out and falling on top of somebody. And you kind of want to, some people teach the rollout, some people kind of teach up and over. I like to just make sure that if you're in the front of the boat when you're getting out, you're not kicking it towards the stroker coming in to make it hard. But the most important thing is if you're not paddling, get out of the boat, because it's a lot faster without you in it. So that boat can travel with 3 people not in it pretty fast until they pick up the next group.
Right, as long as those 3 guys are doing their thing.
Right.
So when are you want your paddlers to bail out to the side, or do you kind of want them to bail out at like a 45, like a little bit of a forward angle coming on?
No, I look at just straight out to the side, but perfectly together. Yeah.
And that's mostly a safety thing, so they're not.
It is. It's really easy to land on top of someone else, as that boat's moving.
And who for you in that crew is assigned to have to make that change? That's a steersman?
Okay. Yeah, steersman.
Make those calls as far as setting the blade and getting out.
They'll call get ready, set your blade out kind of thing. Yep.
This is crew number 40 here. I don't have my clipboard anymore, but this is crew number 40. I know who this is. This is Tuitonga. That's Kainoa Tanawai over there in seat 3 again.
Yeah, how can you miss that, right?
Yeah, the big fella. But even these guys, they are picking it up, and they're
finding the bumps.
Yeah.
They are.
And this crew was the top crew in Hawaii for quite a while. They, again, another Hawaii crew with a big Tahitian influence in their building years, where some of these guys were younger. But they are starting to kind of make a comeback. It seems like ever since like COVID, they kind of have been as a group been taking some time off.
Right, and it's nice to see them come back. Right, these guys are very, very good watermen.
They are borrowing a canoe from Newport outrigger, but this is Tuitonga out of the big island of Hawaii.
And
Kainoa Tanawai there.
You look at him in 3 for such a large guy. He's so smooth.
So for you folks that are watching at home, that guy in seat 3 right now is probably 6'5", 260 at least, if not heavier at this moment. He's kind of bigger right now than maybe sometimes I've seen him in the past. That is a large human, but at the same time, a fantastic waterman. Man, this guy has feel for the ocean.
Yeah, his dad, Masepa, was a very, very good paddler. The first year they had Hawaii Kinui, we took a team from Hawaii over, and we threw together, Henry Ayao. It was like myself, Bruce Ayao, and they had Tommy Connor and Sepa was in there. And we went over and we did that event, and it was when Fa'a was doing so well. And the first day we came in 3rd the first day. We were doing pretty well, but Masepa was just a beast.
He still is.
So the genes, that he's got is really. Yeah.
But his 2 boys are so much bigger than him.
Yeah.
So Masepa is a good-sized guy, but Kainoa is just an extra large human.
The impressive thing about him, not that he's such a nice guy, and he's very gentle and humble. Yeah. But he's also like such a beautifully technical paddler with all that strength that doesn't force the blade. He gives it time. He's smooth. It's very. Yeah.
And that's part of why they're, aside from when they're trying to catch a bump, their technique is very long, very deep.
Way up front.
And they're using a lot of these guys, allowing them the time to use that power.
Yeah, and the word we used back in, K1 days was the patience in the water. And they set the blade in and they give that boat time to work. And it doesn't mean it's easy. They're putting a lot of pressure on that blade, but they're giving it time to get the canoe to do the job. Yeah, and the stroking, right? I mean, so far out front. Very nice.
And this, again, is Kalahui Kai from the Jerome. We're trying to get a confirmation of who this crew is. But, again, mahalo for joining us for our Ocean Paddler TV coverage of the U.S. National Championships, the Catalina Crossing. We're day 2 here at the men's race. We've departed Avalon Harbor on Catalina Island and are headed back to the mainland and California into Newport Harbor. This is a 30-mile race for the gentlemen today, when they'll be finishing all the way deep inside of the harbor there at Newport. From the time they depart open ocean, it's an extra 3 miles to that finish line. A little bit different than the ladies yesterday, who actually started in the open ocean, finishing Catalina with a course of about 27 miles. We had a great day of racing yesterday that saw local powerhouse Dana Point Outrigger, their crew, their ladies crew, their open, that has just been dominant here. They won yesterday, and the Kalahui Kai crew from Oahu coming in second place with some really nice racing.
Yeah, it was a very good race. Yeah, and the conditions, the women had, and they usually do have a harder.
They had a little bit of a headwind.
Yeah, it was pretty sloppy and hard. The men kind of get the better conditions, but the women, they get to hang out on the island and have a good time. Tonight.
Well, a few of them got the ferry back to the mainland U.S. in the evening, but yeah, what a cool race. And so, this ability to make it 2 days in a row is kind of fun. It encompasses really a whole weekend's worth of events. This is crew 40.
Yep, Nainoa's crew.
No, I think this crew that we're watching right here.
This
is Kalahui Kai.
Oh, Kalahui Kai.
This might be, I'm not sure they're juniors.
Who's
with
the
back of their hats.
I know Daniel Chun and them were all part of Red Bull back in the day.
Yeah. So Daniel Chun, Trey Cox.
Yeah.
Keakua Nolan, I didn't know if he was here today. I didn't see him, but Kainoa Tanawai, Chase Vonneheim. This is all that core group that I had the privilege of talking to Kua Nolan, which, God, what a neat guy. I just like he really has such a high positive energy that he carries around with him all the time. I love that guy, and they were saying that this is kind of they're really going to start rebuilding this thing and coming back.
And that's really it's cool if they can get some good juniors in there, which the Big Island does have that junior program that's doing so well, right? These guys are now 40s, and they're still in the top of the game.
Yeah, I think Kua just made 40. He was saying.
Right, and then they have and you have this. They're 10, 12 years into being together, probably. Yeah.
This here is 43.
This would be Kalahui Kai here.
Kalahui Kai with their fire department.
And you can see the groundswell here, like the little bump here that they're going for. There's some stuff to use out here.
Yeah, look at them. They're able to kind of make use of it. It's nice to see that front of the canoe kind of drop down. In this, up in the front of the boat.
I do. I look to, maybe not in that stroke seat because that's such a specialty seat, but I like my 2-3 seats to be a little bit heavier, and it does allow the boat to fall in a little sooner. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I saw, we talked earlier about Kainoa Tanawai and what a big fella he is. I've seen races with him, where they were really trying to get in the surf and catch some waves and really, really surf. They would put him in exactly that 3 and 2.
Yeah.
And then when it's a little flatter water, you're going to see him in something like 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if anything, you kind of
get that weight behind, in the bump, it kind of stalls you before you get on it. Sometimes it's harder to get in.
Yeah. A little bit more work to get the drop.
Yeah.
Right? So do you want to see typically your canoe sitting totally flat, or do you want it a little bit?
I mean, in the flat water,
even.
In total flat water, you're looking... I always like the weight a little forward because there's always something moving. Unless you're in a lake, there's always something that you can get something out of. And a lot of times your heavier guys are your bigger people, and I like to keep them more in the middle of the canoe to keep the balance of the canoe, right? If there's bigger waves or even the smaller bumps are even more, right? Because the smaller bumps are hard to get onto. Like something like this today, when you want to get into that little one, if that weight's a little forward, it's going to be helpful.
Beautiful day of paddling out here. We have our Kalahui Kai crew right here that we're watching. They're currently running in second place right behind Shelva'a out of Tahiti. But this Kalahui Kai crew is like a mixed bag. They are affiliated with.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I mean, sometimes you'll. Oh, here we go with Lanakila.
Lanakila Canoe Club. Nice work.
And this team, and you see, I watched it with Danny Ching. When we did our Wild Buffalo relay, and he decided to go solo, and so did Rylan.
There's Danny right there in
30.
fourth.
Yeah, yep. It's 30-something miles, and they paddle hard, right? I mean, they really they're fit. They paddle hard.
At it. Look at this guy. Oh, that looks like a young fella up front.
Sometimes you watch them and you think, these guys are going to get tired, but they don't.
Yeah, their fitness level is incredible.
Yeah.
Their fitness level is incredible. Again, we're watching Team Lanakila Outrigger here. And they've been one of the powerhouse crews here in California for a while, huh, John?
Yeah, they've been, they dominate. They've dominated in the past with the California scene for a long time. And now, you have NAC and other clubs coming through. But like I said, their team as a whole, as the depth of it is very impressive. And I mean, the nice thing about the Lanakila team is they don't try to stick with their same crew over time. They're always trying to bring the youth up to the top team to paddle with the top guys. And I think that's... Oh, here we go with Shell. Shell's looks like they're really putting it down here. It's so impressive to watch. I mean, we're probably halfway through this race, so these guys are feeling a little bit of the taxing on their body. I mean, although these guys can do 30 miles, when they're doing a change race, that intensity is a lot higher. And to watch them come up, like the top teams to come up with that kind of energy, as you're starting to feel this little bit of fatigue is not always the easiest thing to do.
And it seemed like this would be a part of the race where that ability to kind of take a little bit of a rest, a longer stroke, being real technical about, you're not just keeping up in a real high rate the whole time. Only when needed.
It's very strategic.
Yeah.
It is.
And almost surgical the way that they're using, really extending their power only when needed. Just like this. A little bit quicker to get on a bump, but definitely trying to make the best of every bump. Yeah, we're taking a little look around and seeing we have our Kalahui Kai crew. And, I kind of been seeing that they've been, every time that Kalahui Kai goes for a change, Shelva'a is responding with a change of their own. What you're not seeing on the camera here is just a little bit back. Kalahui Kai is going to the same thing. It's like their coach is keeping one eye, as would make sense, keeping one eye on Kalahui Kai and just responding constantly.
At this level in a race like this, it's more than that, right? You're always knowing everything that crew is doing around you, right? It's very important. When you get this view from behind of the top teams, like Shell and other teams, when they really go up on their power, you see that water come off the back of the blades. That power phase from front to back is just steady. It's not like they're putting that paddle in and just kind of pulling slowly and coming out nicely relaxed. So now we're 2 hours into the race. We're probably, in these conditions, these guys will probably finish, I would assume, right around 4 hours.
Okay.
I think.
I think, though, the record is in that realm. So, 30 miles, about 4 hours.
Yeah, so we're about halfway. And it's a humid day. It's not a cool day. The water's cool, but luckily we have some cloud cover, right?
Yeah, thank God. So, so we probably have, we're just 2 miles into the race and we're beyond the halfway point. So they're gonna have some nice times today. Right, so they're 9 miles out from the harbor, plus another 3 in there, so it's about 12.
It's going to be quick. I think it'll be a quick one, unless there's some sort of current happening closer to the mainland. These guys they're moving at an average of 8 to 9 miles an hour.
But
probably.
As far as canoe racing goes, today's conditions are pretty good. If you're going to race in the middle of the day like this race is, starting at 10 o'clock, it's basically 12 noon right now. Having this overcast cloud cover is a godsend.
Yeah,
right?
It's huge.
But there is a little texture on the water. There's some bump. The better crews are being able to work for it. We've been seeing that all day. But what about water temp? It's a little colder here, certainly than Hawaii, where this Kalahui Kai team is from, but definitely from
we've always felt that a little colder water was actually, when I was doing a lot of K1 stuff, when we went to water that was colder, the times were a little slower.
Times were what?
A little slower.
A little slower. Okay.
So is that happening out here in the saltwater with movement at the temperatures that we're seeing that are different than Hawaii or Tahiti? I'm not sure, but possibly. Yeah.
It's definitely taking an effect on our paddlers when it's overcast like this. Man, once you jump out and then you're on the escort boat, a lot of paddlers we've been watching, they'll be having a jacket on or something to keep them warm.
Yeah, like yesterday, the women, right?
Yeah.
They get on, they had that wind. So, right now I feel like it'd be nice to have a tailwind or something that made things a little steeper for everybody to run on. But I feel like we have residuals from whatever that system was we had yesterday that came through for the women. So we got this following bump that's helping the speed right now, right? It's it doesn't have the wind behind it, but there's stuff moving that these guys are catching. I think we're going to see good times. And then you throw in not too hot, and the water for California is not too cold, right? So when you jump in the water, it's not a shocker like it is sometimes during Catalina.
Yeah, I just tested the water. I had my leg over the side there, and man, it's chilly, but it's not anywhere near unbearable,
Yeah, I've done
this. It's not like an ice bath or something.
I've done and coached this race when it was pretty bad.
Yeah. So I think we're probably going to have our water in like the high 60s, low 70s. And again, you're watching Shelva'a, and as that shot leads you to believe they are in the lead all by themselves. I would say if you want to look over your left shoulder there, John, I'm giving that probably maybe as much as a quarter mile.
Yeah, not quite. I would say it's somewhere between about a minute lead, I'd say right now. Yeah.
About a minute, but at this level, a minute of racing is
it's hard to reel in depending on the speed that your crew has the ability to do at that point, right? So we saw Kalahui Kai jump out really far ahead in the beginning, and Shell kind of had a patient start, I would call it, right? And you kind of know that they're going to come up. And, halfway mark now, they had this little battle going on, and they pull ahead. It's easier to control a race when you're ahead, and when you're chasing, it's a little more energy, so it's a little tougher, yeah. Especially as you're into the race a little while, yeah. But, the Kalahui Kai guys, they look good. They look very good.
Really good. Both of these crews are top. Nobody's really letting up. Shelva'a is definitely in the lead here by, like you said, maybe a minute. But man, they are not letting up for sure.
Yeah, and it's not over by any means, right? And right now you see we have Kala. It looks like Kala in 3 and probably Kai Chong, I think, in 5 seat. And these guys are, Kala's come up. He did very well at the Gorge this year. He was in the top 5, and Kai Chong's one of your better. Well, if you watch him in the ocean, in the surf, the guy's just a freak of nature,
Oh, yeah, Kai.
He's just playing and going. All the top guys, Jimmy Austin and all these guys are really good in the surf. Be like, oh, man, it's rough. Kai Chong, and he doesn't look like he's trying. He's just toying around with the ocean, right? Very, very good athletes. Yeah.
Nice drone shot.
Yeah. Good energy on those blades.
See on that stroker, he's getting a nice catch and drive. But here, as you talked about earlier, they're not forcing the blade through the water. They are simply coming through at the same rate. And now when they want to pick up, you can see him kind of drive down a little more with that top hand, getting a nice catch. Same thing here, watching these guys pick it up, keeping it out front, getting a little drop. So we're going to give you a quick break here, John, to get some stats, get some hydration. we're gonna bring in Mindy Clark. Appreciate you.
Oh no, it's
being able to
it's been really fun.
Share all your experience and knowledge with us and with our viewers. But we'll have Johnny back in a little bit. Mahalo, brother, for coming to hang out with us.
Oh, I mean, it's great. And then you have Mindy coming in, right? Mindy's, a lot of people, we had her come down to some of our clinics and stuff that we did, and they're like, who's this? Who's Mindy Clark, right?
Yeah.
And her history with the Molokai wins and steering the top teams and holding, coaching teams is very,
for sure,
very cool. A lot of knowledge there.
Yeah, a lot of knowledge.
Yeah.
So we're trying to squeeze all the knowledge we can out of everybody here today. But we appreciate you. We'll have you back on in a few minutes just for the closure of the race. And it looks like it's going to be a fast day. Like we said, we're about 2 hours and 10 minutes in, and just a little over 10 miles left in the race.
Yeah, I don't think we're much more than an hour from the harbor.
Yeah,
now probably.
No way.
Yeah,
it's coming in quick.
And then half hour in there, I think we're going to see some really good times today.
Yeah. See them hit that flat water once they get into Newport. But yeah, we'll go ahead and bring Mindy over. We'll switch out headsets and make this thing happen. Come on in, Mindy. We can switch out headsets with her for a few minutes.
Yep, easy.
Take a break, bro. Water, food, there's sandwiches, all kinds of stuff in here. Don't be shy. Mindy, just make sure you keep that nice and close to your mouth here. The mic is really good.
All right.
Okay. All right.
I can't hear
Welcome,
anybody.
Mindy Clark, to our Oceanside broadcast studio here.
Oceanside.
Yeah, ocean on all sides, actually.
Yeah.
We're right behind us. You can see here in the background, that is escort boat for Kalahui Kai over there in the front. And we're up here with our lead pack, enjoying watching this high level of racing out here. So, Mindy, you've been kind of helping us identify crews all morning long. You've been watching the ocean. You've been watching the racing. What have you been seeing out here? Tell me, Mindy, how's the race?
Well, one, I think yesterday, talking to all the guys, they thought it was going to be a lot rougher, more like 2019 or 2020, 21 was it that? Yeah, when it was
2021
crazy windy.
Was that?
The wind was on the Alma side.
Oh, it was brutal.
And they thought, between 11 and 12 o'clock, the wind was going to start coming up, but it's actually glassing off a bit. And I think a lot of these guys are taking advantage of any boat wake they can find. There's a little groundswell, but, we
had over on Catalina last night and coming into the California coast, there was a little storm, a bunch of rain last night, early this morning. And that cloud cover that it brought with it has kind of stayed here. It's really, as you look far out to sea beyond Catalina Island, you can see the blue skies are trying to make their way in. But as we close in on the coastline of California, still yet today seems to be pretty shrouded in an overcast clouds, thin cloud layer, real high, but nothing that looks like it's going to bring us rain per se, but it's definitely cooling down the temperatures for our paddlers, which it was hot yesterday.
Yeah, definitely way hot at the end of the race, especially. At the end of this race, hopefully it'll be nice and cool because there's a huge party at the end. All the paddlers get together, have a nice... they have a cater lunch for everybody. It's really something.
Yeah, that is fun over there in the dunes. And for all of the folks that are still here on the California coast and want to join us this afternoon for the award ceremony and a party and all that, it is a ton of fun. When we were here a couple of years ago, we had a great afternoon there. So please come on down to the dunes and hang out with us this afternoon.
Yeah, I heard you say we're about 9 miles out, 8 miles out. Now
I think we're about 8 miles from the harbor entrance
and another 4 in, so we should be, soon. But I was really monitoring a lot of the Facebook chatter earlier, and there's a lot of people on there asking, for us to cover more canoes, and I just kind of wanted to explain what happens on the boat now that I'm on the boat and see it all. That Ocean Paddler has this one major boat, which is the hub, which we're on,
right, and
we have a drone that goes out and flies around and catches all the things that are kind of near us, but not far enough away to catch us. But then we also have a secondary boat, and the secondary boat is taking a lot of, I think, B-roll as well, right? Because you guys are going to produce a nice 30-minute.
So we have a couple of secondary boats. One is actually filming, recording footage. The other is broadcasting footage to us.
Correct.
Similar to this footage you're seeing, this is Kalahui Kai from a boat from our vessel where Mindy and I are sitting, and our cameraman Josh is literally sitting 2 feet away from Mindy and filming out the side of the boat. And so we try to, as the lead boat, stay with the top crews, and in particular, if one of these crews had just walked away from the other and it was no longer a competition, we probably would have faded back. But we kind of want to stay nice and close here to the action between these two canoes, because they're making a race out of it, really.
Right. But also, in the beginning of the race, we were able to come through the pack and film a lot of different crews at that point, because most of the crews are together at that point, and it makes it much more easier for us as a group to film everybody. But like yesterday in the women's race, the spread from the top team to the last place team was an hour and a half. So, that's an hour and a half is a good, 9 miles right there?
Yeah.
So, with only, 2-3 escort boats, you can't cover it. And they're spread out from, probably a mile wide and 8 miles deep.
Yeah.
And, you just can't cover everything.
It can be very challenging.
I think if you seen your crew that you're looking for, stay tuned for the show.
Kalahui Kai goes for a change. Shova is going to do one.
Yeah, they're
themselves.
mirroring each other.
Yeah, they're basically mirroring each other. We're going to watch this change happen right in front of us. Paddles are set. Paddlers are out.
Looks like they're leaving
3
Claude
guys
Diaz in and Kai Chung in there.
They don't even...
No.
The paddlers haven't even passed behind the canoe before the new guys coming in are up and paddling. Now that is skill and efficiency.
A lot of these top crews, it's attention to detail. They practice and practice and practice this till it's just instinct to get in that canoe, and quick as well. And
Beautiful
it's like a
stuff.
dance, you know what I mean? You got to be really coordinated in this dance to get in and out of the canoe together.
Yep.
And seconds, in this type of racing, seconds count.
Yeah, and really all of these guys are very efficient with not only their paddling, but all of their movements in the boat, including their changes. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
As you were talking earlier about the coverage, Mindy, one of the intricacies of this particular race is that once these crews go into Newport Harbor to finish that last 3+ miles of the race, what a lot of people don't understand is that especially these top crews, are traveling 8-9 miles an hour.
Right, and there's a 5-mile-hour wake.
Zone.
Yep.
Into a no-wake zone. So a lot of these power boats that we're using to follow the races are unable to finish. So with that in mind, what we're trying to
accomplish here
what we're trying to compensate, how we're trying to do that is we're having one of our camera boats speed ahead with
they transfer onto an NAC. So NAC has a fleet of these catamarans out there that don't put out any wake. They're coaching boats that they use all the times in the harbor, because the harbor, you can get 22 miles of paddling in that harbor.
Wow.
If you just go along the whole entire perimeter. And so a lot of the canoes and a lot of the rowing boats that they as well train out of there go way faster. So they've come up, actually Billy Whitford's brother came up with this design.
It's basically like a catamaran with a deck and a motor.
Yeah.
It's like a little sailing cat.
No wake, no nothing. It's great, but out in the ocean it does horrible.
Yeah, it's not good in the ocean. But in that flat water, they'll be able to follow some of our top crews. So we're going to kind of try to accomplish that handoff near the jetty, and we're going to be moving back and staying outside. And at that point, we'll have the ability to not only have one camera boat cover our leaders and stay at the finish line and watch the race all the way until its culmination for our top finishers, but we'll be hanging out outside, calling out crews and paddlers and breaking down stuff as the rest of the field continues to come in. And so hopefully that's the point where a lot of our other crews will get their coverage and they'll be able to see that happen.
Correct, yeah. I know we sent a group off at 9 o'clock. So we're still looking for this group, the men's group, to catch up with that secondary group,
and
which were co-eds.
That was the mixed crews.
Yeah, co-eds and juniors. So
I believe we've already started to kind of run into some of them. I don't think we've caught up to any of them yet. Again, that is Kalahui Kai right there.
And I noticed that, when you get up into the top-tier boats, it's always your coach that's driving the escort boat. Have you noticed that? So, driving the escort boat for Kalahui Kai is Alan Pfluger. And I'm sure the Tahiti coach is driving their boat as well.
I think Alan borrowed his friend's boat, and the friend said, you better drive it. And Alan is a pretty good driver, right? He competed in all those Baja races and all of that. He's also interestingly got Pat Dolan on the front of that boat with him. Pat Dolan, a very accomplished paddler, one of the top paddlers out of Hawaii and certainly in the world. Pat coached over with the Kalahuikai women, who he was their primary coach. His wife being a crew member there, his wife Angie, and so today he's kind of helping.
And
Alice.
Johnny was driving and coaching for the Dana women as well. Yesterday. So right now, all these guys should be looking for what they're looking to see up in front of them is Saddleback Mountain. And it's a small mountain with a little saddle on it. And that's their goal until they start seeing what's called as Fashion Island, which is all the big buildings around Newport. Behind Newport is like a very good...
I'm sure they're being coached a little bit on course by their escort boats, all of these folks out here today. And once you have some of these top crews leap out in front of the rest of the pack, I imagine a lot of the folks in the back are just following.
And you're starting to...
This is really...
So I got to tell you a story. Quite a few years ago in Catalina, we used to have a lead boat, lead you out all the way across the race. And one year that lead boat had a microphone up against its, what's it called? Their little
his compass.
Compass. And it took the whole field all the way to Huntington Beach. So no more lead boat anymore going back. On the way over, we do have a lead boat.
That was before the advent of the GPS.
So for these guys, they're tracking inside. Their escort boat probably has a compass on it that's helping them. But they're starting to be able to see land now, and they can see the buildings. And pretty soon they'll be able to see the jetty that shoots out.
But I would gather that both of these steersmen, this is their first time coming across here. And so really, Alan Pfluger is probably setting a rumline course with his GPS. And he's just seeing how close they're staying off of run line, kind of coaching them. And, the surfing, when the canoe is surfing, they're going to be getting pulled off a rumline perhaps as they're moving back and forth.
Little
and
bit.
He'll kind of
not so much here in California. More like in Hawaii. There's a lot of that. But
these guys are catching waves, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, little ones, I do notice that the KLK escort boat and the Shell Va'a escort boat, you have one that's a rubber ducky that puts out less wake, and you have the other one, which is a bigger boat, which puts out more wake. And I think that really affects, as they're doing changes, the hindrance of going through the wakes each time. So it puts a little more on the KLK group versus the Shell group.
Sure.
All those attention to details make a difference in a race like this.
I was more interested in the type of vessel that the Tahitians had picked, which was like a rigid hull inflatable without a top. They're just willing to expose themselves to the sun all day long, where that other the whaler boat that the KLK guys are using is, will provide its members with some shade. But I guess, sunny California is not as bad as sunny Tahiti, maybe.
Yeah.
Especially on a day like today.
Yeah.
Again, you are watching second place Kalahuikai out of the island of Oahu. We have a mixed bag of paddlers here, including
what I like about
Diaz and Hunter Pfluger and Kai Chong, as well as some other paddlers from Tahiti.
What I like about the Kalahuikai club is that Alan really perpetuates these older guys to help out the younger guys. And they're all helping, like Kala Diaz and Kai Chung are always working with the younger guys, to bring them up.
Working with them, coaching them, all of that kind of stuff.
Same with the women now. You have Angie Dolan and Donna Kakui are working with the younger women to bring them up. So it's nice to have that nice balance within the club. So the boat that these guys are using is a boat that Alan has shipped over here. And it just is here for the purpose of these guys to train in or to race in.
Yeah, they had
So this boat isn't normally part of our association.
Yeah, Johnny made it up, made it a really light race layup.
Yeah.
Typically these hulls are about 150 pounds. This one he was saying is just about 100. So
I think the most of them here in Southern California are anywhere from 150 to 170.
Boy, they are not relenting, though, I tell you what. We are starting to be able to see some of the buildings and stuff.
So you're starting to see, that's Fashion Island that we can see, but you can't see.
We are coming up along some of the mixed boats that you had mentioned earlier that had that 9 a.m. start. I think we're starting to see some of the first of them here. Again, Shelva'a coming out here in their boat, and man, they really like to speed all over the place. Some really aggressive boat driving from these guys. We're getting a little bit of a message from the Tahitians. They feel that some of the crews are getting advantaged by riding boat wakes and stuff. So we'll see.
So the nice thing right now is they're keeping separated so they're not getting into each other's wakes also as well.
Oh, gosh.
So it looks like you guys upgraded to a bigger screen. Because last time I was here, we were looking like at a little iPad.
We upgraded to a dryer boat as well. This is last time we were here with the men's race going back, we had that really rough conditions with that wind coming
we had
on
a lifeguard
the side,
boat, a fire rescue boat that had an exit that wasn't closed.
Yeah, so that was kind of rough. It is a lot nicer being here and seeing these kind of conditions. It's much easier for our film crew to be able to do their work when we're not being splashed.
Yeah, I can't believe how nice and smooth the water is all the way here today.
It really has actually flattened out a little bit.
As they get closer to the mainland here.
They're catching a little groundswell right there, our Kalahuikai team.
Yeah. As they get closer to the mainland, the jetty that shoots out from Newport actually faces to the south, so they'll have to come down and make a left-hand turn into it. Because normally what happens is the whole field comes a little higher.
Right. That jetty protecting the rest of the harbor from any type of big ocean swells. Again, Kalahuikai here. You're watching the 2023 U.S. National Championships Catalina Crossing, sponsored by Southern California Outrigger Racing Association.
So last year during the Catalina race, Shelva'a came out for that one, and they won that one.
They had done that one last year.
Yeah.
How long was that race, Mindy?
I think I want to say they made it like 22 miles.
22 miles.
Yep.
What was the course for last year?
So the course went straight out and then down the coast, the wilds, and then back in. So it's like a big triangle. And Kalahuikai at the start went out with Shelva'a. And at that point, I want to say they hung with them for a great, maybe half an hour with them. And so for them to stay up with them this almost whole entire, we are at 3 hours almost now?
Yeah, Shelva'a definitely is leading this Kalahuikai crew by, let's see, maybe about, it's still just shy of a quarter mile. Just shy of a quarter mile, maybe like a minute and a half of paddling. They're really moving, looking very relaxed. Shelva'a is. We're beginning to. We're going to be seeing some other boats here. Some of these mixed crews that were released.
So last year's race, we had to do both races the same day because Saturday there was no way we could do the race because of the conditions out in Catalina. There was no way. Normally, when we get any type of hurricanes or swell, it's really bad for Catalina Island because there's a south-facing beach there. So they ended up doing the race solely on Sunday and did a triangle course.
Yeah, and I heard the conditions were perfect. There was no real need to shut down Avalon.
We got a food break going on here. So, Shelva won, Ka'aluikai second. In the women's, it was Dana Point and Huinalu.
That year before that, I think it was 2021. Last time we were on the race, Ka'aluikai was here and they won.
Yeah,
they won that race.
No, I'm good. All right, so
There's
looking
that big boat.
That's a Lanakila support boat. One of the guys at Lanakila who races in their Masters team, senior Masters team probably by now, Jerry, takes everybody over and everybody back in it. So it's a great boat for them. You know, they come alongside, cheer. And not only they're cheering on for their club, they're cheering on for all the clubs out here when they come by you. They're getting a little clinic out there.
Right now they're cheering on Shelva and just getting a clinic right here.
Yeah.
All those folks on that boat are paddlers. And watching
so he'll take back all the female paddlers and bring over all the male paddlers. So
yeah,
this
we have a nice follow cam shot of one of our mixed crews here in the field.
This looks like Kai Y, I want to say co-ed crew. So this is a co-ed crew. So we are coming up on the co-ed boats.
And it's interesting to see the rate at which Shelva is passing them. No dig on Kai Y here, but man, just to see how much faster they can move. It's pretty impressive.
The paper, yeah. Both
and they're
of them.
very relaxed right now.
So I can see
the Shelva team, very, very relaxed. So that in the near ground, you're looking at, I believe it's
a Masters crew. A co-ed crew, co-ed Masters crew.
Co-ed Masters crew.
I'm just trying to find out who they are.
And
so they're Kauai High, North Bay. And that should be, well, now we're back on Shell.
On Shell right now, but you can
see
Same color
boat.
Yeah. You can see all of those folks that are watching there on that escort boat or that.
I think we're going to start coming up on more co-ed boats now that we've gotten to the first one.
Okay.
And then hopefully we'll get over with the juniors as well. There's 2 juniors competing in that first wave of.
Beautiful stuff from Shelva.
Yeah.
Very synchronistic.
Almost mesmerizing watching them. You know, they got such a nice low stroke rate.
That waterline of that Matahina crew, that canoe is very long. They're able to keep it down, and you can kind of be watching the red line on the front manu there, and it is kind of giving an indication of when that front of the canoe is dropping down on a swell, and you'll see them kind of turn it on a little bit, increase their stroke rate to be able to catch that swell. So just keep an eye out for that. Kind of keep your eye on that water line. Aloha to all of you folks that are joining us on our live Facebook feed, whether you're coming from our Ocean Paddler Facebook page or Ocean Paddler YouTube channel, or from Southern California Outrigger Racing Association's Facebook page, where we're getting some great feedback and great comments from some of our folks watching. Is there any, if you got any questions or for any of us, please go ahead and shoot those out via Facebook, and we'll do our best through Mindy to answer some of those questions. Anything coming in there?
Yeah, everybody's just saying they're watching. Go Shell. Cindy Horton just let us know that was a Palikai Y in a Palikai boat, and with Palikai paddlers too.
we have actually a lot of folks, it looks like, tuning in from the South Pacific there in French Polynesia, in Tahiti, enjoying watching coverage. Like we had mentioned earlier, outrigger canoe paddling is like the big sport in Tahiti, a huge focus of their culture and their attention. And wherever this Shell Va'a team goes to represent the islands of French Polynesia, they are followed very closely by all of their fans. And so Yorana to all of our friends and family down there in Tahiti, all the ohana of these Shell Va'a paddlers, and thank you for tuning in and joining us. We're stoked to be able to bring you this live coverage of the U.S. National Championships here, the Catalina crossing, headed back from Avalon Harbor in Catalina Island to Newport Harbor on the mainland. Soon, within an hour, I believe, we'll be having the finish of this 30-mile race.
Yeah, and as we start heading into the harbor and the crews start finishing, if you just go to Scora.org, they'll start posting results. So
all
anybody
right. Scora.org will have results
actually
of yesterday's race as well, the women's race. And as we go into the harbor, as Mindy said, they're going to be posting results pretty quickly.
Yeah, I see a lot of people here are asking updates on where other people are. But, of course, we can't run through the whole pack because the pack is so spread apart right now that I would say within the next couple hours you could start going to score.org and finding all the resorts there. They're very quick at putting up everything.
Very smooth and relaxed paddling by this crew. We have that escort boat there just kind of following along with the Tahiti crew.
I always find myself counting their changes. And they're always like 7, 8, 6, 5, 10. So back in the day, it was everybody sitting in seat 6 who would coach, but nowadays everybody's coaching from seat 3, right?
Well, the only person that should be coaching is the coach, right? Paddlers are always a little bit too willing to be able to add their 2 cents in. I guess that's just the nature of the beast.
All right, looks like we're going back up for another change with Shell Va'a. I'm going to...
Continuing along with Shell Va'a here.
Okay, we're going to look at your theory of them getting out of the boat and passing the tail before they're getting back in and paddling.
Shell Va'a here going for a change.
Only a 2-man change this time, so it should work.
That's one thing I noticed about these Tahitian crews is that they don't really care to paddle while that personnel change is happening. Guys will bail. Guys will get some hydration, whatever it is. Once they get all 6 in, then they pick it up again, get that health speed going with another start, and start stretching it out.
Yeah, about this time, it's lunchtime for them. They've been working all day long. They're probably going in there and just eating up a storm. Yeah, no, a couple years back, seat 3 started in a lot of these canoes, started calling everything and coaching from seat 3. You know, when to go up, when to come down. You see they're very coordinated on their, when they go up in rate, when they come down in rate, and it's normally on a when they call their change, and that person calling that change and figuring that out is seat 3 now.
It's a feel thing, I don't even know if they're calling it. A crew like this, I think they're just reacting. I don't think they're actually they're all feeling the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody said up at this point. A lot of the more novice crews, the steersman will give an indication to the stroker on when to pick it up, and all the rest of the personnel in the canoe will hear that and react.
Right.
These gentlemen, from what I've seen, is they just react as one without anything being said, because just as that stroker is reacting to it, everybody else is feeling the same thing, and that's part of the level that they're all at. They all are such at a high level of paddling and grew up, paddling and racing in V1s that they're just feeling this thing and letting it happen. And it's not, as soon as they feel that canoe tip and the nose head down.
There's that support crew right there.
There's our support crew. All those ladies that raced over yesterday having a great go on the way back.
Sure, a lot easier way to get back to the island.
That's a great way to do it.
Yeah.
What club was this again?
Lanakila from Redondo Beach. Their big support boat. He'll take that to a lot of our races in California, like to Marina del Rey, and park it out there, and everybody goes parties on his boat after the race.
That must be fun.
So this year, I don't know if you know it, but here we have another. Well, we can't see it. This year, we had a V1 series here in California.
Was there a lot of participation?
What's that?
Was there a lot of participation?
Yeah, there was. And the funny thing is we had a lot of Tahitians come out and participate in it as well. The way they set it up, the way they set it up is they set it up a couple weeks here and there, and so they'd come out, and each time we had a few Tahitians in it, so...
Right.
These guys are starting to come out to California a little more.
Were they generous enough to be giving clinics in between and helping out coach some of the folks out here?
Yeah.
That's always good to have those guys come down and share their knowledge and experience with what was going on out in the... it's at this point in the race that we're starting to see some of the mixed crews in the Masters and Senior Masters.
Do you know what number that was?
So we just passed one there. We're going to be seeing some more here as we continue to follow Shelva'a as they're approaching the Newport coastline. That's that Masters mixed crew that we were talking about. Crew number 83.
It's Hokuloa.
83.
83, okay. So we just passed Co-Ed Hokuloa Masters.
Where's Hokuloa Canoe Club out of?
Hokuloa's from Ventura. They have
Ventura,
two clubs
California.
in Ventura, Hokuloa and a Ventura Canoe Club. Ventura Canoe Club doesn't race. It's just all recreational. And they host a race every year, a really fun race over there in Ventura. It's really cold most of the time.
Nice work by that Masters mixed crew. They started about an hour ahead of the rest of the open field, and they're going to be closing in on this California coastline really soon here. There must be
a lot of fish here right now. Is that what they call a bait fish ball? What do they call it in Hawaii when you see all these birds flying around?
Bird piles.
Yeah.
Bird piles. But these aren't quite the birds that we have back home. But yeah, we've just flown into a whole mess of birds here. Sure, it makes it a little exciting for these Tahitian guys. Maybe they're going to be getting distracted of see what kind of fish are down there. But for this crew, very efficient. Continue to look like just another walk in the park for these guys, but very efficient paddling there. They're not applying more than they need to, as Johnny had talked about earlier, just matching their stroke rate with the.
It doesn't look like on the screen, but if you look over here, we're seeing a little bit of breeze pickup.
A little bit of texture on the water.
Yeah, a little bit of texture on the water. For the crews that are behind them, that'll be coming in a lot later, like an hour after these guys, they're going to get a little more mixture of water out here.
A little more texture on it. Yeah. We're going to see if, as the day starts to heat up, if we're going to get a little bit more of that wind, maybe convection or something like that. But right now, this cloud layer just continues here. Very thankfully, it looks like as we get to the coastline here, the wind's going to be blowing it over, and we're going to have a nice sunny finish for the end of this race.
I don't know if they want it or like it. Do they? You think they want it nice and calm like this, or do you think they want it?
Okay. Yep. So as we near the end of this race, we're going to say a big mahalo out to Mindy Clark for joining us and giving us some commentary and some information on the race here. Mindy, we appreciate you very much and are thankful that you were able to spent some time with us today. We're going to bring Johnny Puakea back on for the close of the race and some more breakdown of strokes and boats and all of that. But big mahalo, Mindy. Thank you for being here with us.
You're welcome. Have fun with that clinic with Johnny Puakea.
We're gonna continue to need you to call out crews for us, though, as the day goes on. And so, big mahalo to you, Mindy. Have a great afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Okay.
Yep. Again, folks, you're watching here. This is Shell Va Outrigger, and our bad Johnny Puakea has been sitting on the back of the boat, kind of enjoying the day here, taking a nice look at all these canoes, who's moving, how they're moving, what's moving in the ocean. And, Johnny, I've been watching you keep an eye on everything happening around. Anything interesting you've been seeing?
Well, it's fun to watch, right? And especially when you're watching the teams like this. But just watching Shell and how relaxed they are right now, right? And when they had that battle with Kalahui Kai and they kind of made their move and it worked. And then once you kind of get that space, I'm thinking it's always easier to paddle when you're in front. Your body's more relaxed, you're more efficient, the mind is more relaxed, right? So they're in that space right now. But the other thing is they're maintaining the speed, right? And when you start a race, it's not nobody's picking up speed at the end. But the people who can maintain that speed the longest that they start with, if it's a good speed, that's when it makes the differences happen. Kalahui Kai, who had a great battle, has fallen back a little bit now, and you can see it's harder, right? They're chasing bumps a little harder. There's a little more stress. If you can stay in that game next to that boat for the longer you can, the easier it is. But I think we're about 3.5 miles out right now.
Oh, that.
And
we went from 9 to 3.5 in a blink. Wow, these guys are flying.
Moving, and there's good. You're watching them. They're picking up the little bump. They're using the ocean well, but they're maintaining the speed and they're very relaxed.
They are super relaxed. That last shot we had of these guys right here from Shell Va that you're seeing on your screen, we were kind of broadside to them and watching some of their paddling. They just that would be as you spoke about earlier, relax, but that relax allows them to be incredibly efficient, John.
Yeah, you're so much stronger when you're relaxed. And when I was training and competing in K1s back in the day, I remember, if I was a little bit ahead, I was more relaxed. And if I was more relaxed, my shoulders were a little more down. I wouldn't force them down. They would fall. And my lats were connected better. My body was connected better. My feel to the water was better. And when you can get that relaxed with power and aggression, you have a really good combination there.
So what do you tell to maybe a more novice paddler or paddlers that's trying to kind of reinvent themselves as a paddler? Like, what do you recommend are some of the real basics on trying to, we've heard you talk about efficiency and relax. How does one start to achieve that efficiency and the relaxation? I mean, it can just come naturally over time, but what if you're aiming for that? What can you do thoughtfully to achieve that?
It's more of a mental game at that point, right? It's how do you notice? So if you can paddle relaxed and pretty hard, and you learn to go maybe up in speed, or you train with people faster than you, so you're learning to get a little faster, and you feel that speed is a little better, and then you can relax your body at that speed and understand the connection. It's noticing when you're tense is the hardest part, because a lot of people don't realize it. I'll do classes or something with people where I'll say, okay, relax, and
I am relaxed.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'll say, take your paddle and put it across your lap. And you take your paddle, you put it across your lap, and your shoulders will fall. And then I'll say, now this is the feeling you're looking for when you paddle. Right? So if you can break that up to where you're like, okay, and then you notice, okay, reach out. And they reach out and you see the shoulders come up.
Yeah.
Right? And okay, put it across your lap and the shoulders come down. Like, this is very powerful, and this is not to me. So I think that little drill where you're just catching yourself on things like that is very important.
That's an interesting one. And that's something that anybody could do in their one-man without having to be in a six-man.
The one-man is a very good tool for that. It is.
Yeah.
Right. Because there's nobody around you. You're not trying to keep up with anyone. You're not trying to keep time. You can be out there by yourself.
Yeah. Talking about the one-man and the six-man, in particular, just because of the way your leg positioning is
right.
in relation, through your hip, and the angle is more 90 when you're in a
right.
one-man. In the six-man, obviously your feet are lower. You're able to get more drive. For the people that are watching at home, you're seeing all of these paddlers waist up. And
right.
what you miss from the spectator side is everything that's going on under the hull.
Correct.
And how critical that is, and how that is really the foundation of not only the stroke, but in particular the power that you're able to deliver at that blade.
That's where the connection comes, right? That's where you're connected to the canoe and you're connected your blade to the water. And a lot of times, there's leg drive going on, but a lot of times it's not what people think, right? So for me, people who push their legs too quick, like first of all, you have to be in the canoe. You have to be connected to the canoe somehow so that when you load that blade, that load is transferring all the way through your body to your feet, basically, right? It is connecting to that boat. I mean, from your seat and legs and into your feet sometimes. If somebody pushes that leg too quick, that's when you have that stroke and that connection, right? Because if your leg pulls faster than the blade is coming, you'll try to find a way to make your blade come as fast as your leg. So these guys that are really good, if you could look at them, you'll see a real slow leg drive. That leg drive, like say for the shell guys, you're going to probably see the blade go in and the leg's pushing the exact same speed as the canoe is moving and the blade is moving. Right, but the connection down there is very, very important.
And I think, a lot of more junior paddlers, they hear this concept of don't put your paddle in and pull the water back to your seat.
Right.
Get your catch, pull the canoe to the blade.
And that's the goal.
And without understanding that that's happening, all of that is only able to happen when you're connected through your lower body to the va'a and are now able to put that power in, and you can pull yourself to it.
Right.
You have to have that leg connection,
And, if you, our boats have foot braces.
Yeah.
Very easy to get that leg connection.
And on screen, as we're watching another change going on here with Shell Va'a, they just had a change executed there. Nice shot from the drone. So I'm sorry, continue.
Oh, and you talk about their changes, right? The last change that they made while I was sitting out, I watched real close, and 2.4 came out and 2.4 came in. As soon as they came in, right away the rate went up. And they just got that boat speed right back to where they wanted it quickly and then settled right in.
Yes, I actually, I know what you're talking about. I watched that same change. And what is interesting to me as well is that in that moment prior to them, while they're working up and getting in and going into the seats, the other paddlers weren't really concerned too much about keeping hull speed.
No, not at all.
Because it simply would be over-stressful and inefficient.
Yeah.
So let's wait till we get everybody in, and we're going to have a start, and we're going to go right back up. What you're seeing in the background there is the Catalina ferry out of Newport. That's heading up over there. We're getting a quick little drone shot of that going on, and just letting you know that we're kind of in the busy motoring lanes here just outside of Newport Harbor.
Yeah, but as you come into the harbor here, right, you get all the power boats. It gets busy. You're right. Yeah.
And you're going to see, folks, later on as we have our coverage going into the finish line, how many boats there are in this harbor and how large it is. For a lot of our folks watching in places like Tahiti or back home in Hawaii, we don't have these kind of inland harbors of this magnitude like they do in California.
Newport Harbor is a huge harbor.
Newport, Marina del Rey, a lot of these places, they're enormous. And not only that, but the amount of boats, and not like little 22-foot fishing
200
boats.
feet, yeah.
Yeah, huge, excessively expensive boats and incredible real estate around. There is billions of dollars sitting in that harbor, brother.
Newport Harbor is quite fun to paddle around, right, and train in because it's always something cool to see. The houses are beautiful, the boats are beautiful, and shoot, the boats that we are used to are their shore boats,
Yes, yes. But again, we were talking about a drive and changes and how the Shell Va'a team that you're seeing on your screen right now, they really just wait till everybody's in, and it's almost like, John, they had another start. They kind of did like a start, maybe 2-3 changes, and then right away, right when they felt that stroker felt hull speed, hey, and they started going long.
And, then they changed the 2.4, and then as soon as they picked up the 2.4 from the water that came out, they came back around and they dropped the water bottle for number 1 because they left him in. And he took a couple sips, and, takes a couple sips. Sometimes I think teams in Hawaii, at least growing up there, you stop to drink and everybody's going, hey, drink, hey, come, paddle, right? And these guys are like, hey, have your water. It's okay.
And they seem, like you said, they're relaxed, and part of that relaxation comes from confidence.
It's confidence.
The confidence of not only what they're able to do, but where they are at in the race and where they are at in relation to everyone else behind them.
Yeah, so
I think it's easy to have confidence when you're this far in the lead.
And there, the battle happened about halfway, and then the fight was a bit, and they've got a decent distance now. So the confidence of where they're at is huge right now, right?
Yeah.
They're in control of the race at this point.
They're probably thinking to themselves, we're going to relax, we're going to be consistent, we're not going to be too worried about stressing about the little stuff that might be happening behind us. Our coach is keeping one eye on everything else that's happening around, and my job in here is just to be really centered, very calm, and just really in line with the rest of my paddlers in the boat.
Yeah, keep boat speed, right? I mean, and that's what I think Shell does so well, is they maintain their boat speed through the race. And depending, right, when they hit the harbor, they may look at the clock and say, hey, the record is this, let's go.
I've seen them do that.
Yeah,
like
that's
in Molokai Hoi, they get off of Portlock, and they're like trying to calculate how fast they can get to where, and they're like, okay, now. It's like,
I think we can do this.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That could happen, right? Because it seems to be a fast crossing today.
Yeah, I really could imagine once that coach is no longer able to be with them, you know how it is. Paddlers, when they know they're that close to the end, and if they've got reserves like
Horses
I'm sure
to the
these
barn,
guys do,
man.
they're going to just
right.
unleash at that point.
It's
I would
quite
think.
possible.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would think they could just burn up that 3 miles as long as they make sure where they're going. I hope there's somebody in the harbor making sure that these guys are heading in the right direction, because I'm pretty sure that steersman's never been there before. That would be catastrophic. That would be really unfair if they didn't know exactly where to go.
Yeah, I'm sure they got it figured out.
Yeah, I'm pretty
at
sure
this level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a question from Justin Hurd off of Facebook, and this is a great one for you, John. It's been fun to put somebody else on the spot all day long. Thank you so much. But Justin's asking, where do you see the sport growing in the next 3 to 5 years from now? And maybe we could start with what's happened in the last 3 to 5 years, including with COVID, and what changes have you seen?
I felt like we saw, COVID, obviously during COVID, we didn't have a lot of team boat stuff going on.
Right.
But we saw so many people get into singles.
Yes.
And, coming from that area, the sport really grew worldwide. And the more I travel to do clinics in different places in the world, the more I see the growth and the stoke on paddling. So I think we're going to see everything get bigger and bigger. I think we're going to see growth. I do.
I've said this a couple times, and it was certainly a talking point when we were at the state race. I've noticed a real growth of just club-level paddling in Hawaii itself. I talked to, the leaders of Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association, different presidents of clubs, and across the board from Kauai Island to Oahu, Big Island, all of them saying there's like a 20 to 30% increase in membership. And I think part of it may have come from the fact that people are really realizing, like, man, I missed being able to get outside and enjoy this beautiful place that we live, and being out on the va'a is one of the best ways to do it.
Well, COVID got a lot of people outdoors, which I thought was amazing, and on the water, right? And in single craft, which is great, because if you want to be better in a team boat, you're going to need to be better in your single craft as well, I always think. And I think we're seeing a ton of growth with beginner paddlers, lakes, and, in different places all over the country, right? And I always, the way I look at it is paddling is such a good sport. It's so good for your mind and your body. And I say, if you get on the water, your day's better every time.
Oh, yes.
And everybody around you.
It makes you a little bit kinder person, I think, for sure.
So,
one of my favorites.
People see the benefit of that.
One of my favorites is just paddling out in the bay where I live at night, especially when it's like a really calm night, man, with the stars out and
beautiful.
that glassy water. It's like paddling in oil. and it really, man, just lean back, looking up at stars and just being thankful, not only for the opportunity to be out there, but, all that gifts that you've been given that allow you to even get in the water and paddle, man.
Yeah.
It really creates an environment for living a thankful life.
It does.
And that's a secret to happiness, brother.
It is. Being on the water, it's one of the best things.
Yeah.
And it keeps you young.
It does. It keeps you young, for sure. As long as you make sure you apply adequate amounts of sunscreen.
Yeah. Well, when we were younger, I don't know that happened. Yeah.
This is Kalahui Kai right here, running in second place behind Shell Va'a as we approach this coastline just outside of Newport. I would say we're less than 20 minutes from the jetty at Newport, and Shell Va'a has a commanding lead, not only on the rest of the field, but it seems on Kalahui Kai. Neither of these crews are letting up. Kalahui Kai definitely still in the fight and still driving as hard as possible, but there is a sizable lead that's been built by this crew out of Tahiti, Shell Va'a, and it is going to be, barring any type of catastrophic event, this may be our 1 and 2 as we near the finish line. And like I said, we're just a couple of miles off of the coastline here, and we're going to be giving them another 3 miles to get to the finish point.
Okay. Yeah, and, I was watching Kalahui Kai for a bit, and the energy level they have now compared to when they started is still the same. They haven't let off at all. And a lot of times if a team gets ahead of you a bit and you kind of lose that, maybe we won't catch them, you'll see the energy and people kind of let down, right? And these guys are just still hammering away.
Yes, they
really
are.
Cool. Yep.
And so, it's neat, and it takes time, experience, and discipline really to match that sort of, I guess, for lack of a better, drive and aggression that they will have with a discipline for efficiency. And you only build that kind of discipline by a lot of time in the water.
It's a lot of time, yeah, for sure.
This guy here from Shell Va'a looking very relaxed, continuing to drive forward as they close on the coastline there. You can see the California coastline right there in the background, giving an indication that we are right here.
I mean, I'm assuming we're within a couple miles right now. And typically, in this area, so we're probably going to be coming up on the last change soon, right? Where they get the last change right before the harbor. But typically in this area, you can get some pretty good bump to ride coming into that harbor. So I'm sure that these guys will be taking advantage of that. And at this, 3 hours into the race or a little bit after that, your body's a little bit more fatigued, and you see these bumps you really want, you have to go. You have to go at this point. But, I mean, the reality is when you're that level and you're that together as a team like these top teams are, they can do that.
Right? So one of the things I like to look at is all 6 are back up and paddling before the former stroker who jumped out of the water is even at the steersman.
Yeah.
That is efficient, man.
One time, when Shell was really, when they came over from Molokai and they were doing so well, I remember watching their changes, and I think it was 3 seconds from the time the person got out till they were in, and everybody was paddling with perfect timing.
Yep. At this level, you really got to be chipping away at the small stuff to be this good.
Yeah, and all this stuff matters. Those changes and how quick you get in, they all mean time out here. The Dana girls yesterday, and is the beauty of having to have quick changes in a change race is you can run your changes that the amount of time that people are in shorter, and they can go harder because the change isn't going to hurt you so much. So you can shorten the duration of the people being in of your paddlers, and you can up your intensity. Right? So we got
I never thought of it in that context.
Closer to the end, about the last hour into the race, I said to the girls, if you get in quicker, I'll make the changes shorter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, because you're sort of paying for it every time you do a change, right? You're paying for it by how much it's slowing down the boat.
Yeah.
But
right.
if your team is quicker to the punch-out, you're not losing as much, and so you're willing to have more changes. I like it.
And when you're not in for as long, you're going to put out more effort.
Yeah. You're going to
so
drive harder.
Yeah.
Super cool. Mm-hmm. Again, like you mentioned, still a lot of intensity from this.
I mean, these guys look
Kalahui
really
Kai
good.
Crew. and still very smooth by Shelva. It is not, there's some bump out here, but man, just the texture on the top of the water is really smooth.
Yeah, I mean it's like glass, right? But now we have all this, all the backwash coming off the island or off the jetty, and you got a lot of movement going on, but it's very smooth.
We're going to be coming into the jetty real shortly here, and as John has mentioned, there looks like there's going to be a bit of a swell coming in along the inside of the jetty wall. That's correct, right?
Yeah, it will. This swell will probably, and usually on that, coming into the jetty on that right side, it'll even get breaking waves if it's a big enough swell.
Wow.
So I'm assuming these guys will hop on
and so
something to ride for sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this jetty that is coming into Newport, the opposite side of where our canoes will be, on the other side of the rocks, is the wedge.
Correct.
Is the wedge,
yes.
A real famous bodyboarding, surfing, body surfing wave. And from out here, John, it looks like the wedge is breaking.
Yeah, there's
a decent wave. I've seen some spray as high as the rock wall at the jetty. So we're gonna be seeing that. Hopefully, be an indication that there's surf inside of the harbor.
Yeah, while we were out in the middle, there was quite the groundswell coming through. It was pretty nice. So it looks like Shell is doing 2 quick changes before the last change is allowed. So, they're now into the race and trying to rotate in the guys that they really want to do that last 3 miles. So there's some jockeying that you got to do at that point, right? Maybe 2's been in for too long and 1 needs to come out or whatever it is. So instead of doing 1 drop within that short period, they'll do 1 drop, come back around, do another one, and get the exact lineup that you want for that harbor stretch.
Beautiful work there. Now we're seeing some bigger boats coming around and getting a view of what's going on. What is your thoughts on their strategy on who to put in and why, and what would be the plan that the coach is having for the next 3 miles going into the harbor?
Well, I mean, ideally you want your fastest team in, but
right.
you've also spent 3 hours out here really putting a lot of energy out, right? So if you stretched a few people or something like your stroker, you got to have to take that into play, right? You got to think about that. I always like to have the people coming in for the last stretch at least have some sort of rest in them before we get there. But a lot of times at this point, you're kind of down to a short period of time before you get there. Sometimes you don't have a lot of time to make that decision, and you've had guys in there for a while that you got to get out to rest. So you'll look at, okay, you're going to come out for maybe only 5 minutes, and then get something in you. Like, what do you use? I call it your spooky drink. What is your thing at the end of the race that really gives you this energy or this quick burst? Get it in you, get a 5-minute rest, get back in, and be ready for that 3-mile stretch. And you can see Shell right now, their energy and the almost sprinting towards the harbor. And think about it, to have that kind of energy coming in after 3 hours is pretty impressive.
These guys are really well trained. What do you feel, John, is the best training or cross training for paddling athletes?
Well, you see, you got weight room, right? Obviously, you have weight and cardio. Those are the 2 things that you want to add to your paddling. And there's a lot of hills being run, I'm sure.
That's one of the things that Shelva is notorious for, right?
Right.
Or any of the Taisha paddlers is they run up the mountain.
Yep. And that's good cardio. That's really good for your VO2. So they put that time in, and then they have a lot of time on the water. And most of the guys are young, right? So they can train pretty hard and recover pretty fast.
Yeah, their recovery.
And that's helpful, amazing. Right? At 50, you're not going to do what they do. I can promise you that.
Not quite.
Although you did, you have seen in Shell a couple older guys over the years winning Molokais with them. I mean, very, doing it well. Yeah.
And even now, I really been noticing at the top levels that even crews like the 50s guys are able to compete at. It's like.
You look at the IOWs, or you look at that whole crew, right? Yeah.
But I think they're using all that experience that they have to build, to really build that efficiency. And when you're efficient, when your efficiency increases, although your output isn't as much, it tends to dampen that a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the older you get, I always feel like the older you get, the better your technique better be.
You're not, and that goes with life in general. Like, the older you get, you're just not trying to force stuff as much, right?
Yeah, right. And then the efficiency. But, the smart thing is knowing your body and what are you doing for training? How much time are you putting in? What are you doing later that day? Is your job to be out there pounding nails or carrying concrete? You got to take that into play, especially as you get older, because the recovery is so important. So if you have the luxury of not having to work too hard in the day and you train in the morning, you get a rest or a nap in the afternoon, you can get back out there in the evening. And the older you get, the more you have to understand that you need more recovery.
Yeah, you ain't doing those 2-a-days like you used to. Yeah. And right here, this is Shell looking like it's going for their last change.
Now look at the stroke rate coming into the change, right? I mean, they are just
pounding in, but everybody stops. Right. Everybody stops right there. They're getting 1-3-5 change going on there. Now, once everybody's in, all right, here we go. Getting settled. And they're going to pick it up. Man, that's smooth.
Yeah, and already, the boat's going right back up to boat speed, right?
Yep. Right back up to hull speed.
Yep.
And then now, boom, settle in. Just like that. Now they've settled in. And so just in another minute or two, they're going to be rounding the jetty, making a 90-degree left-hand turn and heading into the harbor here at Newport for that last leg of their race. We're not going to be able to follow them in because, as we had mentioned earlier when I was speaking with Mindy, the vessel that we're on can't maintain this type of speed you're seeing from the Canoe without making a wake.
Yeah,
so it's 5 miles an hour in there?
Yeah, you have a no wake zone, right? So you got about 5 miles an hour, and these guys are probably doing double it, right?
Yeah, they're doing easily over 8.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Right. So hopefully we'll be able to set up that whole deal with the no wake boat to be able to make that happen. But a really, really impressive performance putting on by the Shell Va'a team, and thanks much to the eye of John Puakea that we're able to really appreciate how efficient and smooth their paddling is.
Oh,
right?
it's a pleasure to watch,
No,
it really is. Yeah.
And I think it's even better when we have someone of your knowledge base and background kind of talking, all of those who are logged on, all of us, myself included, kind of explain the whys. I think we can all, at a certain level of paddling, appreciate the what's happening. Like, I see it, it's beautiful. Mm-hmm. But there's not a lot of people that can understand why and how to make that.
Kind of nerding out, right?
Hey, man, nerd out on us. You're preaching to the choir today, brother.
Yeah, so here they're emptying the harbor right
here.
So
this is, we have gotten a no-wake vessel, and one of our cameras was onto that boat. He's zoomed ahead, and now he's going to have the opportunity to follow them in all the way to the finish line and still stay within the regulations provided in the harbor. So he's going to be following them and the rest of our field as they head into the finish line. And our second camera boat is going to be hanging out outside the harbor, outside this jetty wall, really getting some cool shots of other crews as they're coming in. So all of you online that have been waiting patiently to see your local canoe club, your father, brother, friend who is paddling today, we're hopefully going to bring you that opportunity as we hang out here and get you footage of some of these other crews. So, John, it looks like they're working to catch some of those bumps that are likely coming in along the jetty wall.
Yeah, you see the rate coming up. They're definitely feeling that roller comes in, right? You got a nice smooth roller that comes inside the jetty. Right now, I think it looks like they got probably close to 2 minutes on Kalahui Kai.
Kalahui Kai behind us has just made you're seeing Kalahui Kai here. They've just made their last water change, and, probably a third of the distance down that jetty wall is where Shell is, and Kalahui Kai just approaching. So, seems like Shell has been able to open up their lead here certainly beyond a quarter mile. We're looking at probably
close. Yeah, maybe a little
half mile of real estate.
I would say probably between a quarter and a half at this point. And when you look at Shell and the level, I mean, Kalahuikai has put on a great performance out here. They really have.
And what a lot of people don't understand is this team in red here is the dominant force wherever they're racing in other races if somebody like Shell doesn't show up. And so when you see just the smoothness and the efficiency, that next level that Shell brings to the game is when you truly are able to appreciate, how good they are. Because these guys right here, Kalahuikai, these are amazing paddlers.
Oh, they would
each one of these men in their own right is a fantastic paddler.
Right, and the training and the dedication that goes into it is amazing.
Heck yeah, heck yeah. But we are really enjoying seeing the different levels. And these men here are certainly at the top. Kalahuikai rounding the jetty here at Newport, heading into our finish line. And there is Shell Va'a, almost to the end of the jetty wall. Just behind this Shell Va'a crew is a mixed crew from Newport Aquatic Center. That's a co-ed. I think they're probably like a master's crew.
And this crew is Dennis Campbell. He's, like I said, he's been around forever out here in Southern California. And his son is steering the NAC.
Oh, cool.
So it's quite possible.
The father is steering one and the son is steering the other.
Yeah, it's quite possible that at this speed the son may catch up to the father and have a little battle at the end.
That's quite possible. Now, that would be fun. No, it's funny like that. The only guy you want to see beat you is your kid. Other than that, the heck with everybody else.
Right.
As a father, I know that I can't wait for the day when my sons, outrun me and outpaddle me and everything else.
It's
fun.
So
it's going to happen sooner than I think, though.
It's inevitable, right? It's so fun to see when you have like father-daughter or father-son or mother-daughter teams when they race in like big events. I remember the Ames, Jessie and her mom, and they won 3 Molokais together, and that was really, really fun to watch. Yep.
Nice shot there of Shell Va'a as they are almost enjoying a tour of Newport Harbor. And still, look at how that Ade canoe is slipping through the water. It seems like it has a little bit wider belly through the middle than your Malolo.
It does. And we're coming in, and so this harbor is a little bit tricky too. So we're coming at a high tide, right? And if the tide is dropping in the harbor, you get a lot more draw coming out from the center or the deeper parts. So possibly we have a dumping tide right now, and the closer you stay to the sides, the less resistance you get. And that can play a big part if you're battling with somebody coming into this harbor, because you come in on the southern side, and as you go through the harbor, you have to go across at some point so that you can make the turn and go into the dunes. Where you choose that point and what current's happening where is going to make a difference.
Wow, okay.
So if you pick a spot where you come across that current, but you're coming across the part of the river that's, quote, coming out of the harbor, and you're coming across a wide area of current and not a spot where maybe that current's narrower, it's going to take you longer to get across and you're going to have more resistance. So there's going to be, farther back in the pack as he's coming, there's going to be some things that happen here. Some games, that people play. Hey, I think if we come right at this point, we got the shortest distance over. So-and-so's here. They went too late. Then this becomes all part of the strategy. Yep.
That's interesting, man. There's, John, there's always more to it than you think. Again, a follow cam of Shell Va'a. Boy, it looks like our no wake boat is almost having trouble keeping up with these guys.
Yeah, it does look like it, doesn't it?
I don't know if they have enough horsepower in that little thing. But we are enjoying spectating, as is everybody else. Again, as we mentioned, you'll be able to see that this is a really busy waterway. There are a lot of boats coming in and out of this harbor right now, and just keeping it kind of always a challenge to navigate for these canoes, and always kind of keeping their head on a swivel looking for boats coming at them.
I mean, the energy, right, of these guys coming in. And then you're It's not in this harbor. It's not like you're dodging a 20-foot whaler. You're dealing with a 150-foot.
A lot of these boats are not nimble. This is like a nice big fishing boat or a touring yacht or something. You see all of these boats moving in and out, and all of these private docks along the sides. Man, there's a lot of money in this waterway, brother.
Beautiful homes.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful homes.
And I'm wondering what the finish time is. What is the record? Do you know?
I'm not sure. Maybe Mindy would be able to tell us what the record finish time for the men is. Mindy?
What's the record for the men's race? Because I would assume that these guys are pretty close to it right now.
Time for the men. Yeah, I don't know who would know. I think for the women it was 3:47.
Is it?
Granted, that's a little bit shorter race.
Yeah, right.
So I think the record for the men, if I remember correctly, was in the 3:30s. Just because it is, 3+ miles longer of a course. God, look at that, John.
Got our technician on it.
So smooth, these guys. Dropping to the shoulders. And, a lot of people have these little hitches or extra movements sometimes that they have in there. And just kind of really working to quiet all of that is some people the biggest battle for them in their refining their stroke.
I feel tension, anxiety, and impatience are some of the hardest things to overcome. And not only in paddling, right? A lot of times I do these training camps and people, they look at me and they go, well, is this a meditation class or is this I'm saying you really have to be able to relax your mind and your body to be as efficient as you can as possible, right?
Do you feel like a lot of times some of the stronger paddlers, people that come in, they've done a bit of weightlifting or whatever else, they come in and they try to naturally over muscle their stroke?
Usually, you're going to go to what you're comfortable with and what your strong suits are, right? So if you're strong in the weight room, a lot of times you're going to come in and you're going to pull really hard in a canoe. And if you're with a clean crew, you're going to mess that boat up, right? And if you're not as strong in the weight room, which was my thing when I was younger because I didn't like the weight room. But, I grew up in the ocean and surfing and everything. But I focused on my technique. And there's two things, right? There's being strong on land and there's being strong in the water. And if you can understand how to load that water, hold it, and really get a good leverage point on it, you can go pretty fast. And then it's just the training that allows you to do that over time. Right? You add weights to that, then you get a really, a lot of times your people that are super strong have a harder time with feel. And the Tahitians, they always talk about feel the boat, right?
So you mentioned earlier as we continue to watch Shelva on their way in, man, what a beautiful waterway. And that's that no-wake boat that we were talking about, following them in. I'm sure they're there as a representative just to make sure that these folks, the steersman here is secure and aware of his course, making sure that they get into the right place. But, looking very smooth. And so you said that the Tahitians, it's all about feel. And so how do they get their youth to develop that? Do they kind of keep them out of the weight room, or is it the use of the V1?
It's the V1 is helpful, I believe, but it's also something, if you're teaching, the feel is probably one of the hardest things I believe to teach.
Right.
And
that's why they call it feel.
And I've done I spent a lot of time up in Canada with First Nation tribes and sharing and cultural stuff. I go up there every year. And when I go to the war canoe, a lot of times they teach feel, power, and timing. And they're fast every time they get in the boat, We just got a little bit of information. This is Shelva right now. I have it at, we're 3 hours and 23 minutes right now. And the record's 3:36.
2016, the record was set by Paddling Connection, also out of Tahiti, at 3 hours and 36 minutes. And so we're probably
very close to it, I would
10
think.
minutes. Yeah, they're going to be close.
Right.
We could see a record-breaking race here today. So, what were those 3 things? And now I'm gonna have those tattooed on my forearm so that every time I'm paddling, I can look down and remind myself. It was feel,
power, and timing.
Feel, power, and timing. And in that order?
I think so.
Or is it feel, timing, and
well,
power?
I don't know. I mean, I'm such a stickler for technique, and timing. And we were yesterday when we were getting ready for the race, or this week, we knew that Kalahuikai, or the women were going to be so strong. It was so important to be perfect timing, perfect technique, perfect changes, because if you have all these things that are just right on the money, your boat is strong. Then, it's nice to have that strength in there, but you can be a stronger team if you're just have better feel, have better technique, have a perfect race, right? And when you look at teams to me like Shell, they have all of it, right? They have feel, they have conditioning, they have beautiful technique.
All
the
of it
timing
in spades.
And
all of it at the highest level.
And when you get all of that together and you have that all with high-level athletes, you're going to go very fast. Yeah.
So, how do you describe or even begin to coach the feel? Because like you said, that's probably the hardest thing to coach. You could coach somebody power.
Yeah.
Right? Technique, you can break down a certain technique.
Yeah, mechanically,
right?
you can, yes.
And timing is just timing. You either,
right.
It's like with a metronome maybe or whatever.
I usually have
how
people
do you do feel?
I have people back off their power. And sometimes if you back off your power, you just put the paddle in and you let it come the speed of the canoe, you understand what is going on then. Or a good little trick is you take your top hand off the paddle and you paddle with only your bottom hand on it. And you put your hand in the water. When you put that blade in and you sink it, it's going to start to wobble because you have no control. But you won't be able to pull it faster than the boat can move. So you're going to move really slow and the blade's going to move really slow. And that is, to me, that teaches you the feeling of paddle speed to boat speed.
Do you feel a lot of the time, as we watch these guys continue to put pressure, continue to drive this team from Kalahuikai, both of these crews are within shot of that 3:36 record, and the times coming from us will not be official as far as what their time is now. Do you feel like sometimes people don't think they're applying power when they're actually paddling at the proper rate? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not having to push at the blade to get it through the water. Am I then by nature becoming?
I think like what you see with these guys. When really watching Kalahuikai, you saw that their exit was sooner, and the stroke rate was higher. But the time they went in the water and how much water they grabbed and the time they pulled it was probably close to the same as Shell, right? But they're coming out sooner and they're going forward. These guys are understanding how to put the paddle in, and the tricky part is you put the paddle in, you're pulling it slow, but you're adding maximum pressure. And to be able to add your maximum pressure on a blade with a feel and not letting it slip, not letting it come too fast, now you're talking efficiency. And you see it like right here. The rate is low, the boat speed is fast, the distance per stroke, which is so important, is there, right? They never try to force that blade. They feel the water and hold on to it.
God, talk about synergy, man. Really still consistent with a nice reach. I mean, it's almost to the point where I don't know if these guys know how to not paddle nicely. You know what I mean?
Right.
There they go, for whatever reason, picking it up a little bit, maybe just for fun, maybe just to shake off the cobwebs and right back down.
And sometimes it's the feeling of the boat, right? They're feeling the boat speed. And if they're staying maybe at that rate that's low for a while and they feel like the boat speed's starting to drop, it's up for a couple changes. The boat speed comes back up. They get the feeling. They drop it back down, right? It's very smart.
Again, Kalahuikai here, just behind that last crew that you saw in yellow, Shelva, coming into the last, mile and a half or so, heading into the finish line. Where is that finish line? Is it going to be right at the dunes, or is it going to be at kind of more NAC?
It's right outside in the harbor before the dunes. Yeah, between NAC and the dunes and the main channel, they have the finish line right there. So they
what a great shot.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And the power coming off the back of the stroke, right, when they have that intensity is, and, you know, some people, this isn't a team taking water and pulling it up. This is a team having power out the back of that stroke, and you're seeing that energy, you know, out the back.
So what are some other ways that you might coach feel? For I know you mentioned maybe having one. How does a paddler develop feel? What are they trying to put in their head when they're finding feel?
Usually for me it's getting them to back off if they're trying to pull hard, and understanding what it feels like to go that same speed of boat speed to paddle speed. And it's the toughest part.
Yeah,
you know, it really is. Yeah. Yeah.
So are we nearing the finish line here? I kind of remember a couple years ago, it was just past this bridge.
So they'll go past the bridge and kind of go around the bend. So I'm assuming they're about 5 minutes from the finish right now.
Ooh, it's going to be tight. I'm looking at a time of just shy of an hour and a half.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting something from Facebook, and then, you know, and as we spoke today, we were talking about, I talk about Kalakukea and Tommy Connors, and you know, when I was growing up and competing, these were my mentors. You know, these were the guys that shared all their knowledge with us, and someone that we didn't mention was Marshall Rosa.
Yeah,
right. I mean, phenomenal
Broski.
coach, amazing waterman. You know, and I remember when I first started racing surf skis, he would start the race and wave the flag. And I was pretty quick then. And halfway through the race, he would pass me. And he would take the times at the finish.
Wow. That's cool.
And, you know, you'd be out there thinking, okay, where is he? He's coming. I know it. You know, how long? And he'd come up next to me and say, you know, oh, no, go right or left on the bump, and coach me a little bit, and then off he'd go.
You know, I kind of feel what's neat about that is a guy like you, John, you know, not only through your own family, but through the coaches that you've been exposed to, you're one of the guys that is, you know, carrying on this lineage of, you know, and legacy really of information about paddling, about the culture, about the sport, and, you know, using your talents as a coach to continue that along. And it's been great. And what's great is, you know, as we can see on this California coastline that we're approaching the finish here, you can see that they're going to take a right around that.
Yeah, right around the island there.
The boats there. Right around that island is where the finish line is going to be. But
and it can get really shallow on this corner. No, we're lucky we have a high tide right now, because coming around this corner it can get shallow, and that's, you know, that's bottom drag. It slows down the boat. Right now you can get pretty tight to that corner. If they're close to the you know, the record is a good time to do it. You know, if they're not fighting too much current going out at the moment.
There we go.
Could be
Shelva right there coming in. That's them coming around that corner. So they're going to follow that little isthmus of land, I guess, there.
What's the time you got here?
You know, my time is not totally accurate to what's going on. What time do you have there? What does your phone say? 1:32. Okay, so it's 1:32. Oh, okay, we started maybe a couple minutes after 10 o'clock. It's 1:32 right here, so we're going to be close to a record time.
Yeah, this is really
close
tight,
to a record time.
Yep.
But, you know, you're talking about those coaches. It's great to be able to think about the fact that, you know, not only you bring that lineage, but you go to Tahiti, get exposed to those guys, other coaches you've had. You bring a lot of that up here to the mainland U.S. and California and sharing. And you're still doing a lot of clinics out there. I know clubs can get a hold of you to come do coaching and clinic.
I am. It's gotten quite busy. You know, we're doing more training camps now than clinics. I like to do, you know, 3 to 5 day things, because when, you know, clinics are awesome because you have all this knowledge, but when you have 2 or 3 days with somebody, you can really kind of get it into where you see them leave a better paddler.
Yeah,
you know, they're leaving with more skills than just knowledge. And it's gotten quite busy, but I like it. I enjoy it.
That's cool.
Yeah, I really
That's
do.
cool. I gotta jump on one of those clinics. I'm sure there's a lot more work I need to do than I'm even aware of. But it's cool to get that overhead shot of our Va'a coming into the finish line there. Shell Va'a will be approaching that finish line shortly, and really the only thing we're watching for is time. Do we have a record-setting day
and
today?
You have to wonder whether they care or whether they know at the moment, right, is the question.
I think paddlers at that level, especially the Tahitians, if they are in a race, they're always trying to set their record.
Aware, right?
If they're aware that they can break a record, they're going to try to do it.
I would be, even at this age, right?
Oh, yeah. You're always trying. I mean, that's a competitive spirit. That's such a great part of the sport, You talk about relaxing and having feel and all of that, but being able to not have that all go out the window.
Well, I ran
once
into
you want to put it on,
Kamoa Kalama and his crew, the Kailua gang, and they're still out there all the time in Kailua Bay. Rough, big water or flat. They're training together as a group at their age, and they're still enjoying competition. They're still enjoying the ocean. They're having their days. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And we had a little conversation earlier about one of the beautiful things about coaching in the clinics that I do, I believe, is you have people of all different types of disciplines and do different things for work in a boat together.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, yeah.
And you have a lawyer and a plumber and whatever it is, and nobody's above the other at that point, right? And when you're in this crew, everybody's completely equal.
No, there's no rank or income in the canoe.
And I think that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. But, it's interesting, this Shelva crew that we've been following into the finish line now, they become like professional paddlers. They're taken to a whole other level, but some of these other guys, like you said, out here that are just, recreationally paddling, they're just there to enjoy the water.
And today they're out there competing against somebody next to them.
Right.
They're just as competitive right now as before.
Pretty cool. You're hearing, again, a really busy harbor. This is all like sailboat races happening in the background. We're just enjoying. So we're looking for what is going to be a finishing time. A finishing time for.
Can we talk about the fact that we lost connectivity? They finished right now, so we can't see them finish.
Oh, okay.
And now we're going to go look for the second place. So they're going to finish. We lost connectivity. They're too far away.
Okay.
And now we're looking for second place. Let's stick with what's going on here for a minute.
All we can see is this right here. So, again, folks, that was just a small break in there from our producer. You can see that's a drone shot of our boat right there. We're about to head under this bridge here. We have lost connectivity with our lead boat. We believe Shelva'a has finished the race already, and probably Kalahuikai not far behind them. We are trying to get a feel of what their finish time may have been and whether we have a record-breaking day today. Again, if you at any time want to be in the future checking out the race results from today's race or even yesterday's race, you can log on to Scora.com. That's the Southern California Canoe Racing Association, and get that race results. Right now, we're going to do our best to use our drone and this vessel here to bring you all the crews as they're coming into the finish line. As you've noticed, and what you're looking at, that's us right here. That's me waving my arm up above. This is our vessel here. It's our drone coming in for a catch.
That's awesome.
That's how we retrieve our drone. It flies into the back of the boat, and our man Christian up there reaches up and grabs it out of the air. Our drone operator is Liloya Lapa. A lot don't paddlers
coming around the corner. We have that co-ed team with Dennis Campbell.
Yep.
So
right behind,
and he's been I don't know how old he is now, but he's still out there doing it every time. And he's going to be quite happy to be second overall, I think, today.
He'll be third overall, I believe. Do we have Kalahuikai, I believe, was in front of us.
Oh, they get in front of us? Did they?
As well, yeah.
I missed it.
I think they were in front of us. Yep. Yeah. Third overall would be this mixed crew. And is that a mixed 40s masters or senior masters? Not quite sure.
I'm not sure. But he has.
Hey, Mindy, is Dennis Campbell masters or senior masters? Masters 40s. Yeah. Dennis Campbell. That's our masters crew from.
And he has a good group of ladies. Some of the Dana Point women actually that come back with him every year.
Really?
This, yeah. So they race over, and the next day they're going to come back with Dennis and this mixed crew and they have a lot of fun, actually. They really do.
That's
they
cool.
do enjoy it. They keep going back for more, Yeah. And to think about racing over at a high level, that intense, and then having to turn around the next day and come back in the morning it's not simple. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of people do that. A lot of people do it even within the same day, like for the Queen Leo-Kalani race. So they'll race over, and then next day, like within a half an hour, turn around and race back that same course.
And then you look at, the next big race for Shell will be Hawaii Canoe in a few weeks, right?
3 days in a row.
3 days in a row.
Oh,
right?
man.
And it's
some
hot
of those,
and it's hard. Yeah.
And some of them are 3 days in a row right there. We are back here. This is looks like Kalahui Kai coming in right here into our finish line. We did get connectivity again with our lead camera. I'm pretty sure that Shelva has finished already. And this is Kalahui Kai right at about 3 hours and 40 minutes in that range. Again, hard for us to tell exactly what that's going to be, but look at the drive and intensity these guys have had. Shucks. There's the finish line right there. Congratulations to Shelva. They're finishing in first place, and in second place, Kalahui Kai. Beautiful racing by both these crews. If you talk about feel, man, it must feel good to have that 30-mile race done.
Yeah. Now you enjoy, right?
Yep, now you enjoy.
Yeah. And, this Kalahui Kai group, they put on a very good performance today. When you think about the level and how good Shell is, to be not too far behind has to feel pretty good. Yeah.
Well, I was almost thinking of it in the opposite, like how good this Kalahui Kai team is. How is there even a next level?
Yeah.
That and at Shell's at that next level, at least today by themselves.
Right. And you look at Hawaii Canoe, and sometimes Shell wins all 3 legs, and sometimes they don't. Right. So when you look at the level of Tahiti as a whole, and that's what I really appreciate about it is it's not just one team or one group of good paddlers. It's across the country.
So, having that being said, I think, that Kalahui Kai crew that we see here kind of paddling into get their va out of the water, Alan Pfluger, through this Kalahui Kai program, has been making an attempt to create that same sort of atmosphere in Hawaii.
Right.
It's obvious that it takes having these young men and women approach a sport at a very high level from a young age, and that's really part of the key. That's pretty much the obvious part, and kudos to Alan and his gang for going after that.
Absolutely.
What else do you think would it take to round that out, to really make that happen here? I mean, would it take like cultural shift within?
I think it's what I personally think I see in Tahiti is when
really cool to get out on the bridge. These two crews passing each other. All the spectators
big
standing up there
right now,
on the bridge. That's all of our gang from Shelva finishing. I'm not sure. Are they headed back out? Are they kind of cruising back out?
Could be the victory lap.
Yep.
Or warm down, right? They got to train tomorrow for Hawaii Canoe, probably.
Yeah, probably. Knowing these guys are back at it hard tomorrow.
Yeah.
Here, this is a mixed crew, that NAC crew we were talking about with Campbell Sternum coming in. They are third place overall. We think they'd be able to hold on to that because they've got a couple of open crews just behind them making their way into the finish line. Of course, this mixed crew, we're getting a good shot of all. Look at all the Shelva supporters there. Everyone waving on the Harbor Bridge just past the finish line there. Aloha, gang. Thank you all for coming out to support your favorite paddlers here. But as we had mentioned, that mixed crew is the mixed race started about an hour before everyone else.
Wow. So the stroker in this mixed crew is Josie. She's from Dana Point. And she has beautiful technique. I mean, the timing in the water, the body, she sets her blade, waits for the boat to come to it, and she goes over with Dennis, comes back with Dennis every year.
Nice.
And they usually throw her in the front because it's something really nice to follow.
And that's the crew that we're talking about right now. Dennis Campbell in the back there,
Yep.
co-ed crew. He's He's long in the tooth, this gentleman, but still a heck of a waterman, right?
Yes.
Gosh, look at him. And like you had mentioned, beautiful technique from this crew, even though these folks don't necessarily paddle together on a weekly basis.
No, they don't. They just jump in for this, yeah.
Pretty technique and racing from this gang right here. And that's going to be our top finishing Masters co-ed group coming in there. They are being pursued fiercely by
this fighting with, is that NAC?
I think that's Lanakila.
Yeah.
Is
good race.
Is this the Big Island boys, or is that Newport group? The Big Island boys were in the yellow, sleeveless. This might be, not quite sure who that is. Who is this?
Newport Canoe Club.
That's Newport, but I don't think that's.
They're registered under Newport.
Oh, registered
under Newport, but I think that's another bunch of Tahitians.
40. These are the guys from Red Bull. Remember the ones we talked about?
So it is. Yeah.
Red Bull and a couple of other Tahitian brothers are coming in third place in the Open Men's Division here.
And it looks like they had a really good race with Lanakila. Right.
And neither of these crews are giving up. They are continuing to battle to the finish. Lanakila is fast on the heels of this Tui Tonga boat in front of them. And, yeah, these guys are going at it. I mean, paddling this hard coming into the finish. And even this mixed crew in front of them trying not to be caught by these high-level crews. Wow. Hui Lanakila is coming with it. So what you're seeing on your screen right there on the bottom, that's Hui Lanakila.
Or Lanakila.
That's their first crew.
Yep.
Not Hui Lanakila, I'm sorry, Lanakila. And just in front of them, that white boat with the orange jerseys, that is Tui Tonga. And then in front of them, that's the mixed crew from NAC trying to make their way. That's NAC and Tui Tonga there. And that's the finish buoy. Congrats to NAC for holding them off, man. Wow. And here is Tui Tonga, a bunch of guys from Big Island, and Lanakila is going to be just behind them. Great race, fellows. That's Danny Ching in 5 there, and Josh in 6. Great racing from this local. This is the first finishing actual California crew. Congratulations to them.
Yeah. And they've been having a good season battling between Lanakila and NAC this year, so they had a good day.
We've had so far a top finish from Shelva. We're going to wait on results to see if that was a record-setting time. In second place, Shelva, of course, being from Tahiti. In second place, that was a mixed Tahitian and Hawaiian crew from Kalahui Kai. Third place overall went to the Newport Aquatic Center mixed, but I believe they started much sooner than our open men. And then third in the men's division was Tui Tonga. That's kind of like they're running under they signed up under Newport, but I think those are some local boys from the Big Island of Hawaii, remnants of the Red Bull team of a couple years back, and then a couple of other brothers from Tahiti, and then the top finishing crew from California here in fourth place, that is Lanakila, one of their well-known paddlers there, Danny Ching, finishing off in seat 5. Beautiful work by all of these crews, and what a, we've had the sun come out here, John.
And it is not cool. I mean, these guys
are cooking here.
This last stretch in the harbor after that race, this heat is not easy. Yeah,
intense. But, to finish with that intensity and that push is really admirable to see. Just the gameness that all of these paddlers have. We're going to try to get a report on who this is coming in here. That looks like Oceanside Outrigger. Not sure if that's a mixed crew.
Junior boys.
Junior
boys, they started at
191?
Okay.
Okay, so this juniors crew started at 9 o'clock.
So this is the first junior crew?
Well, is it an Oceanside boat? Does it say Oceanside?
It said Oceanside. We're going to have to get a closer look at it as they near our position at the finish line. So for all of you that have been joining in, we are at the finish line of the men's race here at the 2023 Catalina Crossing, the U.S. Championships. I'm Kalai Miller. Sitting next to me is none other than Johnny Puakea. We've got Mindy Clark on the far side there helping us with stats and information about crews as they're finishing here. But
and we have our
just
first
an intense day of racing.
So this first junior crew, who are they? The Oceanside under. It's been some really good competition, which is nice to see. You see a lot more juniors paddling and competing these days.
This is Oceanside crew number 191. This looks like a juniors crew finishing here. Nice push from these young men as they come across the line.
Good.
Wow.
And, you know, to
the
see
future
these,
looks bright at Oceanside,
to see
man.
these young...
Look at that kid in 5.
These
he
young
can't
kids
be more than like
doing
13
all
years
these
old.
distance races now is really, really cool.
Wow.
It's not like they're just doing regatta anymore, right?
No,
They're out there doing the long distance stuff. Oh.
That is Outrigger Canoe Club. Outrigger Canoe Club coming in 5th place in the open men's division. Nice work from these guys. Again, that's looks like Nate Loyola in 1. Right behind him, Bobby Pratt.
This next one's going to be NAC.
You got George Wilson over there steering them in. Nice paddling from these men from Oahu, Hawaii. This is an all-local crew there. And then behind them coming in. Okay, Mindy, thanks. Okay, and now
so Outrigger from Oahu had a really good day.
Yeah.
Good for them.
And then that's going to be 5th place overall. Is that what that was? 5th place overall,
yes.
And Newport Aquatic Center coming in 6th place. So just about
6th
to finish
place
the line
is
here.
NAC.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is Newport Aquatic Center here. Boy, I guess Will Reckenstein really likes seat 3. That's all I see him in all day.
I don't know if he got out of the boat all day.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not.
Brent Campbell's dad just beat him.
Yeah, we'll have to let Brent know that his dad came in a little ahead of him. Yeah.
Hey, you ain't got the old man just yet,
Yeah.
right?
Well, I raced, back in the day when I was racing with Kalakukea and with Hawaii Canoe and Kayak Team. Will's dad was one of our toughest paddlers, Willie. And he was just an animal, in the canoe. Yeah, he was part of offshore before that. And Nalo and I had raced with offshore for a couple times. I steered him in Molokai a few times.
Right, I remember that.
And I remember his dad coming out, and when he was in the canoe, wow, what a paddler. So Will's got some serious genes,
Yeah. This is Hano Canoe Club coming across. This is another open men's crew, 7th overall in their placing. It's one of the things I appreciate is that they are just giving it.
Hammering at the end,
yeah,
right.
There's like no let up. I mean, at this point, it's not going to change their position or their standing in this race at all, right?
Correct.
They could just cruise across the finish line here like nothing. But I think it really sets the pace of, man, we're giving it all, boys, and we're giving it all the way.
Yeah, from the beginning till the end,
Yeah.
correct.
And I like that. That's the kind of intensity that it takes to be a top 10 crew here at the U.S. National
It
Championship.
does. And you saw that, even Shell got ahead of Kalahui Kai a bit, but the intensity never changed.
This is they're in an offshore boat, crew number 949, and this looks like looks like some Shelva guys and some other Tahitian guys threw together a crew to come out here and compete in an Ade Canoe 949 under the Newport offshore banner. Again, beautiful paddling, man. A lot of times, a team like Shelva will come out with, when they make these long trips, they're coming out with a bunch more paddlers than they actually need. And those other, guys in the boat that don't quite make that first team for whatever reason, maybe it just wasn't their day or whatever the reason is, they're probably one of the better paddlers that's sitting on the beach without a team. And so people are always willing to take a
There's
guy
no lack of space for some guys like that.
No, not at all. So a lot of times too, they'll kind of plan it ahead and hey, we're taking 12 or 15 guys with us. 9 are going to race, and the rest are going to, get a crew going with somebody else. And so
and you
that's
have to remember
cool.
when they're coming here to race the Catalina event, right? They're still training for Hawaii Canoe. So if they're here for a week or whatever it is, they're still training for that big event. So their team's here with them.
Right.
Everybody's training, and it's good. It's good training for their guys to be in another boat coming across.
This looks like a Kai Wai crew coming in over here that we're seeing with this. It's a mix. One of our if it's them coming across the line here, that may be our second place mixed crew that we're looking at.
There would have been more mixed crews earlier.
Oh, okay. We haven't seen them. We're there for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like we have some mixed crews that may have come in earlier. Not quite sure. We're gonna have to get some information on that. But another mixed crew here from Kai Wai coming in. Not sure of their placing. It's really turning into a nice afternoon here in Newport. It's going to be a perfect backdrop for the celebration of the rest of it. Yep. This looks like crew number 9-6 right here coming in. Kai Wai North Bay.
In a Pali Kai boat out of Avila.
Nice work by this crew. We'll be kind of hanging out with you for about another maybe half hour or so. Just trying to...
We're finally getting some cloud cover and a little breeze, And
those are two good things on a warm, sunny day like this. This is just before the finish line, that bridge coming over where a lot of our folks are kind of watching. So this is crew number 9-6 that we're going to be able to see coming in across the finish line.
And there's
That's crew 9-6 right there coming across the finish line. Another mixed crew, Kai Wai, out of North Bay. What was that, Johnny?
There's quite a celebration after this, too. It's a pretty good gathering at the dunes here.
Oh, yeah,
and
for
when
sure.
you look at the Catalina race as an overall event, I think it's pretty fun.
Oh, yeah, it's super fun.
Yeah.
Super fun.
Another Masters co-in coming?
So we're getting kind of a couple different perspectives here of, one of our camera boats is sitting just up, watching as those canoes come under the bridge. And then probably, about a half mile later is the finish line here that we're seeing. And so this is Hokuloa Canoe Club, Mixed Masters crew. Crew number 83. With that Malolo boat designed by John, running real nice.
Yeah, I mean, the speed of these older teams is pretty impressive sometimes.
Yeah.
It really is.
No, it really
Yeah.
is. And like you said, maybe they just get smoother with more feel over time,
Yeah.
What you give up in power or
not trying
fitness.
so hard later.
Yeah. It's hard not to try hard.
So this would be Jay Wild's team from... And these guys are just so fit, right? They're skiing in the winter and...
Nice work by the Tahoe Watermen.
Yeah, they're skiing in the winter and they're at altitude all the time and they're, probably rock climbing and hiking and...
Yeah, these guys, likely based upon where they live, have a very fit lifestyle.
It's been really nice to see them compete in so many events this year. Oh, this would be Dana.
No, Golden Masters UL. So they would have started. Golden Masters started early.
What a full harbor it is here. I wonder what one of those slips costs as we watch this crew coming in. This looks like a Masters crew approaching the finish line here. A cool shot from our drone.
And like you said, they're still working so hard here at the finish. It doesn't matter if you're in first place or farther back. And the feeling of finishing Catalina is pretty nice.
Yeah, 30 miles is nothing to scoff at.
And it is a hard race. There's not a lot of bump. So Judson here stroking. So this is Dana Point here.
Yep, Dana Point Outrigger.
Yeah.
And they're going to be top 10. They're going to be rounding out our top 10 here.
They've had quite a good season. Dana Point had, I think, won one of the last races here in California, actually.
Dana Point Outrigger Open men's crew rounding out our top 10. We have a real quick review for you. We got winning today, Shelva, second Kalahui Kai from Hawaii. In third place, we had a Red Bull kind of Tahitian combo team in our Newport Canoe. We had Lanakila Outrigger from here in California in fourth, top finishing California crew. Outrigger Canoe Club in fifth, another California crew, Newport Aquatic Center in sixth place. Hano in seven, another mixed Tahitian crew in eight. 9, Tahoe Watermen. Pretty cool to see those guys out here. And rounding out the top 10 was Dana Point. We're looking at team number 11. Looks like a co-ed junior, or no? No, can't be. Crew number 17. Dana Point co-ed. Yeah, they look like a junior co-ed almost. Some young paddlers in that crew.
Oh, so is it Team Cal?
We're looking at crew 135 on the screen right now.
Marina Del Rey. Nice job here.
I think we're going to call them 11th in the Masters division. Marina Del Rey. Yeah, it's really hard to understand how another crew is so much faster when it doesn't look like they're doing something a lot different. And like you said, it probably has a lot to do with some of those intangibles. That was Marina Del Rey finishing 11th right there. And I believe behind them we're going to have, we're not quite sure yet. It might be Nakoa Kona. Yeah, it's got to be in those small, intangible things like efficiency.
Well, and when you watch those top athlete, top level paddlers, they always look like they're kind of cruising, right? They're working, but they don't look like they're overexerting themselves. But if you check their heart rate, it's up there.
Yeah, right. So this here right now looks like Palikai coming in. This is crew number 150. It's a co-ed crew. We are not quite sure what their standing is in the race, but nonetheless, some nice paddling from this co-ed crew. Yeah, we have a nice battle going on here for 12th place, so to speak. Yeah, it looks like Heilani's open. And then right behind them, they have Nakoa Kona, which is a 50s crew. And then another Big Island Juniors right behind them. So this first crew coming along across the line, that's going to be Heilani Canoe Club from Oahu. Finishing up there, crew number 133. Right behind them from the Big Island of Hawaii on the Kona coast, Nakoa Kona 50s. And behind them,
and these juniors
looks like the Big Island Juniors.
Really? Yeah.
So we have another crew right here. finishing it up. Kahakai Canoe Club coming across the line, working their way in here.
And nice timing with this team, right? I mean, they're pretty together.
Black shirts are going to be San Francisco.
Oh, there's a San Francisco team that you're seeing in our drone shot right here.
Oh, is this San Francisco and Kahakai boat?
Yeah, that's what I think she had mentioned in crew 567.
And you know, San Francisco, they get some conditions out there, training. You know, all the current and how cold it is.
In that bay, it can be pretty rough. So 567 is who again?
Oh, so Mindy was just telling. So this is Kahakai here. Yep. Out of Long Beach, right? Yep.
We have another little grouping coming in here of.
This is tight
like
here,
4 crews coming in.
And this kind of racing is always the hardest. Well, you know, when you're this close after 30 miles and have
to
push
really
so hard.
All this time.
I mean, it's fun and you talk about it for a very long time after, but it's tough.
There was that San Diego boat that was loaned out to somebody. Oh, that's this looks like a couple of juniors crews battling it out, perhaps, as we're coming in.
Hokulani in the yellow boat.
So we have Hokulani in the yellow boat. And it looks like they're putting a good push on. They're pulling a little bit ahead.
That pink looks like it's another KLK boat coming near there. That might be their juniors.
Oh,
yeah,
so
Lanikai juniors.
So this is, you know, this is a tight race between juniors, and you kind of have to wonder what happened.
And even that Big Island crew that we had seen, and these guys were tight early on in the race,
right.
You know? So it's kind of neat that they're still kind of pulling it in tight as they come right across the finish line. You're going to see the orange buoy in just a second.
And you have to wonder what happened in the harbor, right? I mean, one of them may have come in sooner than the other, and somebody passes somebody's. And that's a big thing about this. At 3 miles is a long time.
Beautiful paddling by those juniors, though. Just the fact that they're able to stay so tight and disciplined all the way across that channel is pretty tight. We're looking at crew number 38 right here on the screen. Another Hokuloa crew coming in. We probably had half of our field. Right here, we're looking at maybe about just... a little over 4 hours, 5-6 minutes from our start time at 12 o'clock. Hokuloa Canoe Club. Again, a big mahalo out to all of our sponsors that were here earlier today. Giving us some support in this U.S. Championships. Big mahalos out to Florence Marine. This guy sitting next to me, Puakea Designs. Mahalo, brother. Virgin Beer, Cocktails and Canoes. It's a podcast with Real Wikenstein.
That's quite good, yeah.
I got to watch that one. The Sports Basement, and, of course, everyone here at Ocean Paddler TV feeling privileged to bring you live coverage of this Catalina Crossing U.S. National Championships. Big mahalo to everybody who's tuning on the Facebook page, whether that be on Ocean Paddler or with Southern California Outrigger Racing Association, SCORA, or on our YouTube page. And we just appreciate you guys sitting in with us, all those folks that made it down here to the dunes or to the bridge to kind of check it out. And we have crew number 38 coming across the line. It looks like an Opens men crew. That's Hokuloa.
This is Team California here. Yep.
This is that another 50s crew, right?
Yes.
This is a bunch of guys, masters, that would be senior masters crew from here in California. Interesting fact that in training recently, Jim Fody sustained an injury, and the Lanikai 50s pulled out of this race.
Right.
Yeah, and so they, you know, a gentleman that sitting there in 5, Kavika,
They picked up Kavika, right?
He was calling up to cancel their reservations and all that, and the guys from this team said, wait, hold on a moment. I guess they had one of their guys get his back injured in training as well, and so at that point, Kavika was able to step in and able to come and do the race with another crew, and they still, it looks like they got second in their division. That's still pretty darn good for
that's not bad
battling with these guys before. Pretty cool. Pretty
I
cool.
was surprised to see him on the beach this morning. What are you doing here? And he told me the story. You know, there's also Jimmy Terrell, you know, the quick blade, and Tim Doherty, who's just been around forever. You know, he was Kailua boy, right?
Yes.
And he put this whole Team California thing together quite a while ago.
They've been at it for a while. I remember Heath Hemmings, I think, came a couple of years ago to race with Jimmy Terrell from Quick Blades.
Yeah,
it's like they had a good time.
And they're very, very disciplined team. You know, they're detailed, and the canoes, everything's got to be, you know, they do a very good job of getting all the details taken care of when they come into a race, like padding of the boats and how it's rigged and how much they train, etc. Yeah.
Nice, very controlled stroke coming in by, this looks like... We're going to have to get a number on that boat. The follow cam is not quite giving us a number, but nice, relax. Marina Del Rey. Oh, yeah, that's what it says on the back. Marina. So this is Marina Del Rey Canoe
Juniors.
Club.
I don't know.
Probably an open men's crew working their way towards the finish line. Still a little bit of a ways out. Nice smooth paddling by these guys.
Yeah, nice timing.
Pretty secure in their position in the pack. And this would that be number 20? 22. Yeah, Team Cal, okay. All right, so just a little review as we're watching this Marina Del Rey Club come in here. A little review. We had Shell Va'a winning today in what we think is, if not record-breaking time, pretty darn close, right? Really, really close. Right. Kalaui Kai and Shell Va'a just giving us a great competition all the way out. It was about halfway, maybe a little bit past, halfway through the race that Shell Va'a made their move and put separation on between themselves and KLK. Then we had Newport, which was in a Newport crew, but it looked like Tui Tonga and some other Tahitian fellows in there. Lanakila Outrigger from right here in California in 4th place. Outrigger Canoe Club from Oahu in 5th. Newport Aquatic Center in 6th. Hano in 7th. Another mixed station crew in 8th. Tahoe Waterman in 9. And 10 was Dana Point. That was our top 10 finishers there. We also had Marina Del Rey, Healani, Nakua Kona, our first 50s. Big Island Juniors crew was our first juniors. Right behind them, Kahakai, Okalani, and then 2 more juniors crews, 17 and 18. That was Lani Kai and Kalahui Kai. Hokuloa in 19, and Team Cal, our second place 50s crew, rounding out the top 20. We're looking on our screen right now at, I think, well, it says Kahakai on the canoe. We're going to work on getting a number here.
564.
There you go. Crew 564. Oh, San Francisco Outrigger.
So this, and we were talking about that, how hard it is, you know, some of the training in San Francisco. I mean, you got
that water is all
current,
over, isn't it, John?
It gets really rough. You know, you have strong currents, you get good wind, and it's cold. And that water is even cold in the summer, you know. So these guys coming down here, they must think they jump in the water at Catalina. It's nothing to them,
it's like
right?
bath water.
Yeah.
Oh. Nice work by this crew from San Francisco coming in here. Not sure whether they 564 is a
And I'm sure all of these guys from San Francisco are in their one-mans as much as they can be because you get some really fun runs out in San Francisco.
Oh, they have some really nice fun downwind runs.
Yeah, you know, it gets because of the current and because of the wind.
Oh,
you get some good.
You got to really pick your time, though, huh?
You do, but I've done downwind runs out there. They're really fun. They're really fun. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and challenging. You know, extremely challenging. Yep.
On your screen right now is NAC Co-Ed Masters crew. A couple of another crew.
Ah.
Huh.
The red canoe. Blue and white shirts.
This one was a mixed crew, right?
Yep.
The one that we're looking at here, yeah. This NAC mixed crew.
This is from Toronto, Canada.
This is Mississippi.
No,
Mississauga Canoe Club.
and then
Mississauga Canoe Club. That is a Masters.
NAC.
NAC right behind them. And that looks like an open men's crew.
Santa Barbara will be next. And a gray yellow boat.
All right. Nice follow cam of this NAC open crew coming into the finish line here.
Yellow and gray, Santa Barbara.
Ooh, look at the relief on their faces after a long, hard day of racing.
That's accomplishment, right?
That is cool. What an accomplishment. This is junior crew. Santa Barbara coming across the line, but in the background is this looks like a
junior crew.
Junior crew out of Lanakila.
And they are going.
In front of them is that Santa Barbara crew team finishing up. This is
Lanakila Juniors. That started at 9 o'clock. I think. Maybe not now. Lanakila Junior boys, let's go!
a couple of more crews coming in as the teams continue to pour in here at the finish line in Newport Harbor.
And here's your Lanakila Juniors. I mean, they are just going.
Yeah, look at these young men just going for it. Oh, not the fancy change, huh? That's pretty cool. They're getting a lot of support from their elder members of their club, coaching them and training them. Here's another crew, Kahakai. Not registered. 562. Registered Lanakila.
But it's not a Lanakila Canoe, and it's not them.
It might be men from Lanakila Canoe Club, but we're not quite sure. Coming in on that Kahakai vessel. Any of those guys look familiar to you?
Light blue, no. Not light blue.
Not sure what those colors are.
This, I think, is the Lonnie. No, this is a 562. No. It's a Kahakai boat. 416. 416. It says Lanakila, but those aren't Lanakila jerseys. There was a team going as a lifeguard team.
Yup, not sure at all. 562 coming across.
Yeah, they're registered under Lanakila. It might be a lifeguard team that they do together under Lanakila. There's one of those out here. This is Lanakila. In the red boat. Red gray.
Another Lanakila Open Men's crew coming across in here. Is this open or a Masters crew here?
Men's unlimited. Men's.
Open Men crew here.
And I'm not sure how many Lanakila teams we've seen, but we, like we talked about, they just really have a big club because of what Josh and
that
Danny and them
atmosphere
have
that
created.
they are creating over there.
Yeah, so you'll see,
Lanakeela.
every 5 or 6 boat. Oh, this is a Lanakeela boat.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
it's a great thing.
And kudos to them for creating that. It's not always about where you're paddling as who you're paddling with.
Right.
It's sometimes the most important thing.
And they get some of their paddlers come from pretty far, to show up for that practice.
Some more of those spooky quick blade paddles.
There's a team with the Stingrays. Yep.
I know all the junior boys cruise around. The men are embracing it so much that they're letting them come to their practices. Instead of having an all junior practice and having.
So, reflecting on our day of racing here as we continue to watch these crews come in, John, I kind of it sort of feels like we're watching several different races within a race.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
At several different levels within the same race,
Right.
that attests for a lot of it.
Yeah, they're called PAC Northwest. PAC Northwest. PAC Northwest.
Yeah, this is Pacific
Pac
Northwest.
Pacific Northwest
Crew coming in. But,
Golden Masters. And some of them are
again, when you're coaching out there and you got crews that you're working with,
some of these guys are from Canada.
coming into stroke style, what are some of the main things that you're trying to figure out for your crews or try to correct them with? Like, if you come into a crew that's asked for help or a club that's asked for help, what are some of the first things that you recognize are the common areas where paddlers need to look for improvement?
It's speed in the water.
Well, everybody wants to go faster.
Well,
right?
the
I hear
speed the
you say
paddle
speed,
is
right?
moving, right? So
if breaking down this crew that we're looking at right here,
right, so you have
Outrigger Santa Cruz.
this is Outrigger Santa Cruz here in Orange.
Right. So I'm looking to see how fast the paddle is moving compared to the boat speed. Right. So Santa Cruz, you have really good. Their timing is nice. They're together with their bodies. There's good power, and to me, they're a little quicker in the water than the boat is moving. Right. So that's something I look for right off. And I would say, okay, how do we just get, basically the simple part of it is how do we get a little more distance per stroke by being patient on the blade, right? So because they got most of it figured out there.
Right,
they got the timing good, they got the power good, they got probably conditioning. They train in really tough waters, right?
Right.
So there's just little things that you can tweak, and that's probably the first thing I look at.
Is that a pretty common thing that you
It
find?
is. It's very common, yeah.
And how easy is that to remedy? We're seeing another few crews coming across the line here as we try to break down how everybody at all levels can maybe make their paddling a little bit better. So that about blade speed compared to paddle speed.
Paddle speed
compared
to boat speed.
speed.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you look at this team here now, there's nice time in the water, right? So you're getting distance per stroke. The blades aren't moving too quick. The tendency a lot of time is to go a little quicker than you need to. Yeah.
And a lot of that is because you're trying to feel strong. 499 coming in here, getting ready to come across the finish line. These guys have a little bit better compared paddle speed.
Seems like they have a nice glide in between strokes, right? They have a
Right.
nice carry. It's really nice, yeah.
Nice carry here.
And relaxed.
This is 499?
Yeah. And to be relaxed when someone's on your tail like that, that's really good.
I think this is the Kailua Senior Masters, or no, this is their 60s. This is a Golden Masters crew. This is that Kailua Canoe Club you were talking about earlier.
Okay.
Robbie Cates, Kamoa Kalama, some of these guys, Golden Masters. And these guys are very experienced.
And they're legends, Yeah, they really are.
They got feel, these guys. And you notice they're getting a really good hull speed, but not so fast that the paddle, that they're trying to paddle faster than the canoe is moving.
Yeah, they're not forcing it, right? And, this crew is a lot of one-manners. They're out in Kailua.
Is that Harold Akeo in the front?
I don't think so.
No, not.
But I would.
He's
I was talking to.
guy.
He's always been a Huinalo guy, right? So I've always, these guys were telling me yesterday how they're out and going around Makapu, or out around, Rabbit Island on big days still. They're so good in the ocean, right?
And confident even at 60 plus years old. couple crews there, 566, I think. Yep, Kahakai. Yeah, you could definitely see in these two crews how the blue and white canoe, they seem to have a little bit less, not so much of a rush in their stroke.
Right, patience, yeah.
They got patience in there, whereas that other crew is working hard and being aggressive, but maybe when you have this comparison here, you can really see what you're talking about, John, how those other guys, their blade is moving faster than their canoe is moving.
And and that happens a lot, right? That's
in the more near ground, these guys are maybe a little bit, but for the most part, they're paddling with the canoe.
Yeah. Well, their stroker is very smooth, right? And his blade is moving pretty close to that boat speed. So he's setting up that whole crew to be able to give a lot of power at that point, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a Kilohana crew from up north. 43, Kilohana.
Okay.
Yep, those two crews. Those two crews finishing up there. Pretty excited about having a good race. It was that Kilohana crew. Those are that's from up north in the Bay Area, yeah?
What's nice, you have all these crews coming from all over the coast. And in Hawaii, it's a little harder, right? When we want to go to an event, we have to ship our canoes or whatever. Right. And these guys put it on a trailer, and they're 8 hours on the road, and there they are. They're at it, right? It's nice.
Yeah, make a road trip out of it. Is this a mixed crew here that we're seeing? Looks like it might be. Boat number 9-3 on the screen. Boat number 9-3. That was Team Arizona we just saw on here. Coming across, that's Team 4-3. Another Kilohana boat. This is Arizona right here.
I mean, yeah, Arizona has had quite the paddling program start happening.
Yeah, that's
right?
kind of impressive. Yeah. I've noticed that. They got a few of them out of Arizona, or even like the Vegas area.
Right.
I'm still amazed at these places where there's cold water.
Cold weather.
Cold weather.
Yeah.
And they're far from, any type of Polynesian influence.
And think about
paddling.
And they don't have many events or competition on a daily basis, so and they're doing it for the love of it, right?
Yeah,
right.
Course. Yeah. This is Oceanside Canoe Club here. Crew number 9-3. That may be that mixed.
Team Arizona was a co-ed?
Yeah, co-ed.
Yeah, another
mix.
Arizona team. Yeah.
It's funny. There's different, up here they call it co-ed. Back home we call it like mixed.
Mixed, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Over here they call it race. I don't know what. Back home we call it race director. Over here it was like race. I don't know. There was a whole nother term for it. So it's funny. Holy mackerel. That guy in that boat nearly had a little bit of collision. Thankfully, our steersman was on it over there. That's crew number 190. 190 Oceanside Canoe Club. A lot of folks gathering at the bridge there. What's the name of that bridge? It's like a pedestrian overpass almost right over this bridge area in the bay. There's like a pedestrian overpass there. Yeah. A lot of people gathering there to support
Well, Friday evening we had such a big group at sunset, right, rigging up the canoes and.
Dana Point, another open men's crew.
Yeah. They have a pretty big club out here as well, Dana Point does. Rich Long, and Lori Davis, they've been there forever. They're doing a really good job at leading it.
Wasn't it Kalakukia's uncle that started?
Did he?
I think so, right? Harrison, right? Was the last name. I thought
the Whitey Harrison.
Whitey Harrison.
Right, the race that they have under, right?
Yeah,
right.
I believe so. Yeah. They had started that club way back in the day. It was actually Kala's father, Joe, who went up there to meet them and get all of that happening. So.
And luckily, we still have cloud cover today, and that's kind of rare, right?
Yeah, it's rare over here in Southern California. Some of the crews that have just finished coming across the line here. And a few more getting ready to make their way into the...
Somebody on one of the Facebook was asking
Helani finished already. They did pretty well. They should be on your list over there, I believe, or just after. Yeah. They had a good... Yeah. Yeah, Helani was 12th. Yep, nice busy waterway here with all these escort boats coming in, making their way into the finish line. Ooh, it's a scorcher out here.
It is warm.
It's going to be a good afternoon, man, to hang out and enjoy some shade. Who do we have here? This looks San Diego boat 146. 146, San Diego Canoe Club.
Chance's Canoe Club.
Ah.
That's Chance's alma mater.
Interesting how they're, old school used to put the paddles on the Yako, and now they're putting them behind the steersperson.
Right.
I hadn't seen that before.
And
that's pretty cool.
It's a really good idea.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, they're using like
rubber bushings or something like that.
Yeah, it just slides right in. You don't need because before back in the day we had to unwrap it if we broke a paddle or lost a paddle, and now they just reach behind them and pass it back. Yeah, it's really good.
They just pop right out. Huh?
Smart.
Again, this is San Diego Canoe Club coming out across the line. Red, white, and blue boats. More action here from the finish line at the 2023 U.S. National Championships. This is crew number 415. Looks like a Lanakila, another Lanakila crew. Lanakila Golden Masters. Oh, that's a 60s crew we just saw. This is Dana Point 3-0.
So there was a battle. This is a battle you had, right? In the middle of the channel, these guys were at it.
Kailua, I think, was the first Goldens that we saw come across the line, right? Come on, guys. Yeah.
Yep, they were a Golden Master, so this would be second and third.
I don't know. Some of these guys look like they're in such top shape, Hard to believe they're 60 plus, these guys.
Which is what's so great about canoe paddling, right? You can do it till you're
right. Keeps you young,
80 or 75-year-olds crossing the Molokai Channel.
Sure.
It's nice. Yep.
Yeah, man, it's a busy waterway here. These guys have to be watching out what's going on. Lanakila Canoe Club, 415. Marina Del Rey Open Men here. Looks like a couple of young paddlers there. So you've been getting out on the water much yourself, doing some one-man runs and testing some of your new designs?
I have been. I've been enjoying I've been up at the gorge a bit this summer.
Yes.
And it's not just beautiful, but the downwind run is just really fun up there.
Wow.
Yeah.
That looks fun.
Yeah.
Do we have any, some Marina Del Rey crew coming in here? Do we have any new designs on the horizon coming out?
We just came out with the 2-man this summer.
What was the name of that boat?
The Ballare, means to dance.
Ballare.
Yeah, so that's been quite fun. Yeah.
Cool.
And getting a lot of runs in there.
Nice.
In the gorge with that canoe.
So, wow, unofficially, they have already started posting results for the Catalina Crossing U.S. Championships. And today, Shelva was able to finish in 3 hours and 35 minutes. To our records, that was 1 minute faster than the previous record. And Kalahuikai finishing in 3:38, just 3 minutes behind them, but only 2 minutes off the record-setting pace themselves. So what a day of racing here today, man. We really were able to, we're lucky to be treated to some exceedingly high-level competition today, man. Wow. Fantastic. And our first men's masters crew, that was the Marina Del Rey Outrigger Canoe Club with just under 1 minute under 4 hours. Congratulations to them, men masters, and Heilani Canoe Club. Oh, no wonder they were racing so hard, those crews at Heilani. They came in, what was that, like 9 seconds behind for second place. Heilani
yeah, that's
masters after a whole channel.
30 miles,
Look at
right?
that, man. Oh, that's unbelievable. Okay. Yep, it's crew number 79 here, crossing the finish line, Newport Aquatic Center. So neat to be able to think that we have a possible record-setting day today, but don't forget you can always log on online to Southern California Canoe Racing Association, Scora.org, to see the results from today's race and yesterday's race. Congratulations out to all of our paddlers this weekend, but especially some of our top finishers. And top finishers in each of their divisions. Little celebration there from these guys at Newport Aquatic Center. Beautiful day on the water. Look at this busy waterway.
Yeah, just nothing but boats everywhere you look in this harbor, right?
Yeah. So you just finished your 2-man.
Yeah, we came out with that and worked on a new AMA design that was a little different.
Cool.
So I've been playing with that for the last few months.
For 1-man or for 6-man?
The first boat it came out on is a 2-man.
Okay.
And that's obviously scaled up a little bit to hold the weight.
Right.
And now we have it for the 1-man as well. We'll start seeing that within the next month showing up. Yeah.
Cool.
So fun projects.
Yeah. Real fun projects.
I get to get out there and test them and get the boys out and see what they think and get feedback. It's always enjoyable. And that's what gets me on the water, right? When I'm testing something, I'm on the water more.
You feel that being at the gorge allows you a more consistent days to test?
I like equipment. Testing there. The water's not moving as fast because you're going against the current.
Kahakai Canoe Club on your screen. 565.
Kahakai's had quite a showing, huh?
Yeah, they got quite a good amount of participation from their crews.
Yeah.
But so you like the gorge a little more consistent?
I do. The waves are closer together, and it's fresh water, so you're sitting a little deeper. The buoyancy is different, and I feel if it works pretty good there, then it works good in Hawaii. Hawaii, the swells are moving faster, so you're looking for a little bit top end speed. You got to make sure you have that because you're moving quicker. But I feel the gorge is a little harder for boats to perform in. So if it works there, you're getting pretty good feedback, I feel.
And is it a more consistent, easy to make that run? How long is that gorge run?
Depending on where you go from. Yeah.
There's a long course and a short course.
There's roughly 8-mile runs. You can choose where you want to be and how rough they get. Yep.
All right, Mindy, we're looking at crew 11. Crew number 11, a couple more boats coming in here. Lanikai Canoe Club. Crew 11, they're saying this is Lanikai Canoe Club Senior Masters. We'll wait till they get a little closer to us to be able to confirm that.
Oh, this guy, you guys all know this guy. He's always shining on Facebook. What's his name? Third number down.
Covico Crivello? No, I don't think that's this crew. Somebody else jumped in their boat. Those guys didn't come. Lanikai Senior Masters. Golden Masters. Here's another Marina Del Rey crew that we're looking at. Another crew coming across here. Lanakila Canoe Club in this orange and blue VA right here. Not sure what division they are. And then Marina Del Rey Outrigger Canoe Club. MD Rock.
Men's Open.
That's a men's open from Marina Del Rey. Nice work there. What a great day. We've had another great day of racing here at the 2023 U.S. National Championships Catalina Crossing. Yesterday, we had our women 66 crews make it across from just outside Newport Harbor, 27 miles across to Avalon Harbor on Catalina Island. Great day of racing there. Congratulations to our top finishers, Dana Point Outrigger, Kalahui Kai among them. Great evening there, award ceremony in the afternoon. So happy to have the hospitality of all the folks up on Catalina Island. Enjoyed ourselves. We were able to wake up this morning for a 9 and 10 o'clock respectively start for our mixed cruise and open cruise for the men's race. Men's race here on day 2 is slightly longer, bringing you all the way in to the bottom of the harbor here at Newport, into an area known as the Dunes. 30 miles of racing, some really intense battles in the field out there today. Some to mention were between our winners, Shell Va and second place Kalahui Kai. Man, those guys just trading back and forth. Congratulations to them. Rounding out our top 5 was Shell Va, Kalahui Kai, Newport, which was we really think was a mix of the gang from the Big Island, the Tweetonga boys, and some other friends, Tahitians.
Right,
yeah, right. Fourth was Lanakila Canoe Club, our first finishing local California club. And then, of course, Outrigger Canoe Club and
from Hawaii
was in 5th from Oahu. And just because they were so gracious with their facilities, we're going to mention Newport Aquatic Center in 6th place, finishing first overall, not first overall, but first in the seniors division, the juniors, Masters. It's so different over here. In the Masters division was Marina Del Rey with Heilani right behind him. That's the 40 and over crew. It was Nakua Kona finishing first in the 50s. And then our Big Islands, our gang from the Big Island, first place in the juniors, along with Lanikai and KLK rounding out those 3 juniors mix. If we've missed your crew or perhaps your division, we're very apologetic. We hope you enjoyed our coverage. But if you want to check out very detailed race results, including times, which we're thinking that our finishing time overall from our winner Shelva was 1 minute faster than the previous record. Their time, 3 hours and 35 minutes. That's pretty impressive.
That's moving.
That's pretty impressive for 30 miles of racing. I wanted to send a big mahalo out to none other than John Puakea over here, really gracing us with his presence and knowledge and giving real depth to our coverage and the breakdown of what we were seeing on the screen. Mahalo also to Mindy Clark for providing us some feedback from the Facebook channel and, of course, calling out the numbers. But, John, you have anything you wanted, a quick synopsis of anything that you saw?
No, it was a pleasure. I
today?
really enjoyed, it's so fun to be able to talk about it for one with you. And the other thing is to be right up there in the front of the race following all the top.
It's really a
the
treat.
shell, and we get to see it from the boat and from the screen and everything. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Well, we loved having you. Yeah. You were certainly a joy to work with. But on behalf of myself and the rest of the Ocean Paddler crew, that you can see them all throw up a shaka. Come on, Josh, throw up a shaka, brother, to the drone. These are all our gang out here. Christian, all these guys that made this coverage possible today. From our vessel, Alex and Christian. Mahalo to our boat captain, Scott. Tilo Alapa, he's driving our drone that we're filming from right now. Brother Josh over here in the back corner of the boat. And Jace and Kenji, the rest of our team here at Ocean Paddler. Big mahalos for joining us for this coverage of the 2023 U.S. National Championships, Catalina Crossing. It's been a great weekend. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you at Scora.org for detailed race results. Ahui ho and hoi pa!